Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It's strange how some moments in life stick with you no matter how much time passes. Even now, more than a decade later, I can still feel the tightness in my chest when I think back to that day. I was just 18 then, working at this retail store in one of those big shopping centers where all the buildings are lined up in a long strip. I didn't hate my job, but it was nothing exciting either, just a paycheck and a reason to get out of the house. I was on my break when my brother showed up, unannounced as usual, grinning like he always did when he had nothing better to do than bother me. I didn't mind. Actually, I was happy to see him. We didn't hang out as much as we used to after I started working, so I was glad when he suggested grabbing lunch. The taco cabana was just down the way, not far at all. We could have driven, sure, but we figured it would be better to walk. The afternoon was warm, the kind of warm that's not yet uncomfortable, but promises the heat that's coming later in the day. We wanted the fresh air, or at least as fresh as you could get with the traffic humming nearby, and the dumpsters behind the stores giving off that sour, sticky smell that clung to the air. Plus, it gave us a chance to light up a smoke, something I was doing way too often back then. The shortcut was through the alley that ran behind the strip center. It wasn't anything special, just cracked asphalt, a row of dumpsters, delivery doors, and the backs of buildings with their faded paint and rusting fixtures. The kind of place no one really looked at or thought about. I remember the sound of our shoes scuffing the ground, the occasional rattle of loose gravel underfoot, and the way our voices seemed louder than normal with the walls of the buildings on either side of us. We hadn't gotten far down the alley when we noticed the truck. It was just sitting there, engine off, tucked along the side like it belonged there, but somehow didn't. Old dirty white paint, a dented bumper, and windows that were rolled down just enough for us to see the man inside. I remember him so clearly. Gray hair, rough face, eyes that didn't blink much, just stared. He wasn't doing anything at that moment, just watching. No expression, no movement, just watching us like he'd been waiting for something or maybe someone. We kept walking, trying not to look like we noticed him, but of course we did. You couldn't miss that kind of stare. It made my skin crawl in a way I couldn't explain then and still can't now. After we passed the truck, we did what dumb teenagers often do. We spotted some empty beer bottles lying near one of the dumpsters. Without even thinking about it, we picked them up and threw them against the ground just to hear the crash, to see the glass scatter across the cracked pavement. It felt pointless even as we did it, like we were trying to shake off the tension we both felt from that man watching us. I don't think we even laughed about it. It was one of those silent agreements between us. Just keep walking, just keep going, let's get out of this alley. But before we could even make it to the end, we heard the sound, the roar of an engine starting up behind us. The noise was loud, angry, and it echoed off the walls around us, making it feel like it was coming from everywhere at once. I turned and my stomach dropped. The truck was coming at us fast, faster than it should have been for an alley that narrow and cracked. My brother was ahead of me, and I saw the truck swerve, missing him by what felt like inches. The tires skidded and squealed against the ground as the truck came to a stop, blocking the only way out of the alley that we had been heading for. The man jumped out before the truck had even fully stopped. His movements were jerky, full of rage that was so sudden and so intense that it froze me in place for a second. He had a gun in one hand, small but no less terrifying, and a cell phone in the other. His face was red, twisted up with anger as he started yelling. I couldn't take in everything he was saying at first. The adrenaline was making my ears ring, my heart thudding so loud I could barely hear anything else. But it didn't take long for the words to start sinking in. He was screaming about how he'd finally caught us, accusing us of messing with the place, damaging property, causing trouble. Over and over, he kept saying it, like he was trying to convince himself as much as us. And the thing was, we hadn't done anything before that day. Yeah, we smashed the bottles, but that was it. We'd never even walked that alley before, let alone messed with anything back there. He kept shouting into his phone, saying he was on with 911, that they were sending someone, that he was going to take us to the station himself. He pointed the gun at us, waved it around like it was just an extension of his rage, and told us that the dispatcher said to get in his truck. His words were fast, desperate almost, like he was trying to make it real by saying it out loud. But there was something about it all that didn't sit right. The way he was holding that phone, the way he kept glancing at it like he didn't know what to do next. It didn't feel right. None of it did. I looked at my brother, and I could see he was thinking the same thing. The fear was there, sure, but underneath it was this resolve, this understanding that we were in a bad spot, and that getting in that truck wasn't the answer. I didn't say anything, didn't have to. We both stood our ground. The man grabbed at my brother, tried to pull him toward the truck, but my brother yanked his arm back, shaking him off. The look in his eyes, my brother's, was one I hadn't seen before. Calm but fierce, like he'd already made up his mind that he wasn't going anywhere with this guy, no matter what happened next. The man was shouting, pacing, waving that gun around like he didn't know what to do with it. Then, almost as suddenly as it started, he just gave up. He spat out some curse, climbed back into his truck, and tore out of there, tires squealing, leaving the smell of burnt rubber hanging in the air behind him. We stood there, frozen, the alley quiet again except for the faint hum of distant traffic and the pounding of our own hearts in our ears. We didn't move for what felt like forever. My legs felt heavy, like they were made of stone. The tension in my shoulders, my neck, my whole body, was so tight it felt like I might snap in half if I tried to move. Finally, we started walking again. Slowly at first, like we weren't sure it was over, like he might come back around the corner at any second. But the alley stayed empty. The truck didn't return. When we made it out to the main road, everything looked so normal that it felt almost unreal. Cars driving by, people going about their day, completely unaware of what had just happened not 50 feet away. We crossed the street to the taco cabana, went inside, ordered our food. I couldn't even taste mine. We ate in silence, both of us too shaken to speak, too lost in our own thoughts to even look at each other much. The noise of the restaurant, the clatter of trays, the soft murmur of conversations, the sizzle of food on the grill, it all felt distant, like we were watching it happen from somewhere far away. We didn't tell anyone about it. Not our parents, not our friends, no one. Looking back, I know we should have. I know we should have called the police, given a description, tried to do something. But at that moment, all we wanted was to put it behind us, to pretend it hadn't happened, to move on and not think about how close we came to who knows what. It wasn't bravery that kept us quiet. It was fear. Plain, simple fear. After lunch, we walked back to the store, taking the long way around this time, avoiding that alley like it was cursed. The sun felt hotter now, the air heavier. My shirt stuck to my back with sweat, but I barely noticed. My thoughts were stuck on that man's face, the gun, the sound of the engine roaring behind us. I finished my shift in a daze, going through the motions, but not really there. Every customer's voice sounded far away. Every task felt like it took twice as long as it should have. That night, lying in bed, I couldn't sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw it all again. The truck, the man, the gun. My heart would start racing all over again, my hands clenching into fists without me even realizing it. I kept thinking about what could have happened, how close we came to things going so much worse. What if my brother hadn't pulled away? What if the man had decided to use that gun instead of just waving it around? What if we had gotten into that truck? The possibilities spun around in my head, each one darker than the last. The next day, everything felt normal again, at least on the surface. But inside, I carried that fear, that memory. I still do. And every time I pass an alley like that, every time I see an old truck sitting where it shouldn't be, I feel that same tightness in my chest, that same instinct to keep walking, to get away. I never forgot that day, and I doubt I ever will. Some things just stay with you. It's hard to explain the kind of feeling that comes over you when you're in a house that just seems wrong. I don't mean wrong in the sense that something bad has happened there, or that it's run down or dirty, or anything like that. I mean the kind of wrong where your skin gets tight, and your ears feel like they're waiting to hear something, even when it's dead quiet. That's the way my friend's house feels. From the first time I ever went over there, I noticed it. It's this massive old house, built over 100 years ago, with the kind of character people like to talk about: original wood floors, creaky stairs, old windows that don't quite shut right, stuff like that. But underneath all of that charm, there's something else. A heaviness, maybe. Like the house itself is watching. My friend lives there with her dad, their 2 cats, and a dog. The dad's a quiet guy, always busy with work or asleep on the couch when I'm over. The pets are friendly enough, but they're odd in their own way. I'll get to that. The house has 3 levels. The main floor is where the living room, kitchen, and dining room are. It's got high ceilings and big windows that let in a lot of light during the day. But at night, that same openness makes it feel exposed, like anything could be standing at one of those windows watching in. The second floor is where the bedrooms are. There's a long hallway with rooms branching off, and it's always just a little too dark up there, even during the day. Then there's the third floor, the attic. It's not finished like a lot of attics are these days. It's just old wood, exposed beams, and small windows set deep into the walls. Dust hangs in the air up there, and it smells like the inside of an old trunk. My friend stores stuff up there, boxes of clothes, books, decorations, that kind of thing. But no one really goes up there unless they have to. Her bedroom is on the second floor. It's bigger than you'd expect for a house that old, with slanted ceilings where the roof angles down. There's a big bed against one wall, a dresser, and a desk with a beat-up chair she's had since she was a kid. The weirdest part of the room, though, is the small closet that's built into the wall just above the head of her bed. It's not a proper closet with a door. It's more like a little square hole in the wall with a wooden cover that slides to the side. It's barely big enough for a small person to squeeze into, and it's set up high so that you have to stand on the bed to look inside. She keeps old toys in there, things from when she was little, stuff she didn't want to throw out, but didn't really need anymore. The first time she told me about the toy going off, we were sitting on her bed late at night, scrolling through our phones. She mentioned it in this offhand way, like it wasn't even a big deal anymore. She said she'd woken up one night to the sound of music, the kind that comes from those old wind-up toys. It was soft at first, a slow, tinny tune, and it took her a second to realize where it was coming from. The little closet. She said she just laid there at first, frozen, listening. The music played all the way through its tune, slow and creaky like the toy was old and stiff. Then it stopped. She waited, heart pounding, staring at the dark shape of the closet. A minute or two later, it started again. She said she nearly started crying then. It was the middle of the night, pitch black, and there was no reason that toy should have started on its own. Not once, and definitely not twice. She told me she finally got up the nerve to stand on her bed and slide the closet door open. She couldn't really see in, but she reached in, trying to find the toy to stop it. But the closet goes back farther than you'd think. She couldn't reach it. The music kept playing, the same slow, broken tune. Finally, it wound down on its own, and she closed the door and climbed back under the covers. She said she's had other things happen too. Sometimes the animals will all stare at the same spot in her room, usually the upper corner by the closet. I saw that myself one night. We were sitting on the floor playing a board game. Out of nowhere, the dog, who'd been asleep, sat up stiff and started looking at the corner. The cats followed a second later, both of them wide-eyed, their tails puffed up. They stayed like that for what felt like forever, just watching. I didn't hear or see anything, but it made my stomach twist. One night we decided to try recording the attic. We were both curious and scared at the same time. We figured we'd just leave my phone up there, recording audio, and see if we caught anything. So we set it on an old chair, hit record, and went back downstairs. We hung out in her room, trying to act like we weren't constantly thinking about what might be happening upstairs. After about an hour, we went back up and grabbed the phone. Listening to that recording was one of the most unsettling things I've ever done. At first, it was just the usual sounds, the creaks and groans of an old house settling. We heard a few thumps that we couldn't explain, but nothing too wild. And then, clear as day, we heard someone say her name. A woman's voice. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't soft. It was quick, like someone calling out to get her attention. And it definitely wasn't either of us. We were both downstairs. It wasn't her dad either. His voice is deep and slow, nothing like what we heard. The voice on the recording was sharp, female, and familiar somehow. Like the way your mom calls you when she needs you to come downstairs. That sent chills all over me. We listened to it again and again, trying to think of some way to explain it. Maybe a neighbor? But no, there aren't any houses close enough for that. Maybe someone outside. But we'd have heard it at the time, not just on the recording. After that, we started paying more attention. The sounds in the house became impossible to ignore. We'd be sitting quietly, and we'd hear footsteps upstairs, or sometimes on the stairs themselves. Not the soft creaks of a house shifting, but the clear sound of someone walking. sometimes slow, sometimes quick. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 steps. It would go on, like someone pacing or moving from one room to another. We'd get up and check, and of course there'd be no one there. Sometimes we'd hear things moving, scraping sounds, the soft thump of something falling over. But when we'd go to look, everything would be in its place. We started to feel like we were losing it. The dog would bark at nothing. The cats would stare at spots on the ceiling or in corners. More than once I saw the fur on their backs stand up as they hissed at empty air. We tried recording again, several times. Mostly audio, since that first one had been so clear. We caught more strange noises, what sounded like coughing, sneezing, even breathing. Sometimes the breathing would get louder, like whoever it was had come right up to the phone. But we never caught anything on video, not really. We tried once, leaving the camera running in the attic for a couple hours. When we watched it back, we saw the chair we'd set the phone on move a few inches across the floor. Just a slow scrape, but we didn't see what moved it. The worst part is, after all that, we never really figured anything out. There was no big reveal, no explanation that made sense of everything. We didn't find any hidden spaces where someone could have been hiding. There weren't any signs of animals living in the attic. No loose windows that could have caused drafts or weird noises. The house is just old, and maybe that's all it is. Old houses make noises. Things shift. Floors creak. Maybe the wind can sound like a voice if it hits the right crack in the wall. Maybe the pets were just picking up on vibrations we couldn't feel. But I'll tell you this. Every time I leave her house at night, I walk a little faster to my car. I keep the doors locked. And even though I still want to record more, still want to catch something that explains it all, there's a part of me that's scared of what I'll find. Because what if it's not the house? What if it's something else entirely? Something we can't see or stop or understand? I don't know. I really don't. All I know is that her house still makes the hair on my arms stand up every time I step inside. And no matter how curious I am, I don't think I'll ever feel comfortable there. I never really thought too much about the history of the building when I first moved into the dorms. It was just another step in moving to the city, another thing to check off the list of starting college life in New York. The dorm building was old, sure, but most buildings in that part of the city were. The kind of place with those ancient radiators that hiss and clank through the night, pipes that groan in the walls, and windows that rattle just enough during a windy evening to keep you aware of how thin the glass really is. You hear things in the city. You expect it. The traffic, the sirens, the arguments echoing off buildings, the strange noises that come from no one knows where. It's all part of the background. I thought I had gotten used to it. The dorms weren't always dorms, though. That's something people liked to bring up when they first arrived. Everyone seemed to have their own version of what the building used to be. A hotel, an apartment building, a brothel way back in the day. In a place like New York, a single building can have a dozen identities over the decades. No one really knows for sure, but what's clear is that this building had seen a lot of people come and go, and not all of them were in a hurry to leave. That's where the weird part comes in. See, mixed in with us students were some leftover tenants. People who lived in the building before it became dorms and somehow managed to stay. Rent control maybe, or maybe the school just didn't want to bother fighting to get them out. Either way, they were still there, living in their tiny apartments right alongside us. Most of them kept to themselves. Old folks who had probably seen too much of the city to care about what a bunch of noisy college kids were doing. But there were a few that stood out. People talked about them in hushed voices in the elevators or in the shared laundry rooms. Like Paul. Paul was a name everyone knew. You didn't even have to see him to know about him. You could hear him. Late at night mostly, sometimes in the early morning. His voice would drift through the thin walls, the floorboards, sometimes from down the hall, talking to himself, or yelling, screaming things that didn't make sense, like arguments with invisible people, or just ranting into the void. Sometimes it was just a low mutter, like a conversation you couldn't quite make out. But other times it was loud enough to make you sit up in bed and wonder if you should call someone. But who do you call for that? Everyone just accepted it. Paul was part of the building. Another sound in the night. My room was small, 8 by 10 feet, if that. A single bed pushed up against the wall, a tiny desk shoved into the corner, and my own little bathroom. That was the only thing that made it bearable. My own bathroom. No shared stalls or showers down the hall like in other dorms. Just a door at the end of the room that led to a tiny bathroom with cracked tiles and a sink that took forever to drain. It wasn't much, but it was mine. That night started like any other. I stayed up too late scrolling through my phone, trying to unwind after a long day. The hum of the city outside was steady, the way it always was. Cars passing by, distant sirens, someone arguing a block over. I didn't pay attention to it anymore. It was like a lullaby, in a weird way. I finally let the tiredness take over and set my phone down, turning onto my side and pulling the thin blanket over myself. It wasn't cold, but there was something comforting about having it there. Sleep didn't come easy, though. I kept shifting, trying to find that sweet spot where everything lines up just right and you drift off without realizing it. But I couldn't get comfortable. My mind was racing, running through everything I had to do the next day, things I had forgotten, things I didn't want to think about. I remember staring at the glow of the streetlights coming through the edge of my blinds, watching the patterns they made on the ceiling. I must have fallen asleep at some point, but it didn't feel like it. It felt like I was hovering in that strange place between awake and dreaming, where everything feels too real. That's when the dreams started. The kind of dreams that don't feel like dreams. I wasn't anywhere strange. I wasn't flying or falling or back in high school or any of the usual dream stuff. I was in my room. Exactly my room. The same cracked tiles in the bathroom, the same marks on the walls, the same rumpled blanket pulled up to my chin. But something was off. I felt it before I saw anything. A weight in the air, like the room was holding its breath. I saw a flash of light through the window, just a car passing by probably, but in the dream it felt bigger, brighter. I turned in my bed, trying to shake the feeling, but it stuck to me. Then I felt it. A presence. That's the only way I can describe it. Like someone was standing over me. I couldn't see him, not at first, but I could feel him. A huge, hulking figure, standing just above me, leaning in close. I could hear his breath. Slow, deep breaths that filled my ears, so loud they drowned out everything else. I tried to move, to sit up, to do something, but my body wouldn't listen. I was trapped between sleep and wakefulness, stuck in that nightmare where you can't scream, can't run, can't fight. I tossed and turned, trying to break free, and for a second I thought I did. I dreamed another flash, this time of the figure leaving my room, just walking out the front door like he belonged there. The door that I had locked, I knew I had locked, clicking shut behind him. But it didn't end there. In the dream, or whatever it was, I saw him again, coming back in, not through the front door this time, through the bathroom door. The door that led to my tiny bathroom that had no other exit. That's when the fear really hit, because that wasn't just scary. That was impossible. I knew it was impossible, but my mind was convinced. He had left, and now he was back somehow, and I couldn't do anything about it. I jolted awake, really awake this time. My heart was racing, my skin cold with sweat. The room was quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you realize how loud your own breathing is. I lay there for a second, trying to convince myself it was just a dream, just my brain playing tricks on me. But then I heard it, a sound that froze me in place. The slow, drawn-out creak of my bathroom door. In the real world, not in the dream. In my room, right there. I couldn't move at first. I just stared at the door as it inched open, the creak louder than it had any right to be. The door swung open just enough for the dark of the bathroom to spill into the room. Nothing came out. Nothing was there. But that didn't make it better. It made it worse. Because if nothing was there, what had opened it? I don't know how long I lay there, staring at that open door, waiting for something to happen. A minute, 5, 10. Eventually, my body started to unfreeze. I swung my legs over the side of the bed and sat there, trying to calm my breathing, trying to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe the building shifted. Maybe the hinges were loose. Maybe anything but what my mind was racing to. I stood up and crossed the room, my legs shaking with every step, and pushed the bathroom door all the way open. I flicked on the light. Empty. Just my tiny, cracked tile bathroom looking back at me. That should have been comforting. It wasn't. I felt like if I stayed in that room a second longer, I'd go insane. I grabbed my jacket, slipped on my shoes, and got out. The hallway was empty, silent except for the usual distant sounds of the city filtering in through the windows at the end of the hall. I didn't wait for the elevator. I took the stairs, 2 at a time, not stopping until I hit the street. The night air hit me like a wave, cold and sharp, but I welcomed it. I kept walking, not even thinking about where I was going, just needing to move, to get away from that room. I ended up at an all-night diner a few blocks away. The kind of place that never really closes, where the coffee is burnt and the eggs are always a little overcooked. But it felt like the safest place in the world right then. I sat in a booth by the window, ordered a coffee, and just sat there, watching the city go by. Cabs, delivery trucks, a few other people who, like me, had found themselves out in the city at an hour when most sane people were asleep. I stayed there until the sky started to lighten, until the fear started to ebb, replaced by exhaustion. I walked back to the dorm as the city woke up, the noise building with the dawn. My room was just as I left it, the bathroom door still ajar. The sun streamed in through the blinds, making the place feel smaller, but less threatening. I closed the bathroom door, locked the front door again, and sat on the edge of my bed. I didn't sleep. Not that morning. I never figured out what happened that night. Maybe it was just the building settling. Maybe I didn't latch the bathroom door all the way. Maybe the dream messed with my head so much that I imagined the sound. But after that, I started leaving the bathroom door open on purpose. And I kept a chair jammed under the front doorknob, just in case. I never wanted to feel that way again. The city kept going. So did I. But I never forgot that night. Stupid old dorms. Senior year of high school was supposed to be the time when everything felt easy, or at least that's what I kept telling myself. I had worked hard, I'd done summer school to get ahead, and now my afternoons were supposed to be my own. My routine had fallen into this rhythm that felt safe, simple, predictable. Every day after school, I'd drop my friend off at her house before heading home. It was always in the middle of the afternoon, the sun still high, and everything around me so normal that I never thought twice about it. My parents weren't home when I got there, usually still at work, so I'd have the house to myself for a few hours. It felt like freedom. That day started off just like any other. I can remember it so clearly, the feel of the warm steering wheel under my hands, the sound of the radio humming low, just background noise as I drove. I can remember how the sky looked, that kind of pale blue that only happens in late summer. The air had that dry, baked smell it always got after hours of sun beating down on the pavement. I dropped my friend off at her place like usual. We didn't even talk much. She was already gathering her stuff before we even turned onto her street. And when she hopped out, she just waved and called out a quick thanks. I remember watching her go up the walkway, the door swinging open as she disappeared inside, and then I turned back to the road and started towards home. It was just like every other day, until it wasn't. The light at the intersection just outside her neighborhood turned red, so I eased up on the gas and rolled to a stop. I remember resting my hand on the gear shift, drumming my fingers, staring at the light, waiting for it to change. That's when I felt it, this prickling sensation at the back of my neck, like someone was watching me. You know that feeling, the one that makes your skin crawl even though you don't really know why yet. I tried to ignore it at first, but it was too strong. My eyes flicked over to the car next to me. It was an older model, maybe late 90s or early 2000s, white or maybe silver. It was hard to tell with the sun reflecting off the hood. The driver was a man wearing dark sunglasses, leaning slightly toward his window, looking straight at me. At first, I didn't think much of it. People glance at each other at lights all the time. It's awkward, but it happens. I didn't want to seem rude, so I gave him a polite smile, the kind you give strangers, and nodded. I thought that would be the end of it, but it wasn't. When the light turned green and we started moving, I noticed him looking over at me again. I tried not to look back, focusing on the road ahead, but I could see him in my peripheral vision, keeping pace with my car. A few blocks down, he signaled to me, motioning for me to pull over. His hand came up, palm out, and then he gestured toward the side of the road. The friendly smile I'd given him at the light vanished from my face. My stomach dropped. It was like all the blood drained from my head at once, leaving me lightheaded, my heart suddenly pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Every instinct I had was screaming that something wasn't right. I shook my head, a small, quick shake, not even looking at him now, just staring straight ahead, willing the next light to stay green, willing the road to open up so I could just drive, just get away. But he didn't stop. He stayed right next to me, glancing over, gesturing again, sometimes speeding up, sometimes falling back, but always staying close. I tried to think, tried to remember if I'd done something to get his attention. Had I cut him off accidentally? Was something wrong with my car? But no, my car was fine. I hadn't done anything. This wasn't about driving. This was about me. I kept going, hoping he'd get bored or give up or realize I wasn't interested. But he didn't. Every turn I took, he took too. When I slowed down, he slowed down. When I sped up, he sped up. I felt trapped, boxed in, like no matter what I did, he was going to stay there watching, waiting. When I finally turned into my neighborhood, I felt this momentary flicker of relief. It was familiar, safe, my streets, my home. But that relief was gone almost immediately, replaced by a cold rush of fear as I realized what I'd just done. If I went home, if I pulled into my driveway, I'd be showing him exactly where I lived. He'd know where I slept, where I came home to every day, and he'd already know I got out of school early, that I was usually alone. I couldn't let that happen. I couldn't let him know. My house, my sanctuary, suddenly felt like it was the most vulnerable place I could go. I kept driving, past my street, past the familiar mailboxes and parked cars, past the corner where I usually turned. I didn't have a plan, not really. I just knew I couldn't stop, couldn't go home. I started weaving through the neighborhood, turning randomly, trying to lose him. I turned right, then left, then right again, looping around cul-de-sacs, doubling back on myself. Every time I checked the rearview mirror, he was still there, still following, his car hanging back just enough to let me know he was there, to keep me from forgetting for even a second. My hands were slippery on the steering wheel, slick with sweat. My mouth felt dry, and my heart was beating so hard it was making me feel sick. I could hear the blood rushing in my ears, drowning out everything else. The sun was still bright, the afternoon still calm, but to me it felt like the world had tilted, like everything was off somehow. I couldn't believe this was happening, couldn't believe that what started as such a normal day had turned into this. I kept going, kept turning, kept hoping he'd give up. The neighborhood was a maze of winding streets and dead ends, and I hoped he'd get frustrated or confused. After what felt like forever, though it was probably only 5 or maybe 10 minutes, I noticed his car was farther back than before. He wasn't staying as close, wasn't matching every turn. I glanced in the mirror again and saw him slow at an intersection, pause like he was deciding whether to keep going. My heart leapt into my throat as he finally turned the other way, disappearing down a side street. I kept driving, too afraid to stop, too afraid to believe it was really over. I made another loop through the neighborhood just to be sure, checking every mirror, scanning every parked car, every driveway. Finally, when I was sure he was gone, when I hadn't seen his car for a while, I pulled over on a side street and just sat there, hands trembling on the steering wheel, trying to catch my breath. My body felt drained, like I'd just run a marathon, every muscle tight and aching from how hard I'd been gripping the wheel, how tense I'd been. The reality of what could have happened hit me all at once. The what-ifs crashing down on me. What if I'd pulled over when he asked? What if I'd gone home and he'd followed me there? What if I hadn't noticed him until it was too late? After sitting there for a few minutes, I finally worked up the nerve to drive home. My street looked the same as always, quiet, peaceful, the same cars parked in the same driveways, the same curtains in the windows. But it felt different to me now, like the safety I'd always taken for granted had cracked a little. I parked, locked the doors as soon as I was out of the car, and hurried inside. I checked the locks on all the doors and windows, then sat in the living room, heart still racing, staring at nothing. I didn't tell my parents about it right away. I wasn't sure what to say, or maybe I didn't want to worry them. It felt surreal, like maybe I was overreacting, like maybe it wasn't as serious as it felt in the moment. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized just how bad it could have been, how close I might have come to something I wouldn't have been able to get out of. I started being more careful after that, watching who was around when I left school, checking my mirrors more, being more aware of my surroundings. That one afternoon changed the way I saw the world, made me realize that danger didn't always come with warnings or happen in dark alleys at night. Sometimes it came on bright, sunny afternoons, when you least expected it. I never saw that man again. But for a long time afterward, whenever I stopped at a light and someone looked over at me, I felt my stomach clench, felt that cold rush of fear, remembering the way it felt to be watched, followed, hunted. And even now, years later, that feeling hasn't completely gone away. I think about how easily it could have ended differently, how small choices, smiling at a stranger, turning down a street, can change everything in a heartbeat. And I'm thankful every day that I trusted that sick feeling in my gut, that I kept driving, that I didn't let him know where I lived. Because sometimes, that's all that keeps you safe. The night my grandmother died is burned into my memory in ways I can't explain, even though I was so young at the time that much of the world around me barely made sense. I can't tell you my exact age. I only know I was small, probably 5 or 6, too small to really grasp what death meant, too small to carry the weight that seemed to fall on the house like a heavy blanket. That day started like any other I can remember from those years, simple and filled with the kind of distractions that keep a kid's mind busy. TV shows, toy cars, drawing random things on scraps of paper. But that normalcy cracked apart when the phone rang. It wasn't unusual for the phone to ring. It rang all the time. But that time was different because of the way my mother froze in place as soon as she answered it. I watched her face change, watched all the color drain away as if the phone itself was sucking the life out of her. Her mouth hung open a little as she listened. Then came the sound of a man's voice screaming through the receiver. I couldn't hear the words clearly, but the sound of it, pure panic, pure heartbreak, echoed around the room. I could see my brother standing near me, eyes wide, and I could feel my own heart beating faster, even though I didn't know why. Our mother didn't say anything for a few seconds, maybe longer, and then she started crying, a sound I'd rarely heard before. That set us off. My brother and I didn't know what had happened, but it felt like the world was crumbling, and so we cried too. It was like being caught in a storm that we couldn't see but could feel in our bones. The grown-ups around us tried to comfort us, but their own grief spilled over. The man on the phone, I would find out later he was my grandmother's husband, not my real grandfather, kept sobbing, kept shouting things I couldn't make sense of. The hours after that are a blur in my memory, flashes of people coming and going, of whispered words and tissues being handed around, of the cold feeling that settled over everything. I knew my grandmother was gone, but I didn't understand what that really meant. I only knew that I wouldn't see her again, and that thought left an empty space inside me that no one could fill. That night, after things had calmed down a little and people had stopped coming by the house, I ended up in my mother's bedroom. I must have looked as sad as I felt, because she told me I could stay there if I wanted. Her voice was soft, tired, and full of a sadness that made me want to be near her, so I climbed up onto the bed next to her. The room was quiet except for the occasional creak of the house settling or the sound of the wind outside. A small lamp cast a soft, dim light over the room, making shadows stretch across the walls in ways that made the place feel strange and unfamiliar. As the night wore on, the room seemed to get colder. Not just the kind of cold you feel when a window's been left open or when the heat isn't working right. It was the kind of cold that sinks into your skin, that makes you feel like something isn't right. I pulled the blanket tighter around me, but it didn't help. I ended up climbing closer to my mother, lying on the bed next to her, staring at the wall because looking at anything else felt too hard. I don't know how long I lay there, but at some point something happened that I can't explain even now. The wall I'd been staring at, plain and white with little cracks near the ceiling, seemed to shift. At first I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me, that maybe I was so tired I was starting to see things. But the shapes became clearer. It was like watching an old film, the kind with scratches and flickers, being projected onto the wall. I saw the outline of a man, wearing red and white striped pajamas, walking across the wall in slow, deliberate steps. His image was blurry, out of focus, but I could still tell what he was wearing. He moved like someone who knew where he was going. Then, as suddenly as he'd appeared, he sat down in a chair that wasn't really there, and the image faded away. I felt my mother shift next to me. Neither of us said anything, not right then, but I knew she had seen it too because of the way she stared at the spot where the figure had been. The room felt colder than ever, the kind of cold that makes your teeth hurt and your breath come out in little clouds. I couldn't move. My body felt heavy, like the bed itself was holding me down. Every part of me was stiff with fear, my heart pounding so hard it felt like it would burst out of my chest. We lay there for what felt like forever before the room seemed to warm up again, before the night settled back into the quiet that had been there before. A few days went by, and I tried not to think about what we'd seen. I tried to tell myself I'd imagined it, that my mind had been playing tricks on me because I was sad and tired and confused. But that sense of cold fear stayed with me, waiting for the right moment to creep back in. It found that moment one evening when I was home alone. I don't remember why I was alone, just that I was. I was lying on the couch in the living room, trying to focus on the TV, but nothing on the screen could hold my attention. The house was too quiet, the kind of quiet that makes you feel like you're being watched even when you know you're not. From where I lay, I could see down the hallway to my parents' bedroom. I didn't want to look down there, but I couldn't help myself. It felt like something was making me look, like my head was being turned against my will. The hallway seemed darker than it should have been, the shadows thicker. And then I saw him. He stood at the end of the hallway, as clear as day. A man wearing an old-fashioned suit, the kind I'd only seen in black and white photos. A fedora sat on his head, and he held a cane in front of him with both hands. He didn't move, didn't make a sound. He just stood there, staring at me. His face was blurry, like I couldn't quite bring it into focus no matter how hard I tried. But I could see his mouth, a black slit that slowly grew wider, stretching across his face until it seemed to swallow his head. And then the end of the hallway went black, as if a curtain of darkness had been pulled down over it. I couldn't move. The same cold, paralyzing fear I'd felt that night in my mother's room came back stronger than ever. My body was frozen, my limbs heavy and useless. My heart raced, my breathing shallow and fast. I don't remember what happened after that. The next thing I knew, I was in my bed, as if I'd been carried there, or as if I'd somehow managed to get up and walk without knowing it. The house was quiet again, the night calm, but I lay there wide awake, too scared to close my eyes. In the days that followed, I couldn't stop thinking about what I'd seen. I tried to tell myself it had been a dream, that none of it had been real. But the memory of that fear, of that cold, heavy stillness, stayed with me. It felt too real to have been just a dream. And the house itself seemed different after that, like it was holding its breath, waiting. I started avoiding certain parts of it, refusing to look down the hallway at night, keeping the lights on longer than I should have. Even during the day, when the sun was shining and the house should have felt safe, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, that I wasn't alone. Eventually we moved away from that house, and I thought the fear would go with it. But it didn't. Even now, all these years later, I can't drive past that old house without feeling a chill run down my spine. I avoid that street whenever I can, taking longer routes just so I don't have to see it. And when I do catch a glimpse of it, the memories come flooding back. The man on the wall, the figure at the end of the hall, the black mouth that seemed to swallow everything. I don't know if it was my mind playing tricks on me, or if grief and fear had twisted what I saw into something it wasn't. All I know is that I've never felt fear like that since, and I hope I never do again. Over time, I've learned to live with it, to push those memories to the back of my mind. But they're always there waiting, just like the cold that settled into that house all those years ago. And sometimes on quiet nights when the house I live in now creaks and groans, I feel that old fear creeping back in, reminding me of the things I saw, or thought I saw, when I was just a kid who didn't understand the weight of loss. I don't have answers. I don't know what was real and what wasn't, but I know what I felt. And that's something I'll never forget. When I was about 8 or 9 years old, I had this routine that made me feel important. My older brother was in high school, and every afternoon, I would ride my bike to the corner one street over from our house to meet his bus. It made me feel grown up, like I had a job to do. My brother would let me hop on the handlebars, and we'd ride home together. He'd take the long way sometimes, going fast, and I'd laugh with the wind in my face, holding on tight so I wouldn't fall off. It was something I looked forward to every day. It was like our little thing, something that made me feel closer to him. I remember this one particular day, like it was burned into my brain. It was a warm afternoon, not too hot, but with that dry sort of breeze that carried the smell of dust and warm asphalt. The sky was clear, the sun bright but not blinding, and everything felt normal. But before I left, my dad told me not to go that day. He didn't explain why, just said to stay at home. Maybe he had a bad feeling. I don't know. But being a kid, I didn't listen. I thought I knew better, thought I could handle myself like I always did. So, as soon as I saw my chance, I grabbed my bike and pedaled off down the street. The ride to the corner wasn't far, just a few minutes, but I remember feeling a little uneasy, like something was off. I brushed it off at the time, figuring I was just worried about my dad finding out I'd disobeyed him. When I got to the corner, I leaned my bike against the metal pole of the street sign and waited. This corner was busy. It was where our little neighborhood met the main road, a road that always had cars and trucks flying by, the noise constant. The gas station on the corner always had people coming and going, filling up, buying snacks or smokes. I stood there, watching the traffic, waiting for the bus to come around the bend. That's when I heard it before I saw it. the low rumble that seemed to shake the ground a little, the kind of sound you feel in your chest. A group of beakies, maybe 6 or 8 of them, came riding past. They were riding side by side, their bikes loud, their leather jackets shining in the sun, patches and symbols on their backs that I didn't understand at the time. I watched them pass, the noise of their engines drowning out everything else. They didn't look at me, didn't slow down, just kept going down the main road. My heart was beating a little faster, but I wasn't scared. Not yet. A few cars went by after them, and then I saw 2 more beakies coming down the road. They weren't with the big group, or maybe they'd fallen behind. I don't know. But these 2 were side by side, too, riding slower than the big pack had. And for some reason, when I saw them, I froze. I couldn't take my eyes off them. As they got closer, I felt this strange, heavy feeling in my chest, like I knew something was wrong. They passed me, and I kept staring at them, my eyes locked on theirs. That's when one of them turned his head, said something to the other, and pointed back at me. I saw it clear as day. He pointed right at me. In that instant, I knew. I just knew they were going to come after me. My stomach dropped, and my legs felt weak. I glanced around, heart pounding, trying to think. They were on the left side of the road, and I was on the right, so they couldn't just swerve over. They had to slow down, wait for a chance to turn. I saw them start to slow down, and panic set in. There was the gas station right there. I could have run in. I could have gone inside where there were people, where I'd be safe. But I didn't. Instead, I jumped on my bike and did the dumbest thing I could have done. I aimed right for the middle of the street and started pedaling as fast as I could. My legs burned, my heart raced, and the wind roared in my ears. The world blurred around me, everything just streaks of color and noise. I couldn't hear the cars anymore, couldn't see the houses or the trees. All I could think about was getting home, getting to where it was safe. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see how close they were. I just kept pushing, my breath coming in ragged gasps, my hands gripping the handlebars so tight my knuckles hurt. My bike rattled beneath me, the tires humming against the road. Then everything went black. I don't remember falling. I don't remember the bike tipping or me hitting the ground. 1 second I was flying down the street, and the next there was nothing. When I came to, the first thing I noticed was the smell. This strong, sharp smell of fish. My eyes fluttered open, and I saw a woman standing over me. She had a rag in her hand, and I could see bits of fish on it. Her hands were wet, like she'd been cleaning them when she saw me. She'd been on her porch, cleaning fish, and now she was standing there, looking down at me with this calm, steady expression. I tried to sit up, but my body wouldn't listen. My legs felt like jelly, my arms weak and shaky. I turned my head and looked back down the road. That's when I saw them. The 2 beakies had just turned onto the street. They were coming towards us, slow and steady, like they weren't in any rush. I couldn't move. I couldn't even think straight. I just lay there, frozen, my heart pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. The woman saw them too. She didn't say anything, didn't call for help. She just stepped in front of me, standing there with her wet hands and her fish rag, blocking me from their view. She didn't move, didn't flinch. Just stood her ground like she belonged there, like she wasn't afraid. The beakies kept coming, their engines rumbling low. They got about halfway down the street, and then they stopped. Just stopped and stared at her. The 3 of them stayed like that for what felt like forever, nobody moving, nobody saying a word. And then, without a signal or anything, the beakies turned their bikes around and rode off the way they came. I didn't make a sound. I didn't even breathe, I think, until they were gone. My body started to shake then, all the fear that had built up spilling out at once. The woman knelt down, checked me over, and helped me sit up. My head felt light, and my vision swam, but I was okay. No broken bones, just a few scrapes on my hands, and knees where I must have hit the pavement when I fell. She didn't ask me any questions. She just helped me to her porch, sat me down on a wooden chair that smelled of fish and soap, and went inside for a glass of water. I sipped it slowly, trying to calm down, trying to stop my hands from shaking. She kept me at her house for a while, maybe half an hour, maybe more. I lost track of time. The world felt strange, like everything was a little off, like I was watching it from far away. I kept thinking about how close they'd been, how sure I was that they were going to get me. I don't know what they planned to do. Maybe nothing. Maybe they just wanted to scare me. Or maybe it was worse than that. I don't like to think about it too much. When she figured it was safe, the woman led me home. We didn't go down the main street. Instead, She took me through a back lane that ran behind the houses, hidden from the road. My bike had been left in the street where I fell, but she promised me she'd have someone bring it to my house later. I walked beside her, my legs still wobbly, my head spinning. We didn't talk. We didn't need to. She got me home, made sure I was inside safe, and then she left, just like that. My parents never really knew the full story. I told them I'd fallen off my bike, and a nice lady helped me. I didn't want to get in trouble for disobeying my dad, and I didn't want to think about what might have happened if that woman hadn't been there. My bike showed up later that evening, leaning against the fence like nothing had happened. My dad fixed the chain where it had come loose in the fall, and life went on. But after that day, I never went to meet my brother's bus again. Not by myself. I found other ways to feel important, other ways to spend time with him. And even now, all these years later, I get this tight feeling in my chest when I see a group of beakies riding together. That rumble of their engines, the way they ride side by side, it all brings it back. That day, that feeling of helplessness, that smell of fish and soap, the woman's calm eyes as she stood between me and whatever those men had planned. It stayed with me, like a shadow that never quite goes away. I was about 16 at the time, and I still had this habit that I picked up as a little kid, sleeping with the covers pulled up over my head, leaving just a small hole near my mouth so I could breathe. It sounds stupid saying it out loud, but back then it gave me this strange sense of safety. I guess, growing up, my bedroom always made me feel uneasy at night. The dark corners, the shadows that seemed to move when I stared too long, and the creaks of the house settling always set my imagination running. And somehow, being under the covers made it feel like nothing could get me. Like as long as I was hidden, nothing out there could see me. It was just a normal night, or at least it started that way. I remember being tired, my eyes burning a little from staying up too late on my phone, scrolling through whatever social media or dumb videos I was into at the time. I finally put the phone down, plugged it in on the nightstand, and rolled onto my side. I remember pulling the blanket up over my head like I always did, finding that little hole to breathe through, and feeling that familiar warmth. It was quiet in the house, the kind of quiet where you can hear the faint ticking of a clock in another room if you focus on it. The sort of quiet that makes you aware of every little sound your body makes, your heartbeat, your breathing, the rustle of the blankets when you move. I must have fallen asleep pretty fast, because the next thing I remember was waking up in the middle of the night. At first, I didn't know what had woken me. I just opened my eyes under the blanket, confused and groggy. The room was dark, except for that tiny sliver of light that always came from the hallway. My parents kept a small nightlight plugged in out there. I could see it faintly through the edge of my blanket, casting a soft glow that barely reached into my room. That's when I heard it. Footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps coming down the hallway. My heart didn't jump right away, or anything, because it wasn't unusual. My dad always got up at least once or twice during the night, usually around the same time. He'd go to the bathroom, or grab a glass of water from the kitchen. The sound was so familiar that at first I didn't think anything of it. I just lay there, listening to the soft creak of the floorboards with each step. The house was old, and you could hear where someone was walking based on which boards groaned under their feet. But then, the footsteps stopped, and they didn't stop in the bathroom, or at the kitchen, or anywhere else that made sense. They stopped right at my bedroom door. I always kept my door open at night, just something I did for as long as I could remember. It made me feel less boxed in, I guess. So whoever, or whatever, was out there was standing right in my doorway. At that moment, I felt this cold wave rush through me. The kind where you suddenly feel wide awake, like your body knows something isn't right before your mind catches up. I lay there, frozen under the blanket, holding my breath so I could listen better. The footsteps hadn't moved again. No shuffling, no sound of retreating. Just nothing. I tried to convince myself it was my dad. Maybe he'd stopped for some reason. Maybe he was checking on me. That didn't make sense, though. He never did that. Not at that hour. Still, I decided to poke my head out, just enough to see. My heart was hammering in my chest as I slowly peeled back the blanket from my face. I blinked into the darkness, my eyes adjusting to the dim light from the hallway nightlight. That's when I whispered, barely loud enough to hear myself, "Dad." But the reply wasn't his voice. It wasn't words at all. What I heard was this soft, long breath, like someone letting out a slow exhale. H-H-H-H-H-H. The kind of sound someone might make if they'd been holding their breath for a long time. There was no mistaking it. I heard it as clear as anything. My stomach dropped, and I yanked the blanket back over my head so fast I nearly pulled it off the bed. I curled up tight, every muscle in my body tensed, and I felt like I might actually wet myself. I couldn't even think straight. I just lay there, listening to my own shaky breathing, trying not to make a sound, hoping whatever was out there would go away. I don't know how long I stayed like that, but it felt like forever. My mind was racing, running through every possibility, trying to make sense of what was happening. I thought maybe it really was my dad. Maybe he was just tired or sleepwalking or something. But that didn't feel right. The breath didn't sound like him. It didn't sound like anyone I knew. It just sounded wrong, in this way I couldn't explain. I wanted to look again, to see if the person was gone, but I couldn't make myself move. I just kept picturing someone standing there, watching me. I didn't want to see that. Finally, after what felt like 6 hours, but was probably more like 15 minutes, I couldn't take it anymore. My arms were shaking from holding the blanket so tight. My heart was still pounding in my chest, but I needed to know if it was still there. Slowly, I eased the blanket back again, just a little, just enough so I could peek out. And there it was, a figure standing in the doorway. I couldn't make out any details, no face, no clothes, nothing like that. Just this pale, white shape, like when you see someone standing in the fog or through frosted glass. It didn't move, didn't say anything, didn't do anything, just stood there. I stared at it, not blinking, not breathing, waiting for it to do something. But it didn't. It just stayed there, and the longer I looked, the more it felt like it was watching me, even though I couldn't see any eyes. I ducked back under the blanket, feeling like a little kid again, wishing I could just disappear. I tried to stay as still as possible, tried not to make a sound. My mind was screaming at me to run, to yell for my parents, to do anything, but my body wouldn't move. I felt trapped, like I was in a nightmare I couldn't wake up from. The minutes dragged on, each one feeling longer than the last. I kept listening, waiting to hear footsteps, waiting for any sound at all, but there was nothing. Just silence. I don't know how long I stayed under the blanket that time. Maybe another 15 minutes, maybe more. Time felt strange, like it had slowed down or stopped altogether. When I finally got up the nerve to look again, the figure was gone. Just like that. No sound of footsteps, no fading breath, nothing. The doorway was empty, the hallway beyond it just as quiet and still as it had been before. I lay there for the rest of the night, too scared to sleep, too scared to get up and check the house. Every little sound made me jump, the creak of the house, the soft hum of the refrigerator, even the wind brushing against the side of the house. I kept expecting to see the figure again, to hear that breath again, but it never came back. When the first light of morning started to creep into my room, I finally got up. My legs were stiff, my whole body felt sore from lying so tense for so long. I went straight to the kitchen where my parents were having coffee. I asked them if either of them had been at my door during the night. Both of them looked at me like I was crazy. They said they'd slept straight through, didn't get up once. My dad even joked that he must have been extra tired if he hadn't made his usual trip to the bathroom. I didn't tell them what I'd seen, what I'd heard. I just nodded and pretended like it was nothing. For days after, I kept trying to figure out what had happened. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. Maybe I was half dreaming. Maybe the light from the hallway hit something just right and made it look like someone was standing there. Maybe I imagined the breath because I was already scared. I tried to tell myself all those things, tried to convince myself it was nothing. And maybe it was. Maybe there was some logical explanation I just couldn't see in the moment. But the feeling I had that night, the cold, sick feeling in my gut, the way every hair on my body stood on end, that felt real. And no matter how much time passes, no matter how much I try to brush it off, I can still remember it like it happened last night. The sound of that breath, the shape in the doorway, the way the minutes felt like hours. It stuck with me. Nothing like that ever happened again. I kept sleeping with the covers over my head, though. Even now, sometimes, I catch myself pulling the blanket up a little higher, leaving that small hole to breathe through, just in case. I grew up in a house that most people would probably look at and call charming. It was this old stone cottage, the kind you'd expect to see on a postcard from the countryside, with ivy creeping up the sides, a slate roof, and a garden that always seemed a little overgrown no matter how much my parents tried to tame it. The house had been standing there since around 1890, or so we were told, and by the time we moved in, it had seen better days. My parents bought it because they loved the character of it, and because it was the kind of place they thought would be perfect to raise kids, solid, full of history, and tucked away at the end of a quiet lane. I was too young at the time to care about any of that. For me, it was just home. But as I got older, that house took on a strange presence in my mind, something that never left me, even now. From the start, we were used to the sounds that came with living in a house that old. Floorboards creaked, pipes groaned, and when the wind picked up, it would whistle down the chimney or rattle the window panes. I think most kids growing up in a place like that would have felt a little spooked sometimes. But for me, it went beyond that. I always had this uneasy feeling, like the house was holding on to its past in ways we couldn't quite see. It wasn't that I believed in ghosts or anything like that. I didn't then, and I don't now, but there were things that happened that I could never quite explain, things that got under my skin and stayed there. One of the biggest changes to the house came in 1995, when my parents decided to renovate it. The house had always felt a bit cramped, especially with the narrow, twisting staircase that led up to the bedrooms. That staircase was one of the quirkiest features of the house. It had its own little door, like something out of a storybook, and behind it were 13 steep, worn wooden steps that creaked and groaned whenever you went up or down. I remember how I used to count them every time I climbed them. 13 steps, always 13. The number stuck with me, probably because it felt a little ominous, even to a kid. When the renovation started, one of the first things to go was that old staircase. The builders took it out, and in its place they put in a new, more modern one in a different part of the house. The new staircase only had 12 steps, wider and less steep, with a banister that didn't feel like it was going to give way if you leaned on it too hard. The space where the old staircase had been was boarded up, turned into part of a closet or something. I can't even remember exactly what ended up there. But the strange thing was, even after it was gone, we kept hearing it. That old staircase that no longer existed. At first, I thought I was imagining it. I'd be lying in bed at night, the house settling around me, and I'd hear the sound of a door creaking open somewhere below, followed by slow, deliberate footsteps. And I counted them. I always counted them. 13. Always 13. And then the sound of the door closing again. I'd try to tell myself it was just the house creaking, or the wind, or some trick of my imagination, but it felt so real. Like someone was still using that staircase, even though it wasn't there anymore. I never said much about it to my parents. They would have brushed it off anyway, said it was nothing, just the house making noise the way old houses do. But those nights stayed with me. I'd lie there under the covers, heart pounding, staring at the ceiling and waiting for the sounds to stop. Sometimes I'd press my pillow over my ears, trying to block it out, but somehow that just made it worse. The house felt alive in those moments, not in a comforting way, but in a way that made me feel small and exposed. It was like I was intruding on something I wasn't meant to hear. One night stands out more than the rest. I must have been about 9 or 10 at the time. I woke up in the middle of the night, the room dark except for a faint glow coming in through the curtains from the street lamp outside. We had bunk beds, my sister and I, and she usually slept on the top bunk. That night, I woke up and something felt off. I don't know what it was that woke me, maybe a sound, maybe just a feeling, but when I looked up at the top bunk, she wasn't there. The blanket was pushed aside, and the bed was empty. For a moment, I just stared at it, confused. I called out for her, quietly at first, then a little louder, but there was no answer. I didn't like the idea of being alone in the room, so I climbed out of bed and went looking for her. The house was quiet, the kind of heavy quiet that feels like it's pressing in on you. I padded down the hall, past the bathroom, and made my way to my parents' room. The door was open a crack, and I pushed it open wider. That's when everything seemed to happen at once. My mom and sister were both sitting up in my mom's bed, wide-eyed, their faces pale in the dim light. They were staring at me, but not just at me, at something in front of me, something I couldn't see. And then they started shouting, telling me not to move, their voices high and panicked. I froze, not knowing what was going on, my heart hammering in my chest. I looked around, trying to see what had them so worked up, but all I saw was the doorway, the familiar shape of the furniture, nothing out of the ordinary. But the look on their faces, I'll never forget that. Pure fear. Later, my mom told me, and she swore it was true, that as I walked into the room, I was about to step right through this figure, this green, ghostly shape that had been standing there. She said it was faint, but definitely there, like a shimmer in the air. I didn't see anything myself, and I still don't know what to make of it. Maybe it was a trick of the light. Maybe their eyes were playing tricks on them in the half-dark. I don't know. But the fear in their eyes was real, and it scared me more than anything else that night. After that, I started noticing every little sound even more. The house seemed to be full of them. The creak of a floorboard, the rattle of a window in the wind, the groan of a pipe expanding with heat. I tried to tell myself that's all it was, just an old house doing what old houses do. But there were moments when it felt like more than that. Like the house had its own rhythm, its own memories, and we were just living alongside them, trying not to disturb them. Time passed, and I grew up, and we eventually moved out of that house. My parents wanted somewhere newer, somewhere that didn't need constant repairs. And I didn't mind. As much as I had good memories there, playing in the garden, sitting by the fire in winter, birthdays and Christmases, it was a relief to leave that place behind. The strange nights, the sounds of footsteps on stairs that weren't there, the heavy feeling that sometimes settled over me when I was alone in the house. They weren't things I wanted to carry with me. But there's one more thing that sticks with me, something that happened a few years after my gran died. She and I had always been close. We shared little things like a love for certain songs, especially one in particular, The Girl from Ipanema. She had a CD of Astrud Gilberto that we'd listened to together, usually when I stayed over at her house. After she passed, my aunt gave me the CD, knowing how much it meant to me. I kept it tucked away with my other things, a small reminder of her. One day, I found an old bank account book that she had set up for me when I was a kid. I'd forgotten all about it, and when I came across it, I decided to go to the bank and get it sorted out. It was nothing big, just one of those small savings accounts grandparents sometimes set up for their grandkids, but I figured I'd close it out and maybe put it towards something useful. I remember sitting there at the bank, filling out forms, the kind of boring paperwork that makes your mind wander. And while I was doing that, I heard music drifting in from outside. At first, I didn't think anything of it, but then I realized what it was. The busker outside had started playing The Girl from Ipanema. The same version, the same soft, lilting melody I'd heard so many times at my gran's house. It hit me like a punch to the gut, that familiar tune filling the air while I was sitting there, dealing with the last bit of something she'd left for me. I sat there, pen in hand, staring at the paper, and for a moment I felt this strange mix of sadness and comfort. Like somehow, the timing of it all brought her back to me, even just for a second. I don't believe in signs or spirits or anything like that. I think it was just one of those weird coincidences that life throws at you. A reminder of her at a time when I was already thinking about her. But it stuck with me, the same way the house stuck with me. The sounds, the memories, the moments that don't quite add up but don't go away either. I've thought about that house a lot over the years. The 13 steps we kept hearing after they were gone. The night in my parents' room when fear filled the air so thick I could feel it. The little things that made the place what it was. And as much as I don't believe in anything beyond what we can see and touch, I know that houses can hold onto the past in ways we don't always understand. Maybe it's just the creaks and groans of old wood settling, or the way our minds fill in the blanks when we're lying awake at night, listening to the dark. Or maybe it's something more. Not ghosts, not spirits, but the weight of all the years, all the lives that passed through, leaving little marks behind. I don't have all the answers. I don't need them. But every now and then, late at night when the house I live in now creaks or shifts in the wind, I remember those nights from my childhood. The 13 steps. The door that opened and closed. The feeling of standing on the edge of something I couldn't see. And I remind myself that sometimes the scariest things are the ones we can't explain. The ones that stay with us long after the sounds have faded. I grew up in Idaho, and my family always loved the outdoors. From as far back as I can remember, our summers were filled with camping trips, fishing at quiet lakes, hiking through endless forests, and sitting around campfires late into the night. My parents weren't the type to book campsites at popular parks or stay close to other campers. They preferred to find those tucked-away spots, places you had to drive down dirt roads or even hike into for a bit before setting up camp. That love for wild, remote places rubbed off on me, and by the time I was 16, I felt as comfortable out in the woods as I did at home, maybe even more so. This particular trip was one I still remember in vivid detail. It was late summer, probably mid-August, when the night started getting a bit cooler, but the days were still warm. We'd driven out to a lake that my dad had heard about from a coworker. It wasn't on any of the maps you'd pick up at a ranger station, just a small lake hidden in the hills with no official name. The kind of place where you wouldn't see another person for days. The road was rough, and we had to park the truck about half a mile from the spot we finally chose to pitch our tents. The lake sat in a little valley, ringed by pine trees, with one side open to a meadow. It was beautiful. The water was so still it looked like glass, and at night, the stars reflected in it like a second sky. We set up camp near the edge of the trees, close enough to get some shelter from the wind, but with a good view of the lake. My dad and I had strung up a tarp between a couple of trees for shade, and we had 2 tents, one for my parents and one for me and my younger brother. The first couple of days passed like most of our trips. We fished, hiked around the lake, cooked over the fire, and just enjoyed being away from everything. I remember the peace of it, the smell of pine needles warming in the sun, the sound of the water lapping at the shore, the way the breeze would ripple through the meadow grasses. It was one of those trips where you felt like you could stay out there forever. But there was one thing that set this trip apart from the others. We knew from the start that we weren't the only ones out there. Not people, but wolves. The first night, just as we were turning in, we heard them. A chorus of howls rising from somewhere beyond the far side of the lake. It started as one, then another joined in, and soon it sounded like a whole pack, their voices echoing through the valley. I'd heard wolves before, but never that close. There was something about it that sent a chill down my spine, even as I tried to tell myself it was just part of nature. My dad assured us they wouldn't bother us as long as we kept our food secured and didn't give them a reason to come sniffing around. Still, hearing those howls in the dark made it hard to fall asleep. On the third night, the air had that crisp, cool edge that comes right before dawn, but it was still deep in the night. The fire had burned down to glowing coals, and the camp was silent except for the occasional crack of a cooling log or the soft sigh of the breeze through the trees. I'd been asleep, but I woke up with that tight feeling in my bladder that told me there was no getting around it. I had to get up and go. I lay there for a few minutes, trying to will it away, hoping I could fall back asleep. But the longer I lay there, the worse it got. Finally, I gave up. I quietly unzipped the tent, trying not to wake my brother, and stepped out into the night. The ground was cold under my bare feet, and I shivered a little, pulling my sweatshirt tighter around me. The sky above was clear, and the stars were so bright it felt like you could reach up and touch them. The moon was about half full, casting just enough light to see by, but I grabbed my flashlight anyway. I didn't want to trip over a root or step on something sharp. I walked a little way from the tent, just far enough to feel like I had some privacy. The woods were quiet, but not silent. I could hear the faint sound of the lake water, the soft creak of tree branches, the occasional night insect. I tried to focus on those familiar sounds, but after a moment I felt it, that prickling at the back of my neck, the strange sense that I wasn't alone. At first, I tried to brush it off. It's easy to spook yourself out in the dark, especially in the middle of nowhere. But the feeling only got stronger. My skin crawled, and every instinct I had was screaming that something was watching me. I froze, heart pounding, and slowly raised my flashlight. I didn't want to shine it right away. I was almost afraid of what I might see, but I knew I couldn't just stand there. I clicked it on and swept the beam in front of me slowly, trying to control my breathing. And that's when I saw them. About 15 yards away, at the edge of the trees where the meadow began, were 6 pairs of eyes, shining gold in the beam of my light, unmoving, just staring back at me. The bodies they belonged to were hidden in shadow, but I didn't need to see them to know what they were. Wolves. For what felt like forever, I just stood there, light fixed on those eyes, not daring to move. My mind raced, trying to remember everything I knew about wolves. Don't run. Don't turn your back. Don't show fear. But how could I not be afraid? My legs felt like jelly, my mouth was dry, and my heart was beating so loud I was sure they could hear it. Slowly, I swept the light back, hoping maybe I'd imagined it. But when the beam passed back over where they had been, they were gone. Just like that. No sound, no movement, I could see nothing. Just empty meadow and trees. I stood there for a few moments longer, trying to make sense of it, but all I could think was how close they'd been, and how easily they'd disappeared. I realized then that it was a good thing I was already peeing, because if I hadn't been, I'm sure I would have wet myself right then and there. My hands were shaking as I turned off the flashlight and started backing toward the tent. I didn't want to turn my back, but I also didn't want to keep the light on and give away my position any more than I already had. I made it back into the tent, zipped it up, and lay down on my sleeping bag, heart still racing. I stared at the roof of the tent, listening for any sound, any hint that the wolves were still out there. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a twig made me jump. I couldn't shake the feeling that they were still watching, maybe circling the camp, maybe waiting for some sign of weakness. I kept picturing those eyes, how they seemed to glow in the light, how still and silent they'd been. Sleep didn't come easy after that. Every time I started to drift off, I'd snap awake at some noise. A branch falling, the breeze stirring the tarp, the distant call of an owl. My imagination turned every sound into something worse. I kept thinking about how wolves hunt in packs, how they can be so quiet, so patient. I imagined them creeping closer, just out of sight, waiting for the right moment. But as the hours passed, nothing happened. The camp stayed quiet. No howls, no growls, no sign that they were anywhere near. When the first light of dawn finally started to creep over the hills, I felt a flood of relief. The gray light of morning made everything feel less threatening, less mysterious. I could hear birds starting to sing, and the chill of the night began to lift. I got up as soon as it was light enough to see clearly, stepping out of the tent and scanning the area. The meadow was empty. The trees stood silent. There were no tracks that I could see from where I stood, no sign that anything had been there. But I knew what I'd seen. The rest of the family started to stir, and soon the camp was filled with the usual sounds of breakfast being made, gear being packed, and plans being discussed. I didn't mention what had happened right away. Part of me felt like maybe it was better to keep it to myself, like saying it out loud would make it too real. But as we sat by the fire drinking coffee, I kept glancing out at the trees, half expecting to see those eyes again. I think my dad noticed how quiet I was because he asked if I was feeling okay. That's when I told him, in a low voice, about the eyes in the night. He listened without interrupting, just nodding slowly. When I was done, he looked out across the meadow and then back at me. He didn't seem surprised or alarmed, just thoughtful. He said that wolves are curious by nature, and maybe they were just checking us out, seeing what we were about. As long as they didn't see us as a threat or as food, they'd leave us be. He was probably right, but that didn't stop me from feeling jumpy the next night, or from scanning the dark edges of the camp every time I stepped out of the tent. We stayed one more night before packing up and heading home. That last night, I didn't have to get up at all. I lay awake for a long time, listening, watching, waiting. But the wolves, if they were out there, kept their distance. Maybe they'd satisfied their curiosity. Maybe they'd moved on. Either way, I never saw those eyes again. But even now, years later, whenever I'm out camping and I step away from the tent in the dark, I can't help but remember that night. The cold air, the silence, and those 6 pairs of golden eyes watching me from the shadows. I've lived in the same house, in the same room, for as long as I can remember. It's the only place I've ever called home, and I know every corner, every creak of the floorboards, and every shadow cast by the streetlight outside my window. I'm 19 now, a Catholic, a biology major, someone who's supposed to think logically and scientifically about the world. But despite all my efforts to rationalize, to break things down into facts and science, there are things about my house, about my life in this house, that I can't quite explain. And I'm not talking about stories I've read or things I've seen in movies. These are things that I've lived, things that have stayed with me, shaping the way I see the world. From the time I was a baby, strange things happened. Of course, I don't remember the earliest parts myself, but my parents have told me enough times that it feels like I do. They say I would cry in my crib, like any normal baby. But before they could get to me, before they even reached my room, I'd go completely silent. Not just quiet. I'd be smiling calm, as if whatever had upset me had been soothed away by something or someone else. My mom said she'd find me staring at one corner of the room, my eyes wide and focused, my little face lit up with a kind of joy that didn't quite match the moment. She didn't think much of it at the time, probably figured it was just baby stuff. Maybe I saw the light hitting the wall, or maybe I was just easily distracted. But when you add up everything that came after, it starts to seem different. By the time I was 2, just starting to speak in full sentences, I apparently told my mom something that she never forgot. She was tucking me in one night when I looked at her and said, "Don't worry, the man in the rocking chair keeps me safe." She said her blood ran cold. There was a rocking chair in my room, an old wooden one that had belonged to my grandfather. He used to sit in that chair every day until he died of a heart attack, right in this house. That chair stayed in my room after he passed, not because anyone thought I needed a reminder of him, but because it was just another piece of furniture to my parents. They didn't think much about it until I said that. As I got older, other little things started happening. Things I noticed, things my family noticed. My dad would mow the lawn and come inside looking shaken, like something had spooked him. At first, he didn't talk about it, but over time he admitted that when he was out there, especially near the back of the yard where the trees are thickest, he felt like he wasn't alone, like someone was following him, staying just out of sight. I remember watching him from my bedroom window sometimes, seeing him stop and glance over his shoulder, or spin around like he'd heard something. He always tried to laugh it off when I asked, but I could tell it got to him. Even now, after all these years, I'll still see him startle a little, like the feeling never really left. I had my own moments, too. When I was 7, I had this Godzilla toy. It wasn't anything fancy, just plastic, with a button on its chest that made it roar and twist its body. I kept it on my dresser, across the room from my bed. One night I couldn't sleep. I was just lying there, staring at the ceiling, listening to the house settle in the quiet. And then, out of nowhere, the Godzilla toy roared. Loud. The mechanical whir of its body turning was unmistakable. It was upright on the dresser, not tipped over or anything, and I hadn't touched it. No one had. I froze. My heart was pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I didn't move for the rest of the night. Just stayed there, wide awake, waiting for the sun to come up. I tried to tell myself the battery was dying, or maybe there was some short in the wiring, but I knew that toy hadn't made a sound in months before that night. And after that, it never made another one. I never played with it again. My dad, around that same time, started mentioning seeing a woman in a red dress. He said it would happen late at night, when he was getting ready for bed. He'd catch sight of her at the end of the hallway, just standing there, or walking slowly toward his room. He'd rub his eyes, shake his head, but she'd be gone when he looked again. He never made a big deal about it. He isn't the kind of man who likes to admit he's scared of anything, but the way he talked about it, I could tell it unsettled him. We didn't have any red dresses in the house. My mom didn't own one. Neither did my sister. And then there was the night about a month ago. It was late, around 2 in the morning. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was dark, quiet. Everyone was asleep. I came in through the back door, locked it behind me, and started up the stairs. The stairs in our house are steep, old, the kind that creak no matter how lightly you step. I was tired, just focused on getting to bed, when I saw something. A figure coming down the stairs toward me. My first thought was that it was my sister. Maybe she'd heard me come in and was coming down for some reason. So I stepped aside, turned slightly to give her room to pass. I even said something, just a quiet hey, not really expecting an answer. But when the figure reached me, it wasn't my sister. It wasn't anyone. It just wasn't there anymore. It felt like it had been, like I could almost feel the air move as it passed. But there was nothing. I stood there in the dark for a long time after that, trying to figure out what had just happened, trying to convince myself I was overtired, that my eyes played tricks on me. But I know what I saw, or what I thought I saw. I didn't even want to go up to my room after that. I felt exposed, like whatever it was might still be watching. Since that night, I found myself thinking back over all these moments. The man in the rocking chair, the toy going off in the dead of night, my dad's stories about the woman in the red dress, and that strange feeling he gets in the yard, the figure on the stairs. When you put them all together, it paints a picture that's hard to ignore. But here's the thing. The more I've thought about it, the more I've tried to make sense of it without jumping to ghosts or spirits. I'm not saying I have all the answers, but I think about the age of this house, about how many people have lived and died in it over the decades. I think about how human minds are wired to look for patterns, to see faces and shadows, to give meaning to noises in the night. I think about how sleep deprivation, stress, and even something as simple as the way the moonlight hits the wall can play tricks on us. That night on the stairs, for example. I was exhausted. My shift had been long and stressful, and I hadn't eaten much all day. The house was dark, and I was already keyed up from walking into an empty house that late. It wouldn't take much for my mind to fill in the blanks when I saw a shape in the shadows. Maybe I saw my own reflection in the window at the landing. Maybe I imagined the movement out of the corner of my eye. The Godzilla toy could have been a faulty battery, a stuck button that finally released, even a vibration from a truck passing on the street that shifted it just enough. The human brain is good at turning coincidence into a story. My dad's woman in the red dress? Maybe just light and shadow playing tricks at the end of a long day, or a fleeting reflection in the glass of a picture frame. Even the feeling of being watched, of not being alone. It's something I think a lot of people feel in old houses, especially ones with creaky floors and settling walls. Houses make noise. They shift, they groan. And when you live in a place long enough, every little sound becomes part of the background. But sometimes, when you're tired, or when your mind is already on edge, those sounds can feel like something more. I don't have proof of any of this. I can't say for sure that there's nothing here beyond what we can see and touch. But I also can't say for sure that there is. What I do know is that this house is home. It always has been, and for all the strange moments, it's where I feel most myself. Maybe it's haunted by memories, by the weight of all the years and all the lives lived within its walls. Maybe it's just an old house with creaky floors and drafty windows. Either way, I've stopped trying to look for answers that may not exist. I focus on what's real, the people I love, the life I'm building, the things I can touch and see and know for sure. The rest of it, I let it be. If there's anything here with me, it's been with me my whole life. And whatever it is, it's part of this house, part of my story. I don't need to understand it completely to live with it. This happened just last night, and I haven't really been able to stop thinking about it since. I keep replaying it over and over in my head, trying to figure out how everything happened the way it did. I live on the first floor, and my bedroom window is about 10 feet up from the ground outside. It's not right at ground level like a basement window or something. It's high enough that I always figured no one could easily reach it without making a lot of noise or using something to climb. That's why I never worried much about keeping it open at night. I like the fresh air, especially since it gets a little stuffy in my room when the door is closed, and the sound of the wind helps me sleep. I had gone to bed around midnight. I wasn't really tired when I first lay down, but I've always had this habit of scrolling on my phone until my eyelids get heavy. That night was no different. I remember I was looking at random videos, not really paying attention, just letting my mind slow down until I felt drowsy enough to set the phone down on my nightstand. At some point, I must have drifted off because the next thing I remember, I was half asleep, in that weird foggy state where you're not sure if you're dreaming or awake. And then, out of nowhere, I felt it. Someone hit me in the back. It wasn't a hard punch like you'd expect in a fight, but it wasn't light either. It was enough that I could feel my body jerk forward just a little from the force of it. My first reaction was pure confusion. For a second, I thought maybe I'd dreamed it, or maybe I'd somehow hit the wall or headboard in my sleep. But no, I wasn't near the wall, and my bed isn't right against anything that could have caused that feeling. It felt like an open hand, or maybe the flat side of something, like a book or a board. The weirdest part was how real it felt, not like a dream at all. I spun around, fully awake now, my heart pounding so hard I could hear it in my ears. I stared into the darkness of my room, my eyes trying to adjust, searching for anything that could explain what just happened. I sat up, running my hand over the spot on my back where I'd been hit, half expecting to feel something. Maybe an insect, or a dropped object from the windowsill, or who knows what. But there was nothing there. Just my own skin, my shirt, and the pounding of my heart. I sat there for a few seconds, trying to calm myself down, telling myself it was probably my mind playing tricks on me. I was half asleep after all. People imagine things in that state. But then I noticed something that made my stomach drop. The window was closed. That might not seem strange at first, but I always leave it open when I go to bed, especially at this time of year when the nights are warm. I would never have closed it myself before going to sleep. It's something I'm very consistent about. I stared at the window for a long moment, my brain trying to piece things together. Had I gotten up and closed it without remembering? I've never sleepwalked in my life, but I considered it for a second. Maybe I'd gotten up, closed it, and gone back to bed without fully waking up. That idea didn't sit right, though. I was too certain that I'd left it open. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. My mind kept circling back to the hit on my back and the closed window. The two things felt connected somehow, though I didn't know how. I hesitated, but eventually I decided to get up and open the window again. Maybe I was just overreacting. I told myself I was being paranoid, but I couldn't shake the unease creeping over me. I stayed kneeling on my bed, since the window was right next to it, and unlocked the latch. As I slid the window open, the cool night air rushed in, carrying with it the usual sounds: the faint hum of distant traffic, the chirp of insects, the soft rustling of leaves in the breeze. I let out a slow breath, trying to calm my nerves. I leaned closer to the window, resting my arms on the sill, looking out into the darkness. My room overlooks my neighbor's yard, and beyond that is a small patch of trees and a fence. At first, everything seemed normal, but then I saw him. At the far edge of my neighbor's yard, partly hidden in shadow, stood a man. He wasn't moving. He was just standing there, completely still. My heart skipped a beat. Even in the low light, I could tell he was facing straight ahead, but his head was turned so he was looking directly at me. The sight of him froze me in place. My mind raced to make sense of it. Who the hell was this guy? And what was he doing out there in the middle of the night? I stared at him, my eyes straining to make out details in the dark. He wasn't close enough for me to see his face clearly, but I could see the outline of his head, the shape of his shoulders, and what looked like a long wooden plank in his hand. He wasn't holding it like a weapon exactly, more like someone might hold a walking stick or a piece of lumber they just picked up. But the way he stood there, not moving, not saying anything, just watching, that's what scared me the most. I stayed like that for what felt like forever, just watching him, waiting for him to do something. My mind kept flipping through possibilities. Maybe it was just a neighbor I didn't recognize, someone out late for some reason. But the longer I stared, the less that made sense. What neighbor stands motionless in someone else's yard, staring at their window in the middle of the night? I finally forced myself to move. I slid off the bed, trying to get a better look. I stepped toward the window again, but when I looked back out, he was gone. Just like that. No sound, no movement. Just gone. I scanned the yard, the trees, the fence line. Nothing. My heart raced even faster now, my palms sweaty, my mouth dry. I couldn't believe how fast he'd disappeared. I stood there for a long time, longer than I can really account for. My mind kept going back to the hit on my back, the closed window, and the man outside. I started thinking about how the window had been closed. If he'd somehow reached up and shut it from the outside, that meant he'd been close enough to touch it, close enough to touch me. The thought made my skin crawl. But how could he have reached it? 10 feet up. It didn't add up. Eventually, I closed the window myself, this time locking it tight. I pulled the curtains shut too, even though I knew it wouldn't really stop anyone if they wanted to get in. I sat on the edge of my bed, listening, every little sound making me jump. I kept thinking I'd hear footsteps, or the sound of someone trying to get in. But the night stayed quiet, just the usual background noises of the neighborhood. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I just sat there, my back against the wall, staring at the window, listening. Every so often, I'd get up and peek out through a gap in the curtains, but I never saw him again. When the sky finally started to lighten with dawn, I felt this huge wave of relief. Somehow the daylight made everything feel less immediate, less threatening. But even now, thinking back on it, I can't explain any of it. In the morning, I went outside to check under my window. I don't know what I expected to find. Maybe footprints, maybe scuff marks where someone had tried to climb up. But there was nothing, just the grass undisturbed. The ground wasn't soft enough to hold clear prints, but still, I thought I'd see something. I even looked around my neighbor's yard, as much as I could without trespassing. No sign of him. No sign of anything out of the ordinary. All day today, I've been turning it over in my mind, trying to piece it together. The only thing I can think is maybe he had something with him. Maybe that plank was part of it. Maybe he used it somehow to reach the window. But even that doesn't really make sense. I would have heard it. My window isn't quiet when it moves. And if he'd done that, why close the window? Why hit me and then leave? I keep going back to that moment when I saw him standing there. That image won't leave me. The way he stood so still, the way his head was turned, looking right at me. I don't know what he wanted, or why he was there, or how he disappeared so fast. But I know what I saw, and I know I'll be locking that window from now on, no matter how warm it gets at night. When I was about 14 or 15, I spent most weekends at my dad's place out in Magnolia, Texas. My parents had divorced a few years before, and because of school and how far apart they lived, those weekends were about all I got to see him. The drive down there was always long and boring, a few hours of highways and flatlands. The kind where you see the same kind of trees, same signs, same gas stations, and nothing changes for miles. His house sat kind of isolated on a decent stretch of property, with thick woods around the back and sides, and a long gravel driveway leading up to the front. The house itself was simple, one-story, with a big front porch that wrapped around to one side, the kind of place that felt a little too quiet, especially at night. It was one of those weekends where I arrived in the late afternoon. The sun was low, casting that orange-yellow light that made everything look a little more alive than it really was. My stepmom was the first to greet me at the door. She seemed a little on edge, though she tried to hide it under a smile. It was as I was putting my stuff down in the living room that she started telling me about something that had been happening lately. I wasn't asking, she just started talking, probably to get it off her chest. She told me about how my dad had been seeing some woman out near the edge of the porch light when he'd go out for a smoke at night. According to her, it happened more than once. My dad would be out there, about halfway through his cigarette, and he'd spot her, this figure in white, floating or maybe just standing real still near where the light from the porch stopped and the dark of the yard began. Each time he saw her, he'd finish up quick and get back inside. She told me the last time it happened, the woman had moved toward him way faster than seemed right, like she glided or ran without any sound. That time he'd come inside pale as a sheet, looking spooked in a way she said she'd never seen him before. The way she described it wasn't over the top, but it got under my skin. I've never liked ghost stories much. I know some people get a thrill from them, but I was the kind of kid who always lay awake after hearing that kind of thing, staring into the dark, waiting for something to move. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was probably just the dark playing tricks, maybe a stray animal, or Dad's imagination after too many late nights. But she didn't stop there. She told me about other weird stuff too, phantom headlights coming up the driveway, like cars pulling in, but when they'd look, there'd be no car, no tire tracks, nothing. Sometimes they'd hear what sounded like people getting out, footsteps on the porch, but again, nobody there. She said it didn't happen every night, but often enough that she'd gotten used to checking and finding nothing. That night, around 9 or so, I was in the living room playing a game on my phone. I wasn't thinking about what she'd said anymore, at least not until I saw the first set of phantom lights. They came up the driveway just like she described. 2 bright beams cutting through the dark, shining on the gravel, moving slow like a car pulling in. I sat there waiting for the engine sound, for the crunch of tires, but I didn't hear anything. The lights stopped near the house, then faded out like someone killed the headlights. Curious, I got up and peeked through the window, but there was nothing out there. No car, no people, just the yard stretching out into blackness beyond the reach of the porch light. It happened again about 10 minutes later. Same thing. Lights coming up the drive, stopping, then disappearing. Each time I felt this prickling at the back of my neck, like something wasn't right. After the 4th or 5th time, I stopped looking. I didn't want to see it anymore. My dad and stepmom had already gone to bed by then, leaving me alone in the living room. That room had big windows facing the porch, and while there were blinds, they weren't the kind that blocked everything. Gaps between the slats let in enough light, and let you see just enough of the outside to wonder what was out there. I tried to focus on my phone, on the TV, anything but those windows. I have insomnia sometimes, and that night was one of those nights where sleep just didn't come easy. Hours went by like that, me shifting on the couch, trying to get comfortable, trying to stop my mind from running in circles. The feeling started small at first, just that itch of being watched. I told myself it was nothing, just my imagination winding me up after hearing those stories. But it grew stronger, and soon I felt like if I looked up, I'd see someone standing right at the window, peering in at me. I kept my eyes down, glued to the screen of my phone, though I wasn't really reading anything, just scrolling mindlessly to distract myself. By around 3 in the morning, the feeling had changed. It wasn't just like something was outside anymore. It felt like whatever it was had come inside. The air felt heavier, like the room was smaller somehow, the walls closer. My skin felt cold and clammy, and I didn't want to move. I just lay there under the blanket, heart thudding, listening for sounds I didn't want to hear. Every creak of the house settling made me flinch. I thought about waking my dad, but I couldn't bring myself to get up. I don't know how long I lay there like that before I finally drifted off, but when sleep came, it was uneasy. My dreams were strange, full of half-remembered lines from Beowulf that I'd been reading for school, mixed with shadows and shapes that didn't belong. When I woke up, the first light of morning was filtering through the blinds. The living room looked normal again. No sign that anything had happened. My stepmom was up early, and she came out of her room looking pale and a little shaken. Later, she told me that during the night she'd heard what sounded like a storm in the living room. Glass breaking, people shouting, things hitting the walls, the door to her room rattling in its frame. She said she'd been too scared to come out while it was happening, but when it went quiet, she found me asleep on the couch like nothing had disturbed me. I didn't remember any of it. I'd slept through whatever she heard. That morning, I stepped out onto the porch to get some air, to try to shake off the uneasy feeling that still clung to me. The yard was quiet, the kind of still that makes you feel like the world is holding its breath. That's when I saw them, a flock of crows circling low over the yard, moving in a wide, slow circle, their wings cutting through the air with a soft whoosh. There must have been a couple dozen of them, maybe more. They weren't up high like you'd expect. They were close enough that I could see the glint of their feathers in the early light, the way their eyes seemed to catch mine as they passed overhead. The whole thing lasted maybe a minute or two before they broke formation and flew off toward the trees. My dad came out not long after that, looking tired, and after a while he said he had to go out for something. I could tell he didn't want to stick around. Part of me didn't either. The rest of the weekend passed quietly. Nothing else strange happened, no more lights, no more noises. But that feeling stayed with me, the sense that whatever had been there that night hadn't really gone anywhere. I never saw any ghosts. No figures in white, no faces at the window. Just strange lights, odd sounds, and that heavy, watchful feeling that I couldn't explain. Maybe it was all just tricks of the mind, the power of suggestion after hearing those stories. Maybe the house made more noise at night than I realized, or the crows were just doing what crows do. But even now, thinking back on it, I can still remember that tight feeling in my chest, that cold sweat, the way the night seemed to press in on me like something unseen was waiting just beyond the edge of the light. That weekend taught me something about fear, that sometimes it's not what you see, but what you think might be there that gets you. And sometimes that's more than enough. It was New Year's Eve, and the house was dead quiet. My family had left about an hour ago, bundling up against the cold before heading out to the car, excited about the trip down to see my grandparents. The sound of their voices, the clatter of luggage, the slam of the front door, all of it had faded into silence. I watched from the window as their taillights disappeared into the swirling snow, leaving me alone in the house. The kind of quiet that settles in after people leave isn't peaceful. It's heavy. It fills every corner of the place and makes you notice sounds you'd usually tune out: the creak of the floorboards, the soft hum of the fridge, the groan of the old heater trying to keep up with the Ohio winter. I hadn't wanted to stay behind. God knows I would have given anything to be on that trip. But work had been a bitch about time off. So there I was stuck, trying to make the best of it. I figured if I was going to be alone, I might as well celebrate in my own way. I went to the kitchen, grabbed a bag of slightly stale bagels, and that god-awful spray cheese I shouldn't even be eating. My stomach was already starting to feel uneasy before I'd finished my second messy, processed spray-slathered bagel. But I didn't care. It felt rebellious. Stupid, sure, but rebellious. With my feast of regret in hand, I plopped down on the couch, pulled a blanket over my legs, and fired up Die Hard. Nothing like watching Bruce Willis crawling through air ducts and blowing shit up to make you feel a little better about life. The snowstorm outside was picking up. I could hear the wind hissing against the windows, rattling them every now and then like it wanted to get in. The snow was coming down hard, sticking to the glass, muting the world outside. Every so often, the lights would dim a little, and the heater would shudder, but they kept on going for now. After a while, I started shifting in my seat, feeling the rebellion of my stomach in full force. The grumbles turned into cramps. The spray cheese and bagels were staging a mutiny. I paused the movie just after an explosion that seemed to shake the house, though I knew it was just the sound system. I groaned, pushing myself off the couch, and made for the stairs. That's when the first flicker happened. The lights blinked out for a second, leaving the house in sudden, deep darkness. Then they came back on, flickering weakly. The wind howled outside, making the house feel smaller somehow. I kept moving, figuring it was just the storm messing with the power lines. Happens all the time. As I got to the bathroom, the lights went out again. This time they stayed out. The house settled into that weird quiet you only get during a blackout. Like everything holding the place together had paused to take a breath. But I wasn't about to wait for the power to come back. I had business to handle. The bathroom was freezing. Without heat, the cold from outside seemed to seep through the walls, the floor, the damn toilet seat. I sat down, shivering, waiting for my eyes to adjust to the dark. Then, just as suddenly as they'd gone out, the lights blinked back on. I sighed in relief, only for them to die again 3 seconds later, leaving me blinking in the dark. The afterimage of the light burned into my vision. I muttered under my breath, trying to focus on the task at hand, when I heard it, a soft knock on the bathroom door. Just one knock. Light, almost like it could have been the house settling, or maybe the wind rattling something loose. I froze, listening. My heart started to pound, each beat loud in the quiet. The knock came again, this time harder. Then 2 knocks. Clear, deliberate. I felt a wave of cold that had nothing to do with the air temperature. I fumbled for my phone, swiping at the screen until I got the flashlight app open. The beam of light cut through the darkness, shaky from my unsteady hands. I aimed it at the door, my breath caught in my throat. I waited. Nothing moved. The house was silent again, apart from the wind. After what felt like forever, I took a deep breath, reached out, and opened the door just a crack, shining my light into the hallway. Empty. The faint outline of the banister. The shadow of the coat rack. No one there. I closed the door again, telling myself it was the wind. Maybe something fell over somewhere. I sat back down, trying to will myself to relax. But then came the tapping again. Not the same as before. This time, it was faster, like fingers drumming on the door, keeping time with some rhythm that felt familiar. It took me a second to place it. Sound of truth, by as I lay dying. The beat was unmistakable. But how? Why? I felt my blood run cold. My stomach cramped harder, and in the midst of the fear, nature took its course. The splash of cold water from the toilet hit me like a slap, and I leapt up, heart racing, pants half pulled up, looking wildly around the room as if expecting to see something there. But the room was empty. Just me, my breath loud in my ears, and the faint sound of the storm outside. I pulled myself together as best I could. I had to see what was going on. I opened the door wide this time, stepping out, the flashlight beam slicing through the dark. The hallway stretched out in front of me, shadows dancing with each shift of the light. The front door was closed. All the windows I could see were intact, though the snow had piled high against the lower panes. I walked the house, checked the locks, the back door, the garage. Nothing. No footprints on the porch. No signs anyone had been there. I told myself it had to be the storm. The wind knocking something loose, maybe a branch tapping the house. I tried to convince myself of that, even as I felt the fine hairs on my arms and neck standing on end. But what I couldn't explain was how the tapping followed me. Every room I went into, after a few minutes, I'd hear it. A soft tap, then maybe a harder one, then a rhythm. Always faint, always just on the edge of hearing, but always there. I'd shine my light toward the sound. Nothing. I'd stand perfectly still, holding my breath, trying to catch it. It would stop. I'd move again, and it would start up somewhere else. The walls, the windows, the doors. I barely slept that night. I lay on the couch with my coat on, flashlight in hand, the battery slowly dying as the night dragged on. The tapping came and went, seeming to move around the house, as if it was always just one room away. When dawn came, the storm had died down, and the light creeping in through the windows made the house feel normal again. I walked through it, tired, stiff, but determined to find whatever had caused it. I checked everything. The gutters, the siding, the windows. I found a loose shutter on the side of the house, banging softly against the wall in the wind. A broken tree branch leaning, just right to hit the roof. Small things, simple things, that could have made noises in the night when the wind was howling. But none of it explained the tapping following me. None of it explained the rhythm. And none of it explained why, once my family came home, it stopped completely. The house felt normal again, full of voices and warmth. I didn't mention it to anyone. What would I say? That a shutter and a branch scared me out of my wits? That the storm played tricks on my mind? I still think about that night, about how real it felt, how sure I was that something was there, just out of sight. And I wonder if maybe that's all it was, the storm, the dark, and my own mind playing against me. But even now, sometimes, when the wind picks up just right and rattles the windows, I find myself listening, just in case. It was Christmas Eve, and I was about 12 or 13 at the time. I remember it clearly because it was one of those nights that felt different from the start. My parents had gone out to some Christmas party, the kind where they told me they'd be back late, and they left me home alone. I wasn't bothered by it at first. I was used to being by myself sometimes in the evenings. The house felt normal at first, maybe a little quieter than usual because there was no one else moving around, but it was nothing I hadn't felt before. The Christmas tree was up in the living room, and its lights blinked gently in the corner. The glow from the tree filled that part of the house with a soft red and green light, and I remember thinking it made the place feel kind of cozy. I had the TV on, something random playing, and I flipped through a few channels without really watching anything. After a while I turned it off and played some Xbox for a bit, just to kill time. The hours seemed to pass slowly, the way they do when you know you're the only one at home and there's nothing in particular to do but wait. I could hear the wind outside now and then, not too strong, but enough to rattle the branches against the house. I remember getting a bit tired after a while. I turned off the Xbox and made sure all the lights were off except the tree, because it didn't feel right to shut that off on Christmas Eve. I went to my room, brushed my teeth, and got into bed. That was when things started to feel strange. I was lying there, trying to get comfortable, when out of nowhere my heart just started racing. There wasn't any reason for it. I hadn't heard anything, nothing had happened, but I felt this tightness in my chest, like something was wrong. I tried to tell myself it was nothing. Maybe I was just tired, or maybe the house felt too quiet, and it was getting to me. I lay there, listening to the sound of my own breathing, trying to calm down. But the feeling wouldn't go away. My heart kept beating fast, and I could feel it in my throat, like each beat was louder than the last. I must have stayed like that for several minutes, just staring up at the ceiling in the dark, trying to will myself to relax. Then, as I was finally starting to drift off, or at least stop thinking about my heartbeat so much, I heard this loud banging at the front door. It wasn't like a knock you'd expect from someone visiting. It was harder than that, like whoever it was wanted to be let in right away. My heart, which I thought couldn't beat any faster, kicked up even more. I sat up in bed and just froze there for a second, trying to decide what to do. The banging stopped as suddenly as it started. I waited, listening, but I didn't hear anything else. No footsteps, no voices. Just silence. After what felt like forever, I finally got up the nerve to get out of bed. My legs felt shaky as I walked down the hall toward the front door. I didn't turn any lights on, not wanting whoever it was to see movement from outside. I peeked out through the little window beside the door. There was nothing there. No one on the porch, no shape in the yard, nothing. The street out front was empty too, just quiet under the glow of the streetlights. I stood there for a while watching, but I didn't see anything. After a bit, I tried to convince myself that maybe I'd imagined it, or maybe it was just some kids messing around. It was Christmas Eve, after all. People did dumb things sometimes. I went back to my room and got into bed again. I pulled the covers up and tried to settle down, telling myself everything was fine, but sleep wouldn't come. My ears felt like they were tuned to every little sound, and the quiet seemed even louder than before. Then, just when I was starting to think I might finally relax, I heard the banging again. This time it was followed by a voice. It was low and muffled, like whoever it was wasn't standing right at the door, or maybe they were trying to speak without waking the whole neighborhood. I couldn't make out the words, just that it was a man's voice. I felt my stomach twist into a knot. The voice kept talking for a little while, soft and steady, but I couldn't understand it. Then, as if that wasn't enough, I heard a dog growling. A deep, low growl that seemed to come from somewhere near the door. That scared me more than anything, because we didn't have a dog. I knew all the dogs on our street, and none of them sounded like that. I pulled the covers over my head, like that would somehow block out the sound, but I could still hear it, the growling mixed with the voice. I lay there, too scared to move, hoping it would all just stop. And for a few minutes it did. There was nothing but silence again. I started to think maybe whoever it was had gone. Maybe the dog had belonged to them, and they'd walked off. I didn't believe it, but I wanted to. Then I heard a window smash. The The sound of glass breaking was loud in the stillness of the house. My whole body tensed up, and I couldn't move. I just stared at the ceiling, my ears straining to pick up whatever would come next. I heard thudding noises, like someone moving around in the living room. The dog was still growling, and the voice was still there, saying something I couldn't understand. I heard what sounded like things being moved, maybe furniture or decorations, I don't know. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what was happening, what I should do, but I couldn't make myself get up or even call for help. I just lay there, frozen. The noises went on for a while, though I couldn't say how long. Time felt strange, like everything was happening both too fast and too slow. Then suddenly the sound stopped. No more thudding, no voice, no growling. Just the quiet of the house again. I didn't dare get up. I didn't even want to look. I just stayed there under my covers, barely breathing, listening for any sign that whoever it was might still be there. I must have stayed like that for what felt like hours. At some point, though I don't remember when, I must have fallen asleep. Maybe my body just couldn't take the fear anymore and shut down. When I woke up, sunlight was coming in through my window. I lay there for a second, confused, before the memory of the night before came rushing back. My heart started pounding again as I thought about what I might find when I got up. I forced myself out of bed, every part of me expecting to see broken glass, furniture knocked over, something missing, something out of place. I walked through the house slowly, checking each room. But there was nothing. The window I thought I'd heard break was intact. Nothing in the living room was disturbed. The front door was locked, just as I'd left it. The Christmas tree lights still blinked softly in the corner, like nothing had happened at all. There was no sign of a dog, no footprints, nothing. Everything was exactly as it should have been. I spent the whole morning checking and rechecking, convinced I must have missed something. But there was nothing to find. When my parents came home later that day, I didn't know how to tell them what had happened. I didn't want them to think I'd imagined it all, but there was no proof that anything had actually happened. I kept thinking about the noises, the voice, the dog, the sound of the window breaking. It had all felt so real, so clear in the moment. But in the light of day, it was like it had been a dream, except I knew I hadn't been asleep when it started. I couldn't explain it, not to myself, not to anyone else. All I knew was that it was one of the most terrifying nights of my life. And to this day, I still don't understand what really happened that Christmas Eve. I was 8 years old and lying in my bed in the middle of the night. The room felt colder than usual, though it was summer. I remember lying on my side at first, facing the wall, the soft light of the moon coming in through the crack in the curtains. I could see its glow on the edge of the wall where it met the ceiling, and I focused on it, trying to let it calm me down. The house was silent at first, that deep middle of the night kind of silence, when even the usual creaks of the house settling seemed to stop for a while. My bed sheets felt rough that night, like I was aware of every thread pressing against my skin, and my pillow seemed too hard, no matter how I tried to adjust it. I turned onto my back, hoping it would be more comfortable. As soon as I did, that's when I noticed it. In the dark, my eyes slowly adjusted, and I started to make out shapes in the room. At first, I thought it was my imagination. The dresser against the wall, the clothes hanging off the chair in the corner, the toys scattered on the floor. These were all familiar shapes. But as I stared, I began to see faces. Faces in the dark, faces I didn't know. They were everywhere. It was like they had always been there, and I was just now noticing. Above the dresser, between the shelves, near the closet door. Some were faint, blending into the shadows, but others were clearer. I could make out eyes, noses, mouths. All of them staring at me. None of them moved, none of them blinked. Just silent faces watching. There was one face I couldn't stop looking at. It was near the door, maybe leaning against the wall, or just floating there in the dark. What stood out about it was that it had these shiny, round glasses on thick, dark motorcycle glasses. My dad was a biker, and I'd seen those glasses on the table, or on his face plenty of times. But here they were on this shape that wasn't my dad. The way the moonlight hit the lenses made them gleam just enough for me to see them clearly. That face felt the closest. I could almost feel its eyes behind those dark lenses, locked onto me, waiting. I froze. I didn't dare move. I didn't even want to breathe too loudly. My heart was racing, so loud in my ears that I was sure they could hear it. I thought if I moved, if I let them know I was awake, they'd come for me. So I did the only thing that made sense in my 8-year-old mind. I kept my eyes half closed, like I was asleep. I stayed as still as I could, my hands gripping the edge of the blanket just under my chin. The blanket felt thin, useless. I wished I could pull it over my head, but I didn't dare. Minutes passed, or maybe hours. It felt like forever. Every second I was sure one of those faces would get closer, that I'd hear the floor creak, feel the air shift as they moved. But nothing happened. They just kept staring. My room felt smaller, like the walls were closing in. I could feel the weight of their eyes on me, pressing down, making it harder to breathe. My mouth felt dry, and my tongue felt too big in my mouth. I wanted to cry, but I held it in, afraid that even the smallest sob would bring them to life. Then, out of nowhere, I heard it. Music. Faint, like it was coming from the living room. A slow, soft tune. I couldn't make out the song, but it wasn't anything we listened to. It sounded like it was from an old radio, crackly and far away, but still clear enough that I knew it was real. For a moment, it almost helped. The music felt normal, like a sign that maybe everything was fine. But then the fear came rushing back. Who was playing the music? Why now? Everyone was supposed to be asleep. The faces didn't go away. They stayed, as if the music didn't matter to them at all. I thought about calling out for my mom or dad, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. What if the faces didn't like that? What if that was the thing that would make them move? So I stayed quiet, my ears strained to hear more. The music kept playing, soft and steady, and I imagined someone standing in the dark living room, just beyond the door, listening to it with me. I stared at that crack in the door, where the face with the glasses was, waiting for something to happen. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Time didn't feel real anymore. My legs ached from staying so still. My neck felt stiff. My eyes burned from trying not to blink too much. And then finally I heard footsteps. Slow, steady footsteps coming down the hall. I stared at the door, heart pounding harder than ever. The face with the glasses was still there. I could see it, just beyond the crack. I held my breath, sure that whoever was walking down the hall would open the door, and I'd see who or what had been watching me. But then I saw her. My mom. She walked right past my door, her nightgown brushing against the floor. She looked normal, like always, moving through the dark as if nothing was wrong. Relief washed over me so fast it almost made me dizzy. I couldn't hold it in anymore. I started yelling for her, my voice cracking, loud and desperate. She stopped, turned around, and came back to my door. She pushed it open and flipped on the light. In an instant, the faces were gone. The room was just my room again. The dresser, the chair, the toys, nothing strange about them. No faces in the shadows, no eyes watching me. My mom looked around, confused, asking what was wrong. I couldn't explain it right then. My words came out in a rush, half sobs, half sentences. I told her about the faces, about the music. She listened, her face calm but serious. She said nobody was playing music. The house was quiet. I wanted to believe her, but I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. That night stayed with me. I didn't sleep much after she left the room. The light stayed on, and I lay there, staring at the ceiling, too scared to close my eyes. Every noise made me jump, the house settling, the wind outside, even my own breathing. When the morning finally came, I felt like I hadn't slept at all. After that, I couldn't stand the dark. I couldn't stand my room at night. The shadows felt alive, and every shape became something watching me. So I did the only thing that helped. I took every stuffed animal I owned, bears, dogs, rabbits, whatever I had, and I piled them around my bed. I built a wall of them, as high and as thick as I could. I made sure there were no gaps, no spaces where I could see out. At night, when it was time to sleep, I'd crawl into that space like it was a fort, pull my blanket over me, and let the wall block out the room. I did that every night for 2 years. My parents didn't question it after a while. They probably thought it was just a phase, something harmless. But for me, it wasn't just for fun. That wall was the only thing that made me feel safe. Behind it, I could pretend the faces weren't there, that the shadows were just shadows. Even when I had to leave my room, when I went to the bathroom in the middle of the night or got a drink of water, I'd keep my eyes down, not looking into dark corners or down the hall. I didn't want to risk seeing them again. Over time, the fear started to fade. I don't know when exactly. Maybe I just got used to the dark again, or maybe I convinced myself it had all been my imagination. I stopped hearing the music. I stopped seeing faces. The stuffed animals stayed, but the wall got smaller and smaller until one night I didn't build it at all. And nothing happened. The room stayed quiet. The shadows stayed empty. Looking back, I think I know what happened. The faces, the music, the fear. It was probably my mind playing tricks on me. I was 8, tired, maybe half dreaming. The shapes in the room were just familiar things in strange light. The music might have been from a car passing by, or maybe I imagined it all together. The mind is good at filling in blanks, especially when it's scared. I don't know for sure, but I do know that for those 2 years, the fear was real. And even now, sometimes when the house is quiet and the night feels a little too dark, I think about that night, and I feel that same chill, just for a second, before I remind myself that it's just shadows, just silence. When I was about 13, my parents finally decided I was old enough to stay home alone when they went out for the evening. I remember feeling a mix of excitement and nerves when they told me. It was like I was finally being trusted with something important, but at the same time, I couldn't shake the small knot of worry in my stomach. Our house wasn't anything special, just a normal 2-story home in a quiet neighborhood where nothing much ever happened. But that night, something about it felt different right from the start. It was a Friday night, I think, because I remember I didn't have to worry about school the next day. My parents had gone out to a dinner party or something like that, and my sister, who was older than me by a couple of years, had gone out with her friends. I was alone in the house, and for the first hour or so, it was actually kind of fun. I had the TV to myself. I made myself a massive bowl of cereal, and I didn't have anyone telling me to turn the volume down or to stop flicking through the channels. I even laughed at myself at one point, thinking how grown-up I felt just sitting there, in charge of the whole house. After a while, though, the fun started to fade a bit. The house felt too quiet, and every little creak or groan from the walls seemed louder than normal. I tried to brush it off, telling myself it was just the house settling or whatever, but I couldn't help but glance over my shoulder every now and then. It's funny how a place that feels so familiar during the day can seem completely different at night when you're alone. It was getting late, probably around 11, when I decided to call it a night. I went upstairs, brushing my teeth in the bathroom, listening to the sound of the faucet running, trying to focus on normal, everyday things. I left my bedroom door open a crack so the light from the landing would spill in, just enough so the room wouldn't be pitch black. I got into bed, pulled the covers up, and lay there staring at the ceiling, listening to the faint hum of the fridge downstairs or the ticking of the clock on my wall. I must have been lying there for maybe 5 minutes, my eyes starting to feel heavy, when I heard something. At first, I thought I imagined it. A soft noise, like the creak of a floorboard. I held my breath, straining to hear. Then it came again, clearer this time. It was coming from downstairs, near the bottom of the staircase. My first thought was that my sister had come home and was trying to be quiet so she wouldn't wake me. That made sense. I let out the breath I'd been holding and tried to relax, but something didn't sit right. The sound had been too deliberate, like whoever it was wasn't just walking normally, but moving slowly. Too slowly. I stayed as still as I could, my ears tuned to every sound. Then I heard it again. A step. A single, careful step on the stairs. Then nothing for a few seconds. Then another step. Whoever it was, they were moving up the stairs slowly, like they were trying not to be heard. But I could hear them. My heart started pounding in my chest. My mind raced through possibilities. Maybe it was my sister. Maybe she was trying to play a prank on me. But no, she wouldn't do that. Not like this. Or maybe my parents came home early. But why would they sneak up the stairs like that? The steps kept coming, one at a time, measured and slow. They reached the top of the stairs, and I could hear whoever it was stepping onto the landing. I was frozen in place, lying rigid under my covers, listening so hard that my head started to ache. I wanted to call out, to say something, but my throat felt dry, and I was too scared of what might answer back. The house was completely silent except for the soft sound of breathing, not mine. It was coming from the landing. A quiet, steady breathing, just beyond my open door. And then I heard it. A voice. A low whisper, almost gentle, but it made my blood run cold. Knock, knock, knock. That's all it said. Just those words, drawn out slowly, like whoever it was standing right there, inches from my door, leaning in to say it. I didn't even think. I shot out of bed, my heart hammering so hard I thought it might burst. I grabbed the door and slammed it shut with all the force I had, turning the lock with shaking fingers. Then I backed away, pressed my back against the wall, and just stood there listening, too scared to move, too scared to even breathe loud enough to be heard. I felt the tears welling up, not from crying exactly, but just from the sheer terror of it. I stood there for what felt like forever, my ears straining for any sound. I didn't hear anything else. No more footsteps, no more voice. Just silence. And somehow that was worse. Eventually, I slid down the wall, sitting on the floor with my knees drawn up to my chest. I stayed like that for what must have been 15, maybe 20 minutes. I kept telling myself that I had to do something, that I couldn't just sit there all night, but I couldn't make myself move. The fear was like a weight pressing down on me. Every time I thought about opening the door, my mind flashed to the image of someone standing right there on the other side, waiting. When I finally heard the sound of the front door opening downstairs, my heart leapt. I heard my parents' voices, laughing about something, and I almost sobbed with relief. I opened my door and ran down the stairs, blurting out everything that had happened. My parents tried to calm me down, telling me it must have been my imagination or maybe the house making noises, but I could see the look they gave each other. They were worried, even if they didn't want to show it. My sister, when she came home a little later, said it had been her, that she'd come in and decided to play a joke on me. I wanted to be angry at her, but mostly I was just relieved. It explained everything. It made sense. I tried to laugh it off, even though part of me still didn't feel right about it. There was something about the voice, about the way those steps had sounded, that didn't feel like her. But I let it go. I wanted to let it go. It wasn't until about a week later that my sister pulled me aside when no one else was around. She looked serious, almost guilty, and she told me the truth. Mom had made her say it was her, to stop me from being scared. But it hadn't been her. She hadn't been home until much later that night. The blood drained from my face when she said that. All the fear I thought I'd gotten over came rushing back in an instant. I could see it in her eyes that she wasn't joking. She was telling the truth. After that, I didn't want to stay in that house alone again. I didn't even like being upstairs by myself, even during the day. Every time I walked past the stairs or lay in bed at night, I'd think about those slow, careful steps. I'd hear that whisper in my head, soft and chilling. Knock, knock, knock. It haunted me. I started double-checking that all the doors and windows were locked, even if I knew they already were. I couldn't help it. I kept imagining someone out there, someone who'd come into our house once and could come back. I was so relieved when we moved. The day we left that house, I felt like I could finally breathe again. The new house wasn't anything special either, but it felt like a fresh start, a clean slate. I don't know what happened that night. Maybe it was some stranger who got in somehow and left before my parents came home. Maybe it was someone who picked our house at random. I'll never know for sure. But even now, all these years later, I still think about it sometimes when I'm lying in bed at night, listening to the quiet of the house. And I still feel that same cold knot of fear in my stomach, remembering the sound of those steps and that awful whisper at my door. It was a small, quiet apartment complex, or at least that's what I thought when I first moved in. Nothing special, just your typical two-story buildings lined up in rows, with a few trees scattered between them and a pool that nobody seemed to use. The rent was affordable, and that was enough for me at the time. I worked late shifts, so I usually didn't see much of my neighbors, and honestly, I liked it that way. I wasn't looking to make friends. I just wanted a place to come back to, where I could lock the door behind me and not think about anything else. The first time I heard the knocking, it was a little after midnight. I had gotten home maybe an hour before, made myself some food, and was sitting on the couch in my small living room, watching something on TV. I wasn't really paying attention to the show. I was half asleep, the kind of tired where your eyes burn and your body feels heavy, but you don't quite want to go to bed yet. That's when I heard it, just this soft, quick knock on the window behind me. At first, I thought I imagined it. I muted the TV, sat still, and listened. Nothing. I almost convinced myself that maybe it was the wind or maybe a branch brushing up against the glass. But then it happened again. 3 quick taps. Not loud, but clear. Deliberate. My heart started pounding in my chest. I didn't want to turn around at first. I just sat there, frozen, listening, trying to figure out what I was hearing. My living room window looked out onto a small strip of grass, and then the sidewalk that ran along the side of the building. There was no reason for anyone to be standing out there at this hour. I finally turned my head slowly and looked at the window. The blinds were shut, but they were the cheap kind, the ones that bend easily, and I could see a faint outline through them. Someone was standing right there, just on the other side of the glass. The figure didn't move. They didn't say anything. Just standing there, close enough that I could see the shape of their head and shoulders. I felt this cold, sick feeling in my stomach. I didn't know what to do. For a second, I just sat there, breathing shallowly, like if I stayed still enough, they wouldn't know I was there. But obviously they knew. They knocked, didn't they? I stood up slowly and walked toward the kitchen. I didn't want to go right up to the window. I felt like if I got too close, whoever it was might try something. My hands were shaking as I opened the kitchen drawer and grabbed the biggest knife I had. It wasn't anything fancy, just one of those standard kitchen knives, but it felt better than having nothing. I held it tight, my palms sweaty around the handle. I stood there in the kitchen listening. No more knocking. No more movement. After a minute or two, I got the courage to peek through the corner of the blinds. The figure was gone. Just the empty sidewalk and the grass, nothing out of place. I stood there for a long time, just watching, waiting to see if they'd come back. But they didn't. That night, I barely slept. Every little sound had me wide awake, listening, heart racing. I kept the knife on the nightstand, just in case. I even propped a chair under the door handle like I'd seen people do in movies. I felt stupid doing it, but it made me feel a little better. The next morning, I debated whether I should say something to management. Part of me thought maybe it was just some drunk guy who got lost. Maybe someone visiting a friend in the complex and knocked on the wrong window. But it felt wrong. It didn't feel like an accident. It felt like whoever it was, they were checking to see who was inside, or maybe just trying to mess with me. I didn't end up saying anything. I went about my day like normal, went to work, came back home. But that night, and the nights after, I was on edge. Every time I heard something outside, someone walking by, a car door closing, I'd stop whatever I was doing and listen. I kept the blinds closed, kept the doors locked, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. About a week later, I was talking to one of my neighbors. She lived in the unit, right next to mine. I didn't know her well, just the kind of neighbor you nod at in passing. She seemed rattled. She said she woke up in the middle of the night and thought she saw someone standing in the doorway to her bedroom, just standing there, watching her. She didn't give me a lot of details, and I could tell she didn't want to talk about it too much. Honestly, it sounded like a nightmare. That's what I told myself, anyway. People have those moments where they wake up and think they see something in the dark. I tried to brush it off, but it stuck with me. The knocking, the figure outside my window, and now this. Not long after that, management sent out a notice. Someone had reported a man walking around the complex at night, knocking on windows. They changed the gate codes and said they were hiring security to patrol after dark. It helped a little to know they were taking it seriously, but I still felt uneasy. I didn't like the idea of someone lurking around, looking into people's homes. It made me feel vulnerable in a way I hadn't felt before. I decided I needed to do something, at least to feel like I had some control. I went out and bought a baseball bat and a can of pepper spray. The bat I kept by the front door, leaning against the wall. The pepper spray I kept in my pocket whenever I went outside at night. I started double-checking the locks on the doors and windows before I went to bed. I even wedged a piece of wood into the track of the sliding door so it couldn't be forced open. The nights that followed were quiet. I didn't hear any more knocking, no strange noises outside. The security guards they hired were easy to spot, walking around with their flashlights, making their rounds. I started to relax a little, though I still kept the bat by the door and the pepper spray within reach. I figured whoever it was had probably moved on. Maybe they got scared off by the new security, or maybe they realized the complex wasn't worth the risk. Life went back to normal, more or less. I kept up my routine, work, home, the occasional grocery trip or errand. I still felt a little jumpy at night, but it got easier. I'd still wake up sometimes at the smallest sound, but there was never anything there. I never saw the figure again. No more reports from neighbors about strange things happening. No more knocks on the window. After a while, I started to feel like maybe I'd overreacted. Maybe it was just a one-time thing. Maybe the guy was just some weirdo passing through. But I never let my guard down completely. I still kept the bat and the spray, and I still made sure everything was locked up tight every night. A few months later, I moved out. It wasn't because of what happened, at least not entirely. My lease was up, and I found a place closer to work. But I can't lie, part of me was glad to leave that apartment behind. I never wanted to look out my window at night and wonder who might be standing there. I didn't want to feel that cold, sick fear again, the kind that keeps you awake and makes you question every sound, every shadow. Even now, in my new place, I find myself checking the windows more than I probably need to. I make sure the doors are locked, that the blinds are shut tight. It's not something you forget easily, knowing that someone was right outside your home, looking in, trying to see what they could get away with. And I don't think I'll ever be the kind of person who can go to sleep without checking twice that everything is secure. I guess that's just how it is now. I had been on the road for what felt like forever that day. The drive from Louisiana to North Carolina wasn't something I had exactly looked forward to, but it had to be done. The car wasn't mine, just one I'd agreed to deliver for someone who didn't want to make the trip themselves. I was tired. My back ached from the hours spent in the driver's seat, and my legs felt stiff and heavy. When I finally saw signs for Auburn, Alabama, I decided that was as far as I needed to go for the day. The town was about halfway between my starting point and my destination, and I figured a good night's sleep would do me some good before finishing the journey. I pulled off the highway, found a sleep-in not far from the exit, and parked the car. The place looked like any other mid-range hotel. The exterior was clean enough, a few cars scattered around the parking lot, and a dimly lit lobby that gave off no particular vibe. Just a place to sleep, nothing more. I walked inside, checked in without much small talk, and took the key to my room on the 3rd floor. I remember thinking how quiet the place was. No kids running down the halls, no loud TVs behind thin walls. Just quiet, and at that point, I was grateful for it. The room itself was exactly what I expected. A standard bed with a scratchy-looking blanket, a desk with a lamp that flickered slightly when I turned it on, a small sofa that had seen better days, and a bathroom that smelled faintly of cleaning chemicals. There was a TV mounted on the wall, and a small fridge humming in the corner. I tossed my bag on the floor, sat down at the desk, and opened my laptop. I needed to unwind a bit before trying to sleep. I messaged a friend, and we ended up chatting about movies of all things. Paranormal Activity came up, and we both agreed that while the movie had its moments, it wasn't something that kept us awake at night. At least, that's what I thought at the time. After a while, I decided to put on an episode of Castle. I didn't bother with the hotel TV. I preferred watching on my laptop, where I didn't have to deal with terrible reception or unfamiliar remotes. I sat on the small sofa, the laptop propped up on my knees, and let the show play. I could feel my body slowly relaxing as the familiar characters filled the screen and the sound of their voices replaced the silence of the room. Then I heard it. A clink, then another. Clink, clink. It was faint, but definitely there. I paused the show listening. It sounded like it was coming from the bathroom. Or maybe not. Maybe it was the bathroom in the room next door. Hotels always have thin walls. I told myself it was nothing, just a neighbor using their sink or dropping something. I hit play again, trying to lose myself in the show, trying to ignore the sound. Click. The TV on the wall turned on. Just like that. The screen lit up the dark room, showing the end credits of some movie. I froze. My first thought was that I must have hit the remote somehow. But when I looked around, I saw the remote sitting untouched on top of the TV itself. I hadn't been anywhere near it. My heart started pounding a little faster, my mind racing for an explanation. I stood up slowly, my eyes fixed on the glowing screen, and after what felt like forever, I walked over and turned it off manually. The room went dark again, the only light now coming from my laptop. I sat back down, trying to calm myself. I told myself it was just a glitch. Old TVs do weird things sometimes. Maybe the last guest left it on some timer or something. Several minutes passed. I kept listening, waiting for something else, but everything was quiet again. My heartbeat slowed, my breathing evened out, and I convinced myself it was over. Just a weird little moment in an otherwise uneventful night. Then came the clinking again. But this time it wasn't faint. Clink, 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 clear as day. And it wasn't coming from next door. It was coming from my bathroom. I felt a cold wave run through me as I realized there was no mistaking it this time. I stood up quickly and made my way to the bathroom, half expecting to find nothing. But when I opened the door, I saw the water running full blast in the bathtub. The sound of it was loud in the small space, and I could see the droplets hitting the sides of the tub, splashing up slightly. I stared at it for a second before reaching down and turning the handle, stopping the flow. I stepped back out, closed the door behind me, and sat on the bed. My mind was spinning, trying to make sense of it. I hadn't turned on the water. I hadn't even gone near the tub since I checked in. And yet there it was, running like someone had just used it. I sat there, staring at the floor, going over my options. Should I pack up and leave? It was late, and I was tired. I didn't know the area, didn't know if there were any other hotels nearby with vacancies. Should I call the front desk? What could they even do? I kept running through these thoughts, trying to come up with a plan that made sense. After a while, I decided I couldn't just sit there all night. I picked up the phone and dialed the front desk. But as soon as the call connected, all I could hear was static. Not just regular static either. It was harsh, like a bad connection that had been made worse somehow, and I could barely make out the voice on the other end trying to ask who was calling. I said hello, tried to explain what was going on, but it was useless. They couldn't hear me, and I couldn't hear them. I hung up, stared at the phone for a second, then grabbed my room key and headed for the door. The elevator ride down felt like it took forever. When I got to the lobby, I explained what had happened as calmly as I could. The woman at the front desk listened, her face blank at first, and then she started to laugh. I didn't find it funny, but I didn't say anything. I just stood there, waiting for her to finish. She apologized between giggles, saying nothing like that had ever happened before. I told her I wasn't making it up. I didn't care if it sounded crazy. I just wanted a different room. She offered me one right next to my old room, which I immediately refused. Then she offered me one on the floor above. I almost said no again, but I didn't want to keep arguing. I took the key and went back up. The fourth floor room was just as plain as the last one. I checked everything: TV, bathroom, fridge. The only noise was the soft clicking of the fridge motor, and once I figured that out, I was able to relax a little. I didn't bother turning on the TV. I didn't bother opening my laptop. I just lay down and waited for sleep to take over. I didn't want to think about what had happened. I didn't want to think about the fact that I still didn't have a good explanation for any of it. I just wanted to get through the night. The next morning, the sun was shining like nothing had happened. I packed up, checked out, and got back on the road. I didn't look back at the hotel as I drove away. I didn't want to. The rest of the trip was normal. No weird noises, no strange malfunctions. Just miles of highway and the occasional stop for food or gas. It wasn't until months later, when I was cleaning out my car, that I found the receipt from that night. I glanced at it, and for the first time noticed the address. The hotel was on Spirit Drive. I laughed to myself when I saw that. It was a nervous laugh, the kind that comes when you don't know what else to do. It didn't change anything, didn't make the night any less strange, but it somehow made sense. A strange night at a hotel on Spirit Drive. I guess that's just how things go sometimes. There was no ghost, no monster, no figure lurking in the shadows. Just a weird, unexplained set of events in a perfectly ordinary hotel. And maybe that's the scariest part of all. It was one of those evenings that stays with you long after it ends. I had been visiting a small village in Assam, India, staying with my cousin at a bungalow not far from the river. The place had this peaceful, quiet charm that only a small village could have. The bungalow was simple but comfortable, with a big open veranda that overlooked the river. On that particular day, the weather had been strange right from the start. The wind had picked up early in the afternoon and kept on blowing with this restless energy. The trees swayed and groaned, and the river, usually calm and gentle, looked disturbed, with little waves forming here and there on the surface. There was this sense of unease in the air, but I told myself it was just the wind getting to me. By evening, the temperature had dropped noticeably. We had all stayed indoors most of the day because the wind made it too chilly and dusty to hang around outside. My cousin and a few of his friends had gathered at the bungalow. They were friendly guys full of stories and jokes, and we passed the time talking and playing cards. As night fell, someone suggested building a fire outside. The cold was starting to bite, and it seemed like a good way to warm up. Soon enough, the plan for a small fire turned into a full-blown barbecue. Someone found some chicken, someone else brought out a few bottles, and before long, the smell of food filled the air, mixing with the wood smoke and the cool breeze. We ate and drank, laughing and talking loudly. The fire crackled and glowed, throwing shadows against the bungalow walls and the trees around us. I enjoyed myself for a while, but after eating more than I probably should have, I started to feel queasy. The heavy food combined with the smoke and the wind had left me with a dull ache in my stomach. I decided I needed a bit of fresh air away from the noise and the fire. I didn't tell anyone. I just quietly walked away from the group, down towards the river. The wind was still strong, but it wasn't as harsh down by the riverbank. The smell of the water, damp earth, and wild plants filled the air. The moon was out, but it wasn't full, so its light was soft and pale, casting a silver glow over everything. I walked slowly, breathing in the cool air. It felt good after the heat of the fire and the heavy food. I wasn't thinking of anything in particular. I just walked, listening to the sounds of the wind in the trees and the soft rush of the river. I don't know how far I walked. The bungalow lights had long disappeared behind me, and all I could see was the dark outline of trees and the open space of the river. At some point, I reached what I realized was the boundary of a tea plantation. There was a low embankment marking the edge, probably to stop the river from flooding into the fields during the monsoon. I stood there for a moment, just looking out at the river and the land beyond. The night was quiet except for the wind and the occasional splash of water. That's when I saw it. Along the riverbank, maybe 20 or 30 feet from where I stood, there was this strange, faint glow. At first, I thought it was just the moonlight reflecting off the water, or maybe some wet stones. But as my eyes adjusted, I realized it was something else. There, lying along the edge of the river, was this cluster of jelly-like substance. It was faintly luminous, giving off a pale bluish-green light. It wasn't bright, just enough to catch the eye and look out of place in the dark. I moved closer, my curiosity getting the better of me even though a part of me felt uneasy. The stuff looked like nothing I had seen before. It was a large cluster, maybe 3 feet across, uneven in shape, almost like a pile of jelly or slime that someone had dumped there. Inside it, I could see bits of what looked like metal, small shards or slivers of something shiny, embedded in the jelly-like mass. The whole thing had this weird, unnatural look to it, like it didn't belong in the middle of a quiet riverbank in Assam. I stood there staring at it, my heart beating faster. I thought about touching it, just to see what it felt like, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. There was something about it that made my skin crawl, like I was looking at something I wasn't supposed to see. The glow, the strange texture, the bits of metal, it was all just too strange. I bent down, getting as close as I dared, maybe a foot or two away, trying to see it clearly. The jelly seemed almost to pulse slightly, or maybe that was just the effect of the moonlight and the wind on the water. I don't know how long I stood there. The wind blew cold against my face, and I could hear the river moving steadily. Finally, I straightened up and backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the thing. My stomach felt tight, partly from the food and partly from the tension of what I had just seen. I turned and started walking back toward the bungalow, glancing over my shoulder now and then to see if the thing was still there. It was. The faint glow stayed visible until I got far enough away that the trees blocked my view. When I got back to the bungalow, the others were still sitting around the fire, laughing and talking. They were too comfortable, too full, and maybe too drunk to notice anything strange. I didn't say much that night. I didn't want to ruin the mood or have them make fun of me. I told myself I'd bring them down to the river the next day, and we'd all see it together. The night passed slowly. I didn't sleep well. I kept thinking about the thing by the river, wondering what it was, if it was still there. Morning came at last, gray and damp, with the wind finally having died down. After breakfast, I convinced my cousin and his friends to come with me to the river. I didn't tell them exactly what we were going to see. I wanted to show them and let them judge for themselves. We walked down together, following the path I had taken the night before. The river looked calm again, the surface smooth and shining under the morning light. We reached the spot where I had seen the jelly-like mass, but there was nothing there. Not a trace. No glow, no jelly, no metal bits. The riverbank looked just like any other part of the shore, clayey soil, some scattered stones, patches of grass. It was as if the thing had never been there. What struck me most was that the ground showed no signs of anything having been disturbed. The soil was soft and damp, the kind that would hold the imprint of any footstep or any dragging or cleaning. But there were no marks, no footprints, no smears, no sign that anyone or anything had been there in the night. It was like the thing had vanished on its own, without leaving a single clue behind. I tried to explain what I had seen. I pointed out where the jelly had been, described its glow, its size, the bits of metal inside it. But as I spoke, I could see the looks on their faces change from curiosity to amusement. They didn't say much, but I could tell they thought I had imagined it, maybe because of the food, the wind, the night air. I don't blame them. It did sound unreal. But I know what I saw. I wasn't drunk. I wasn't half asleep. I remember the way the thing looked, the way it glowed, the way it made me feel, like I was looking at something completely out of place and not meant to be found. We walked along the riverbank for a while, looking for any sign of it, but found nothing. Eventually, we headed back to the bungalow. The day went on like any other. The strange thing by the river became just another memory, one that I kept mostly to myself after that. Every now and then, I think back to that night, the wind, the cold, the moonlight, and that faint glow along the riverbank. I wonder what it was, where it came from, and where it went. And though I never found an answer, I've never forgotten the sight of that strange, luminous jelly lying quietly by the water in the dark, only to disappear without a trace by morning. I don't really know what started it, but for a while, I kept having these dreams about zombies. Not just now and then, but almost every night. I'd go to bed feeling normal, maybe even tired enough that I thought I'd sleep without dreaming. And still, my mind would find a way to pull me back into some kind of nightmare where the world had ended, and I was stuck in the middle of it all, trying to stay alive. Some nights, the dream would start the same way. Me looking out a window at empty streets, listening to the sound of sirens in the distance, watching shadows move where no one should be. Other nights, I'd already be running, heart pounding, lungs burning, my legs like lead as I tried to get away from the dead that always seemed to be one step behind me. I never felt rested. Every morning, I'd wake up sweating, my heart racing, and I'd stare at the ceiling for a while, trying to remind myself that I was safe, that none of it was real. But this one night, this one dream, was different. Or maybe not different at first. It started like so many of the others. I remember standing in what looked like my own neighborhood, but everything was wrong. The air felt heavy. The sky had this weird grayish tint, like it was always on the edge of a storm that would never come. I could see houses that should have been familiar, but they looked abandoned, windows broken, front doors hanging open. There were cars stopped in the middle of the road, some with doors open, some crashed into fences or light poles. There wasn't a sound except for this low moaning, like the wind was carrying it from somewhere far off, but you could feel it in your bones, and it chilled you in a way that made you want to hide. I remember looking around, trying to figure out where I was supposed to go. My legs felt weak, like I'd been walking or running for hours. My clothes were torn in places I couldn't remember tearing them. My hands were dirty, scraped like I'd fallen more than once. The weight of it all, the fear, the exhaustion, the hopelessness, felt like a real thing pressing down on me. And then, out of nowhere, my mom showed up. In the dream, she just walked up like nothing was wrong, like there weren't zombies roaming around or the world falling apart. She was dressed like she'd just come home from a trip, the same jacket she always wore when she traveled, her bag slung over one shoulder. She looked at me and frowned, like I'd forgotten to do something important. And then she started asking me about some chore she wanted done, something small and normal, like cleaning up or checking the mail. I couldn't believe it. I remember feeling angry, like how could she not see what was going on? How could she care about some small thing when everything else was falling apart? We argued. I don't remember the exact words because it was a dream, but the feeling of it stuck with me. That frustration, that disbelief. She kept talking about whatever it was she wanted me to do, and I kept trying to tell her that it didn't matter anymore, that none of it mattered. But she wouldn't listen, and finally I gave up. I was too tired. In the dream, I decided to go take a nap, like somehow sleep would make it all go away, or maybe I just didn't want to deal with it anymore. I went inside this house that was supposed to be mine, but felt strange, like it wasn't really mine at all. The air inside was thick and dusty, and the light coming through the blinds was too bright, almost blinding. I remember seeing the clock. It said 11:30 a.m. The TV was on in the other room, some show playing that I couldn't focus on. Before I laid down, I decided to take an aspirin. My head hurt, and my throat felt dry, like I'd been breathing in dust for hours. I took the pill, but it didn't go down right. It felt like it got stuck halfway, and I started coughing. In the dream, it felt real. That sharp, panicky feeling when you can't get something down, when it feels like it's just sitting there, blocking your throat. I kept coughing, harder and harder, trying to clear it. My eyes watered, and my chest hurt from the effort. Everything felt too bright, too loud. And then, it all went dark. I don't know how long I was out, but the next thing I knew, I was waking up. And this is where it got weird. I opened my eyes, and for a second, I thought I was still dreaming. The sunlight was coming through the blinds at the same angle, just like in the dream. I could hear the TV on in the living room, voices and music blending together like background noise. I felt this tightness in my throat, and I started coughing, really coughing, like I couldn't stop. My chest ached, and my eyes burned, and my mouth tasted dry and bitter. I sat up, my heart racing, and looked at the clock. 11:45 a.m. 15 minutes had passed. For a moment, I froze. Everything was exactly like it had been in the dream. The time, the light, the sound of the TV. I could feel the panic rising in me, that cold rush of fear that makes your hands shake and your skin prickle. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of it. I thought about the zombies in my dream, about how real it had felt, about my mom showing up and asking about chores. And for that split second, I really believed it. I believed that maybe it wasn't a dream, that maybe I'd woken up into the same nightmare, that maybe if I looked out the window, I'd see the empty streets and the broken down cars and the shadows moving where no one should be. I sat there, coughing and shaking, trying to calm myself down. I told myself it was just a dream, that none of it was real. But it was hard to believe it when everything felt so much the same. The sunlight, the TV, the tightness in my throat. I could hear my own breathing, ragged and uneven, and the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call? What would I even say? That I'd had a bad dream, and now I thought the world had ended? I forced myself to get up. My legs felt weak, like they didn't want to hold me. I walked to the window, slow, every step feeling heavier than it should. I half expected to see what I'd seen in the dream. Empty streets, wrecked cars, maybe even one of them standing out there waiting. But when I looked out, it was normal. Just normal. A car drove by, somebody walking their dog on the sidewalk, birds sitting on the power lines. The world was still there, just like it had always been. I stood there for a while, just watching, letting it sink in. The fear started to fade, little by little, replaced by relief so strong it made my knees weak. I leaned against the wall and took a deep breath, then another. My throat still felt scratchy, but I could breathe. I went into the living room and turned off the TV, the sound of it suddenly too much, too loud. The quiet felt better, safer. I sat on the couch for a long time, thinking about it all. About the dreams, about how real they'd felt, about how easy it was to believe, even for just a moment, that they might be true. I kept looking at the clock, at the light through the blinds, at the door. I told myself over and over that it was just a dream, just a coincidence that everything lined up the way it did. But even now, I can still remember the way it felt in that moment. That fear, that certainty that the nightmare had followed me into the real world. Eventually, my heart slowed down. My hands stopped shaking. I went to the kitchen and got a glass of water, drank it down in long, slow gulps, feeling the cool of it wash away the dryness in my throat. I stood there by the sink, looking out the window at the backyard, at the trees moving gently in the breeze. And I kept telling myself the same thing. It was just a dream. Just a dream. But even now, sometimes when I wake up and the light is coming through the blinds just so, or I hear the TV in the other room, or I glance at the clock and see that it's 11:30 a.m., I feel that same rush of fear, that same moment of doubt. And I wonder, just for a second, if this is the dream. Or if maybe, just maybe, the nightmare is real, and I'm still waiting to wake up. When I was 12, I thought I knew everything. It was one of those summers that felt endless, the kind where the days all blended together, with no school, no responsibilities, just sun, bikes, and whatever mischief we could find. I lived in a small town in Wisconsin, the kind of town where nothing much happened, where you could ride your bike from one end to the other in under 20 minutes. My best friend and I, we were inseparable. We'd be up with the sun, meeting at each other's houses or at the little park at the end of my street. And then we'd just ride around, looking for adventure or trouble, whichever came first. That summer had been no different. We'd spent our mornings racing down the cracked sidewalks, cutting through alleys, and trying to find places we weren't supposed to be. Abandoned sheds, old barns, the drainage ditch on the edge of town. We'd been everywhere. We always had a plan, or at least we thought we did. We thought we were smart, thought we were invisible. One hot afternoon, the kind where the air felt thick and the heat bounced up off the pavement, my friend told me about this warehouse on the edge of town. It wasn't too far, maybe a 10-minute ride if we pedaled hard. He said it used to belong to some dollar store that had gone out of business, and now it was just sitting there full of leftover junk. His older brother had told him about it, how it was packed with boxes of random stuff that nobody cared about anymore. The place was locked up tight, but my friend swore he knew a way in, a window on the side, half covered with a piece of plywood that you could move just enough to squeeze through. We didn't waste time. We took off on our bikes, the tires humming on the road, the warm wind in our faces. I remember the way the sun made everything look washed out, the grass along the road dried and yellow, the asphalt soft under our tires. The warehouse was down near the old train tracks, past a few empty lots and a gas station that had been closed since before I was born. It looked just like he said, big, faded red paint peeling off the sides, weeds growing up around the loading dock, and those big metal doors shut and locked. We ditched our bikes in the tall grass behind the building and crept along the side, looking for the window. My heart was pounding, part excitement, part fear. I knew it was wrong, but that just made it more exciting. When we found the window, it was just like he said. The plywood was loose, and after a little prying and pushing, we made enough space to wiggle through. I went first, scraping my elbow on the rough wood as I climbed in, and then helped him through. Inside, it was cooler, the air stale and full of dust. The light came in through cracks in the boards over the windows, making stripes on the concrete floor. The place was huge, or at least it felt huge to us. Rows of shelves, piles of boxes stacked on top of each other, and that smell of old cardboard and forgotten things. We didn't say much, just started exploring, opening boxes, seeing what we could find. Most of it was junk, plastic toys, cheap sunglasses, knockoff watches. But to us, it was treasure. We stuffed our pockets with anything shiny or colorful. I remember grabbing a handful of those fake gold rings, the kind that turn your finger green after a while. My friend found a whole bag of Laffy Taffy, the kind with little sprinkles on it, and tore it open like it was gold. We'd been in there maybe 10 minutes, maybe less, when we heard it. The unmistakable sound of a door opening, the heavy metal scraping against the concrete floor. It echoed through the empty space, and for a second we just froze. My stomach dropped. My friend's eyes went wide, and I could see he was as scared as I was. Without a word, he motioned for me to hide. He slipped behind the door of a small side room, one we'd just been poking around in. It was filled with boxes, maybe old seasonal stuff, maybe returns. I turned to follow him, but there wasn't enough room. I panicked for a second, my mind racing, then spotted a little closet in the corner. It was more like a shallow alcove really, no door, just a space where maybe a broom or some tools had once been kept. I ducked into it, trying to make myself as small as possible. There wasn't anything to hide behind. No shelves, no curtain, just empty walls. I pressed myself into the corner, my heart thudding so loud I was sure whoever came in would hear it. I heard footsteps. 2 sets. They came closer, the sound of boots on concrete, slow, steady. Then voices, low and angry. I couldn't make out every word, but enough. They were talking about someone breaking in recently, about how they were sick of kids messing around in there. One of them said they'd beat the hell out of whoever it was if they caught them. My whole body was shaking, and I tried to breathe slow and quiet, but it felt impossible. My mouth was dry, my hands sweaty, my legs felt weak. I thought for sure they were going to look around the corner, see me there plain as day, crouched in the closet like an idiot. They didn't. Not right away, at least. They started poking around, checking boxes, maybe looking to see if anything had been taken. They weren't in a hurry. They talked as they worked, complaining about the heat, about their boss, about how they didn't get paid enough to deal with this crap. Every sound they made felt deafening. I couldn't move. I didn't dare. Even my friend stayed hidden, though I could just barely see his foot from where I was. It felt like forever. The men stayed for what must have been 10 minutes, maybe more, but it felt like hours. Every creak of a box, every scuff of their boots, it all felt like it was happening right next to me. I could feel sweat running down my back, my shirt sticking to me. My legs started to cramp from crouching so long, but I didn't move. I didn't even breathe unless I absolutely had to. Eventually, finally, they finished whatever they were doing. I heard one of them say something about checking the rest of the place, and my heart almost stopped. But they didn't come into our little side room. They left, their footsteps fading as they moved further into the warehouse. Even then, we didn't move. We stayed frozen, listening, waiting, not sure if they were really gone or if they'd come back. After what felt like forever, my friend peeked out from behind the door. He looked at me, and I could see he was just as scared as I was. We didn't say anything. We just crept out, as quiet as we could, every sound we made feeling too loud. We made our way back to the window, my hands shaking as I helped him move the plywood, just enough for us to slip out. We scrambled out, hearts racing, and ran for our bikes. We didn't stop until we were back on the main road, pedaling as fast as we could, the wind in our faces, the warehouse shrinking behind us. Neither of us said a word the whole way back. We didn't have to. We both knew how close we'd come to getting caught, to getting in real trouble. When we finally slowed down, when the adrenaline started to fade, we looked at each other and just started laughing. That kind of nervous laugh, the kind you can't help because you're just so glad it's over. When I got home, I could still feel my heart pounding. I went to my room, dumped the rings on my bed, and unwrapped one of the Laffy Taffy bars. It tasted amazing, maybe because of everything we'd just been through, maybe because I was just hungry. I sat there chewing, staring at those cheap rings, and thinking about how stupid we'd been. That was the first and last time I ever broke into a building. I never told my parents, and as far as I know, my friend never told his. We kept that secret between us. And every time I passed that warehouse after that day, I felt that same little twist in my stomach, remembering the fear, the rush, and how lucky we'd been. That summer kept going. We kept riding our bikes, but we stayed out of places we weren't supposed to be. We found other ways to pass the time. Sometimes, even now, I think about that day. I think about how close we came to making a mistake that could have changed everything. And I remember the taste of that Laffy Taffy, sweet and sugary, with those little sprinkles that crunched between my teeth. It's funny, the things that stick with you. I was house sitting for my neighbor a few years back. They had gone out of town for a few days, and since I lived next door, it wasn't a big deal for me to stay at their place, feed their 3 dogs, and keep an eye on things. I remember thinking it would be a nice change, bigger house, quiet area, and the company of the dogs. The house sat a bit off the road, tucked behind a row of tall trees. The nearest neighbor was probably a good half-mile away. The kind of place that feels peaceful in the day, but at night, the silence can press on you a little too hard. That night, everything had been normal. I'd let the dogs out one last time, locked up, checked the doors twice just to be sure, and then went up to the guest room where I was sleeping. The bed was comfortable enough, and I remember laying there, listening to the dogs settle in their spots downstairs. The house was so quiet that even the smallest creak of wood or shift of the dogs on the floor sounded louder than it should. But that's just how it is in houses like that at night. Everything feels sharper, clearer. I lay there in the dark, watching shadows from the trees move across the walls, and eventually, my eyes started to close. I was drifting right on the edge of sleep, not fully out, but not really awake either. That's when I heard it, a noise from downstairs. It was faint, like a soft thump or a shuffle. At first, I told myself it was nothing. Maybe one of the dogs shifted in their sleep or brushed against something. I stayed still, my body heavy with that almost asleep feeling, and tried to let it go. But my ears stayed sharp, waiting. 10 seconds, maybe less, and there it was again. This time louder. A clunk, like something had been knocked over or someone had brushed against a piece of furniture. My heart started beating faster. I could feel it in my chest, a slow, heavy thud that seemed to fill the whole room. I tried to sit up, tried to move, but I couldn't. It was like my body had been pinned down by an invisible weight. My eyes were open, wide now, fully awake, but nothing else would respond. I realized what it was, sleep paralysis. I'd had it before, but never in a situation like this. The dogs were awake now too. I could hear them. Low growls at first, that deep rumble that comes from their chests when they're trying to warn something off. Their heads snapped up, ears alert, bodies tense. I could see them in my mind, even though I couldn't see through the floor. The growls turned into barks, sharp, loud, and angry. The kind of barks that aren't for play, but for protection. I stared at the dark ceiling, my breathing shallow, my body still frozen. The noise came again, clearer this time. from the breezeway porch. Someone was there. I could hear the rattling of the doorknob. It wasn't just the wind or an animal. Someone was trying to get in. The dogs went wild, their barking filling the house, echoing off the walls. I could picture them, teeth bared, bodies thrown against the door as they tried to get at whoever was on the other side. I wanted to get up, grab my phone, call for help, but I couldn't. My phone was right there on the nightstand, within arm's reach, glowing faintly in the dark from a notification earlier. But my arm wouldn't move. My legs wouldn't move. Only my eyes. My eyes darted around the room, wide and panicked, taking in every shadow, every detail. The shape of the dresser, the curtains swaying gently from the cracked window I'd forgotten to close, the moonlight painting lines across the floor. I could see everything so clearly, but I was trapped inside my own body. The barking went on. The doorknob kept rattling. I felt like I couldn't breathe, like my chest was being squeezed tighter and tighter. I kept telling myself to move, to do something, anything, but nothing happened. Minutes passed, or maybe just seconds. It was impossible to tell. Time felt stretched out, like I was stuck in that moment forever. My heart pounded louder in my ears than the dog's barking or the rattling of the door. And then, just as suddenly as it had started, it stopped. The noise at the door, the rattling of the handle, it all went quiet. The dogs kept barking for a little while longer, but even they started to quiet down, their growls turning into whines as they sniffed at the door and the air beyond. I lay there, still frozen, listening so hard my ears hurt. There was nothing. No footsteps, no car driving off, no more rattling. Just the sound of the dogs, now pacing and uneasy, and the pounding of my own heart. Slowly, I felt the weight start to lift. My fingers twitched. My toes curled. My body came back to me in pieces, like I was waking up from being under deep water. But even as I regained control, I didn't move. I couldn't bring myself to. Fear kept me pinned now, more than the sleep paralysis had. I was terrified that if I moved, whoever had been at the door would hear me. That they were still out there, just waiting for a sound, a light, any sign that someone was upstairs. So I stayed still. I lay there in the dark, listening, waiting. The dogs eventually settled down, though they kept close to the door, ready just in case. My breathing slowed a little, but sleep was the last thing on my mind. I stared at the ceiling for what felt like hours, every creak of the house making me jump inside. The night stretched on, endless and heavy. I thought about calling someone, but the idea of making noise, of moving enough to reach my phone, felt too dangerous. I convinced myself over and over that whoever it was had been scared off by the dogs, that they were long gone. But the doubt lingered, clung to me like the dark. At some point, I must have drifted off. Not real sleep, but that exhausted half-sleep that comes when your body gives out before your mind does. I woke up to pale light filling the room, the first gray of dawn seeping through the curtains. The house was quiet. The dogs were lying by the door, still watchful but calm. My muscles ached from being so tense for so long. I sat up slowly, every sound I made feeling too loud in the stillness. I finally reached for my phone. My hands were shaking as I unlocked it. No missed calls, no messages. I thought about calling someone then, but what would I say? That I'd been too scared to move? That I wasn't even sure what I'd heard? I felt foolish, but the fear was still real, still heavy in my chest. When I finally got the nerve to go downstairs, the dogs followed close, sticking to my side like they were still on guard. Every step creaked louder than I remembered. I checked the door to the breezeway first. The handle was smudged, like it had been touched, but it was still locked. I double-checked all the doors, all the windows. Everything was as it should be. No sign of forced entry, no footprints on the porch that I could see. But I knew what I'd heard. The dogs knew too. That morning I stayed close to the house, watching the driveway, the trees, every shadow. My neighbors came back that evening. I told them, in as calm a voice as I could manage, that I'd heard something in the night. I left out the part about being too scared to move. They were concerned, thanked me for looking after the place, and said they'd keep an eye out. I didn't stay over again. I went back to my own house that night, locked the doors tight, and slept with the light on. The memory of that night stayed with me for a long time. The sound of the doorknob rattling, the dogs barking, the feeling of being trapped in my own body with no way to defend myself. It never really left. I still think about it sometimes, especially on quiet nights when the wind makes the house creak and the shadows seem to shift just a little too much. And every time I hear a noise in the dark, I remember how it felt to be frozen, helpless, and I remind myself to move, to act, before the fear takes over again. I don't think of myself as someone who buys into ghost stories or anything like that. I'm the type who likes things I can see and explain. That's why I always brushed off those strange feelings at my grandma's house as just my imagination playing tricks on me. But there was this one night that stayed with me, no matter how much I try to reason it away. I keep thinking back to it, going over the details, trying to find some normal explanation. But all I'm left with is the memory, clear as day, of something I still can't explain. It happened at my grandma's place in Kent. She lives out in the middle of an orchard, nothing but trees and fields all around. The kind of place that gets so dark at night that you can't see your hand in front of your face when the lights are off. I've been visiting her since I was a kid, and I always had to sleep on the sofa in the dining living room. That room has always had this heavy sort of silence at night, the kind that makes you feel like the darkness itself is pressing in. It's even more unnerving because that's where my granddad passed away. For years ago, he died from an aneurysm right there, about 3 meters from where I sleep. I remember the exact spot. Everyone does, though no one says it out loud anymore. At first, whenever I stayed over after he passed, I hated the nights. That heavy silence, the pitch-black darkness, the thought of what had happened in that room, it all made it hard to sleep. But over the years, I forced myself to get used to it. I'd tell myself it was just a room, just a sofa, just another night. And most of the time, that worked well enough. But not this time. Not that night. It must have been about 3 a.m. when it started. I wasn't sleeping well to begin with. That kind of restless half-sleep where your mind drifts, but never fully switches off. I remember lying there on my side, facing the back of the sofa, with my blanket pulled up high, almost over my head. The house was so quiet I could hear my own breathing, slow and uneven, and the faint ticking of the cuckoo clock on the far wall. I'd learned to tune it out over the years, but that night the sound seemed louder somehow, like it was the only thing keeping me tethered to the present. Then the dog started. My grandma's dog, an older little thing, usually calm at night, always sleeps up in her room at the top of the stairs. But suddenly he was barking like mad. Not the kind of bark where they hear a fox outside or get startled by some noise in the distance. This was sharp, panicked barking, over and over, like he was warning someone off. The sound echoed down the stairs, filling the house, cutting through the silence. I froze where I was, heart beating faster. I kept waiting for the dog to stop, for my grandma to call him down, for something to break the tension. But the barking just kept going, and he didn't come down the stairs. He wouldn't budge from the top step. It was like he was afraid to come down. I lay there, trying to calm myself, telling myself it was nothing. Maybe a bad dream had set the dog off. Maybe he'd heard some animal outside. But then the cuckoo clock started up. It was strange. The clock never went off at that hour, at least not like that. The cuckoo sprang out with this loud, jarring sound that made me flinch under my blanket. It kept going, louder than it should have been, the call echoing through the dark room. The two sounds, the barking and the cuckoo, mixed together into this strange, unnerving noise that made it impossible to think straight. And that's when I felt it. This sudden, overwhelming sense that something was there with me. Not just in the room, but right behind my head. I can't explain it in a way that does it justice. It wasn't like hearing a noise or seeing a shadow. It was this deep, undeniable awareness that something was close. I could almost feel it in the air. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up, and my whole body went cold, like I'd stepped into a freezer. My breathing went shallow without me meaning it to. I didn't want to move. I didn't want to do anything that might make whatever it was notice me. It felt like it was leaning over me, right behind my head, close enough that if I'd turned around I could have touched it. But I didn't want to. I just stayed frozen, heart pounding, every nerve in my body screaming at me to do something. It felt like it stayed there for ages, though I know it was probably only seconds. But in that moment, time seemed to stretch out. Then, just as suddenly as I'd felt it arrive, it felt like the presence pulled back. I could almost trace its path in my mind, like I could sense it moving away from me, back toward the middle of the room, back toward that spot where my granddad had died. I finally turned over then, so fast I nearly tangled myself in the blanket. My eyes strained against the darkness, trying to see what I somehow knew I wouldn't. The room was completely black, as always. There was nothing there. No shape, no figure, no outline in the dark. But the feeling of being watched, of not being alone, that lingered. I lay there on my back, staring up at the ceiling I couldn't see, listening as the cuckoo clock stopped. The call just cut off, mid-sound, like someone had reached out and silenced it. And then, as if on cue, the dog stopped barking. Just like that, the house was quiet again. That deep, heavy quiet that I'd come to know so well. I stayed awake after that. I couldn't have slept if I'd tried. Every creak of the house, every soft tick of the clock, set my nerves on edge. I kept thinking about what had happened. I tried to come up with some explanation. Maybe I'd been dreaming, I told myself. Maybe the dog's barking and the clock's noise had mixed together in my half-asleep mind and made me imagine things. But no matter how many times I went over it, it didn't feel like a dream. I'd been awake. I knew I had. I thought about my granddad, too. We'd been close. I was the first boy in the family, and he'd always made me feel like that meant something special. I thought about all the times we'd sat in that room together when I was younger. All the quiet evenings, the shared glances, the small smiles. I thought about how sudden his death had been, how no one had expected it, how he'd been there one moment and gone the next. And I wondered, not for the first time, what that must have been like for him, to feel it happening and know there was nothing to be done. I lay there until the first light of dawn began to creep in at the edges of the curtains. The darkness started to lift, and with it, some of that heavy, oppressive feeling faded too. I still felt uneasy, but at least with the light came a sense of normality. When I heard my grandma moving about upstairs, I finally let myself sit up. My muscles were stiff from lying so tense for so long. I folded the blanket, stood up, and looked around the room. Everything looked normal. The same old furniture, the same old clock, the same view out the window of trees and fields beyond. But I knew that night had been different. I didn't tell my grandma about it. I didn't want to worry her or seem like I was making a big deal out of nothing. And I didn't tell the rest of the family either. But I kept thinking about it. Every time I stayed over after that, I'd remember it. I'd lie on that sofa and wonder if it would happen again. It never did. The dog never barked like that again in the night. The clock never started up at the wrong hour again. But that one night is still clear in my mind, every detail sharp and real. I don't believe in ghosts. I still don't think I do. I believe in what I can see, what I can touch, what I can explain. But that night made me think about things differently. Made me wonder, at least, whether there might be things we don't understand. Maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me in the dark. Maybe it was the weight of memory, of loss, making me feel things that weren't there. But maybe, just maybe, it was something else. I don't know. I don't think I ever will. All I know is that for those few moments, I felt something I can't explain. And I don't think I'll ever forget it. It happened about 7 years ago when I was 11 years old, back when I still lived in England before my family moved to Australia. I can remember that day so clearly even now, like it was carved into my mind. It was one of those afternoons where the air felt fresh and everything seemed peaceful. My friend and I had decided to walk along one of the country roads near his house. He lived out in the countryside, miles away from the nearest town, and these roads stretched on forever. There weren't many houses or buildings, just endless green fields on either side, tall hedgerows, the occasional tree, and sometimes you'd see a tractor working in the distance. But that day there was nothing, just us, the road, and the quiet. The sky was overcast, not in a threatening way, but the kind of sky that made everything feel a little dull, like the world was tired. We had been walking for maybe half an hour, talking about nothing important. I think we were kicking a stone down the road, taking turns seeing who could kick it the furthest. There were no cars, no people, no animals, just the sound of our shoes scuffing against the gravel and the stone clattering along the road. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how free we felt out there. There were no adults around to tell us what to do, no one to bother us. Just two kids out exploring, enjoying the countryside the way we always did. We felt safe. We shouldn't have. It started with the sound of a car engine behind us. At first, I didn't think much of it. You could walk for ages on those roads without seeing a single vehicle, but sometimes a farmer or someone heading to town would come by. I remember turning my head to look. It was a white car, small and a bit old, the kind of car you wouldn't think twice about. It wasn't speeding, just rolling towards us at a steady pace. But as it got closer, it slowed down even more. Too much. I felt it before I understood it. Something wasn't right. The car pulled over to the side of the road, maybe 15 feet ahead of us. My friend and I stopped walking. We just stood there, staring at it. The first thing I noticed was the woman in the back seat. She was looking straight at us through the window, her face completely blank. No smile, no frown, no sign of anything at all. Just this empty stare that made my stomach twist. Her hair was dark and straight, her skin pale. She didn't blink, didn't look away, didn't move. It was like she wasn't really there, like she was a mannequin or something. That stare chilled me more than anything else in that moment. Then the driver's door opened, and a man stepped out. He was big, tall, and heavyset, with a thick neck and broad shoulders. His hair was short and dark, and I remember noticing how red his face was, like he was angry or drunk. His clothes were scruffy, jeans and a jacket that looked dirty and worn. When he started walking towards us, there was this horrible energy about him, like the air got heavier with each step he took. He shouted at us to get in the car. His voice was loud, rough, and had this thick accent. I think it was Polish, but at the time I didn't really think about that. All I knew was that he sounded furious. We froze. We didn't move. I couldn't move. My legs felt like they were made of stone. My mind was screaming at me to run, but I just stood there, shocked, staring at this man as he stormed towards us. Before I could do anything, he reached us. His hands shot out and grabbed us both by the necks. His grip was tight, his fingers digging into my skin, and it hurt. He started trying to drag us towards his car. I could feel the strength in him, the way he was yanking us like we weighed nothing at all. My heart was pounding so loud I could hear it in my ears. I remember trying to pull back, trying to break free, but he was too strong. I felt panic rise up in me like a wave, drowning everything else out. I started shouting, begging him to let us go, but the more we resisted, the angrier he got. His grip tightened, and then he started hitting us. His fists came down hard, slamming into us like we weren't even human. I felt the blows land on my arms, my side, my back. The pain exploded through me, but it didn't seem real at first. It was like my mind couldn't keep up with what was happening. I heard my friend crying out, saw him getting kicked, saw him fall to the ground for a second before being yanked up again. The man didn't stop. He kept shouting, kept hitting, kept trying to force us into the car. I felt so small, so helpless. I tried to claw at his hands, tried to twist free, but it was like fighting a bear. Every punch felt like it was knocking the air out of me. I couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The world narrowed down to the pain, the shouting, and the terror that this was it, that we weren't going to get away. And then, just as suddenly as it started, everything changed. I heard the sound of another engine, louder this time. A van coming down the road. I couldn't see it at first because of the way the man had us turned, but I heard it, and so did he. The van didn't slow down much. It kept coming towards us. And in that moment, I think the man realized someone else was seeing what he was doing. His grip loosened. He let go of us like we were burning him, like he couldn't get away fast enough. Without another word, he turned and rushed back to his car. I remember the way he yanked the door open, the way he slammed it shut, the way the car jerked forward as he sped off down the road. The woman in the back seat never moved, never stopped staring, even as they disappeared into the distance. The van didn't stop. The trot eyes inside must have seen enough to scare the man off, but didn't want to get involved. Or maybe they didn't really understand what was happening until they'd already passed. I don't know. All I know is that 1 second we were in the middle of the worst moment of our lives, and the next we were alone again, standing there on the side of that empty road, shaking and gasping for breath. We didn't say anything. We couldn't. We just stood there, trying to catch our breath, trying to process what had just happened. My neck hurt where his hands had been, my body ached from where he'd hit me, but I barely felt it. All I could feel was the terror still thrumming through my veins, the shock of how close we'd come to being taken. Eventually, we started walking again. We didn't talk about it. We just wanted to get home, to get somewhere safe. Every sound made us jump. Every car that passed made our hearts race. We kept looking over our shoulders, certain the white car would come back, certain the man would try again. But he didn't. We made it back to my friend's house without seeing him again. When we got there, we told his parents what happened. They called the police, of course. There were questions, descriptions, and promises that they'd look into it. But I don't know if they ever caught him. I don't know who he was, or what he wanted beyond the obvious. And maybe it's better that way. Maybe it's better not knowing. Even now, all these years later, I think about that day. I think about the woman's empty stare, the man's red, angry face, the way his fists felt when they hit me. the way the air seemed to crack with violence and fear. I think about how lucky we were, how that van probably saved our lives without the driver even realizing it. I think about how easily it could have ended differently. And I still look over my shoulder when I'm walking alone. I still feel that chill down my spine when a car slows down near me. I don't think that fear ever really goes away. It stays with you, buried deep, waiting for the sound of an engine or the sight of a stranger's face to bring it all rushing back. And I don't think I'll ever walk a quiet country road again without hearing the echo of that man's voice in my head, without feeling that grip on my neck, without remembering just how close I came to disappearing forever. I lived in that apartment for a little over 2 years. It wasn't a fancy place, just one of those typical 4-bedroom apartments you'd find near a college campus. The walls were thin enough to hear your neighbor sneeze. The carpets were that weird mix of brown and gray that never really looked clean, and the kitchen cabinets were the cheap wooden kind that always seemed slightly greasy no matter how much you scrubbed them. But it was home, at least for that time in my life. I had people come and go, roommates who stayed a few months before moving on, friends who crashed on the couch after long nights out, and neighbors who became familiar faces in the stairwell. Nothing about that apartment felt strange, not for the first 2 years anyway. It was during my last fall semester there when things started to feel off. I had a new roommate move in that semester. She was just another name on the lease at first. She kept to herself mostly, and I didn't think much of it. We were all busy with school and work, and having different people in the apartment was nothing new. I liked to keep the place lively during the fall, especially as Halloween approached. I'd host these little movie marathons, just a group of friends crammed into the living room, sitting on the old couch and floor cushions, popcorn in bowls, and horror movies playing late into the night. It was our thing. The first weird incident happened during one of these movie nights. There were maybe 6 or 7 of us packed into the room. The lights were out, just the glow of the TV flickering across our faces. We were halfway through some cheesy slasher movie when the apartment door creaked open slowly. It was so subtle at first that I barely noticed, but then my eyes caught the movement of the door inching open, just a crack. I waited, expecting one of my neighbors to pop their head in. That was kind of normal. Our neighbors were friends, and they'd often just come right in without knocking, like something out of a sitcom. But this time no one appeared. The door stopped opening at about 6 inches, and there was just this stillness. No voices, no footsteps. I got up, figuring maybe it was just someone messing with us, but when I opened the door wider and looked out into the hallway, it was empty. The hallway light flickered softly, and the air felt a little cooler, but there was no one there. We all kind of laughed it off. Must have been a draft, we said. Maybe the door didn't latch properly. The apartment complex was old, and the doors didn't always close right. But that wasn't the end of it. The next movie night, we decided to leave the door unlocked again, almost like we were daring whatever had happened to happen again. It was one of those things where we were curious, but also trying to act like we weren't taking it seriously. The night went on, the movie played, and then, like clockwork, the door creaked open again. This time we were ready for it. Me, my roommate, my boyfriend, and one of my neighbors all jumped up at once. We split up. Some of us ran into the hallway, others down the stairs or up toward the next floor, searching for whoever was messing with us. But there was no one. The building was quiet. No doors closing, no footsteps echoing down the stairwell. Just silence. By this point, the mood started to shift. It was harder to just laugh it off. We tried to come up with reasons. Maybe someone was playing a prank, but how were they managing to slip away so fast? Maybe the door frame was warped and the wind from a window was pushing it open, but none of the windows were open wide enough for that kind of draft. We checked, and the weirdest part? This had never happened before. Not once in the 2 years I'd lived there. The door had always stayed shut. Then came the night we watched Paranormal Activity 3. We joked about it at first, talking about whether to leave the door unlocked again, half expecting it to open during the movie. My boyfriend made some offhand comment about how creepy it would be if the door didn't just open, but actually slammed shut. At the time, it was just one of those things you say when you're trying to be funny or dramatic. We all kind of agreed, yeah, that would be freaky, and then we went back to getting the movie set up. The apartment was dark, only the light of the TV casting shadows across the room. The movie had been playing for maybe 30 or 40 minutes when we heard the doorknob turn. The sound was so clear, so deliberate, that it made my heart skip. The door creaked open slowly, just like before. But this time it kept going, opening about a quarter of the way. I could see a sliver of the hallway, the dim light beyond. And then, without any warning, the door slammed shut with a force that shook the walls. The dry erase board we had hanging near the door fell off and clattered onto the floor. The sound echoed through the apartment, loud enough that I'm sure people upstairs and downstairs heard it. For a few seconds, no one moved. We just stared at the door, our hearts pounding. The air felt heavy, like the kind of pressure you feel before a storm. Finally, someone scrambled to turn on the lights, and we all rushed to the door. We opened it, looked out, checked both directions. Again, nothing. The hallway was empty. The stairwell was quiet. No one was there. We didn't even know what to say at that point. There was no way to explain it. A draft doesn't turn a doorknob. A draft doesn't slam a door hard enough to knock things off the wall. We stood there in the doorway for a long while, just trying to process it. Eventually, we decided to call it a night. Everyone went home or to their rooms, and I locked the door tight. The next few days were tense. I kept expecting something else to happen, but everything was quiet. Then, about a week later, I came home one afternoon to find the new roommate walking through the apartment, muttering under her breath in some language I didn't recognize. She was sprinkling water around. Holy water, I realized after a moment. She had a small bottle in her hand and was flicking it at the walls, the doorways, even the corners of the rooms. She didn't even look at me when I came in. She just kept walking from room to room, chanting, throwing the water. Here's the thing. None of us had told her about what happened. She hadn't been there for the movie nights. She always went home on the weekends. She didn't know about the door opening, the slamming shut, any of it. At least, we never mentioned it. And yet here she was, blessing the apartment like she knew something we didn't. After that, nothing else happened. The door stayed shut. No more weird noises, no more strange drafts or unexplained slamming. It was like whatever had happened had run its course. Maybe the blessing worked, or maybe it was all just some bizarre coincidence. I don't know. I've thought about it a lot since then, replaying it in my head, trying to find some logical reason. I checked the door frame again and again. I watched how the door closed, tried to see if the wind from the windows could move it. Nothing added up. The windows weren't big enough or open enough to cause that kind of force. And even if they had been, how do you explain the turning of the doorknob? I moved out at the end of that semester, packed up my stuff, and left the apartment behind. The new roommate stayed on for a while after, but I never really kept in touch. Every now and then I think about those nights, the sound of the door opening, that final slam, the board hitting the floor. The way we all stood frozen in the dark, too scared to speak. It's strange how something so simple, like a door opening and closing, can leave such a lasting impression. There was no ghost, no figure standing in the hall, no shadowy presence. Just a door that shouldn't have moved the way it did. Just enough to make you question what you know about the spaces you live in. Just enough to make you wonder, even years later, if you really saw and heard what you think you did. And maybe that's the part that unsettles me the most. The fact that after all this time, I still don't have an answer. I still can't explain it. I can only remember it, the sound of the doorknob turning, the slow creak of the door opening, and the sudden slam that shook the walls, and the silence that followed. It was sometime in the middle of autumn when I first went to visit my friend during her placement year. I remember how excited she'd been when she found out she'd got a spot at that company. The placement wasn't in a big city, though. It was in a smaller town, the kind where the streets are quiet at night and the houses look a bit older, as if they've been standing for generations, watching people come and go. She had found this old house to rent with a couple of other girls and a guy, all of them doing the same placement. The rent was cheap, probably because of how old the house was, and maybe because it was a bit out of the way, down a road lined with trees that always seemed to cast shadows across the front garden, no matter what time of day it was. I only visited once. Most of what I know about what happened came from when she told me, and I can still picture it all because she described it so clearly. She had this way of telling stories that made you feel like you were right there with her. That night started like any other. She'd gone to bed at around 11 after a normal day at work, nothing out of the ordinary. It was cold enough at night that she liked to bundle up under her duvet, with a hot water bottle tucked at her feet. The kind of cold that made the house creak a little, pipes clicking quietly as they cooled down, the wooden floorboards settling. It was that kind of silence that feels heavier somehow, like the house itself is holding its breath. She told me that she wasn't sure what time it was when she first woke up. The room was pitch dark, so dark that she couldn't even see the shape of the furniture around her. At first, she thought maybe she'd woken up because she was too warm or because she needed the toilet. But then she heard it, a loud, solid banging sound. It came from downstairs, from the front door. A few heavy thuds, then a pause, then more banging. She lay there frozen for a moment, heart starting to race. It wasn't like a soft knock, or like someone had accidentally leaned on the door. It was the kind of banging that made the whole house seem to shake a little. Her mind raced through the possibilities. Could it be someone from work? Could it be a neighbor needing help? Maybe it was a drunk person who got the wrong house? But as she lay there, she realized how strange it was. The banging was so forceful and desperate. It didn't stop. It kept coming, like whoever was out there wasn't going to give up. And then, the sound that really made her blood run cold. A woman's voice, shouting, screaming. A scream that was ragged at the edges, full of panic. The kind of scream that makes you think of someone running for their life. She could just make out the words, begging for help. The woman was crying, sobbing between the screams, shouting that she needed help, that someone was chasing her. Her heart was pounding so hard by now that she could feel it in her throat. She grabbed her phone with trembling hands and called one of the other girls, who answered almost right away. The other girl had woken up too, had heard it as well, and was just as scared. They quickly called the third girl, and within minutes the three of them were huddled together in one of the bedrooms, trying to figure out what to do. None of them dared look out of the window. The front door had glass panels on either side, the kind that you can't quite see clearly through, but that still let light and shadows in. They didn't want to get too close to them, in case whoever was out there could see them too. They thought about calling the guy who lived downstairs, but when they tried, he didn't pick up. Maybe his phone was on silent. Maybe he was asleep. Or maybe, like they all later suspected, he was awake and too frightened to move. His room was right near the front door. Going out would have meant he'd have to see whatever was happening up close. And if he opened the door, well, none of them wanted to think about what might happen then. The banging and screaming carried on for what felt like forever. She said it was probably only a few minutes, maybe 5 at the most, but when you're lying there, skin cold with fear, it feels like hours. Every thud on the door made her jump. Every cry for help made her want to run down there and open it. But at the same time, she couldn't make herself move. They all stayed where they were, listening, waiting, hoping it would stop. And after a while, it did. The banging became less frequent, the screaming quieter. Eventually, there was nothing but the sound of their own breathing and the faint ticking of the clock on the wall. None of them could sleep after that. They stayed in the same room, huddled on the bed, listening for any sound. She told me how they whispered to each other, trying to make sense of it. Was it really someone in trouble? Had they just left? Were they still out there, waiting? They didn't have any answers. The house felt colder than before, the silence heavier, as if it was pressing down on them. Every little creak made them jump. When the first light of dawn started to creep through the curtains, they felt a tiny bit braver. They went downstairs together, checking the front door, looking out through the glass panels. There was no one there. No sign that anything had happened. No marks on the door, no footprints they could see. It was as if it had all been a bad dream. When the guy finally appeared from his room, looking like he'd hardly slept at all, they asked him if he'd heard anything. He said no, that he'd slept through the whole thing. But she didn't believe him. The way he avoided their eyes, the way he seemed tense and jumpy, she was sure he'd been awake, but too afraid to come out. And really, who could blame him? They talked about it all day, trying to convince themselves it was just some drunk person who'd got the wrong house. But none of them really believed that. The woman's voice, the sheer desperation in it, the force of the banging, it didn't feel like someone who'd just made a mistake. It felt like something more dangerous. They kept the doors locked after that, always double-checking them before bed, always making sure the windows were closed. A few days later, they saw an article in the local paper. It was a small piece, easy to miss if you weren't looking for it. There had been reports of gangs in the area using a trick to get into houses. They'd have a woman knock on the door late at night, begging for help, acting as though she was being chased. When someone opened the door, a group of men would appear from hiding, armed and ready to rob the house. Sometimes they were violent. The paper said to be on alert, to call the police if it happened. Reading that sent a chill down her spine. They'd been so close to opening that door. The only thing that stopped them was their fear, that awful, paralyzing fear that had kept them rooted to the spot. If they'd been braver, if they'd opened the door like decent people trying to help someone in need, who knows what would have happened? She kept thinking about it for days, weeks even. Every time she heard a noise at night, she'd sit up in bed, heart pounding, listening. Every time she walked past the front door, she'd glance at the glass panels, half expecting to see someone standing there. Eventually, things settled down. Nothing like that happened again while she lived there. But she never forgot it. Even after she moved out at the end of her placement, even after she came back to university, she still thought about that night. About how close they'd come to danger without even realizing it at the time. How sometimes it's the fear that keeps you safe. She said that's what haunted her most. Not the banging, not the screaming, but the thought of what could have happened if they'd acted differently. And that was it. No ghosts, no strange figures vanishing into the night, just a real, human danger that could have ended badly. It made her more cautious, made her lock her doors a little tighter, made her trust her gut a little more. And when she told me the story, sitting there with the coffee in her hand, I could see in her eyes that it still gave her a shiver to think about it. And honestly, hearing it gave me one too. Growing up in a small southern town meant we had to make our own fun. There wasn't much to do except cruise the main strip on Friday nights, hang out in parking lots, or find places out in the country where nobody would bother us. It's just how it was. Everybody knew everybody, and you couldn't get away with much in town without someone telling your parents. That's why places like the old abandoned house out past the highway were perfect for us. It was way out in the deep country, far enough that we felt free, and just creepy enough to get your blood pumping. We'd all heard stories about it. Some said it was haunted, others said it was just an old wreck someone forgot about. Either way, it was the kind of place kids like us dared each other to go. One Friday night when we were about 17, my buddy Mark and I came up with a plan. We had met up with two girls from school, Sarah and Jess, and decided we'd try to impress them. It was dumb looking back, but at that age you do dumb things to look brave. We figured taking them out to the abandoned house would do the trick. They seemed excited about it, or maybe they were just curious, but either way they agreed to come along. We loaded up in Mark's old Chevy, the kind of truck that rattled and creaked no matter how slow you drove, and headed out. The drive itself was part of the fun. First we left the highway behind, watching the lights of town fade out in the rear view. Then we turned onto a narrow blacktop that ran for a few miles through fields and patches of pine woods. After that, we hit the dirt road. It was rough, with ruts deep enough to scrape the bottom of the truck if you weren't careful, and the trees grew so close on either side that their branches slapped at the windows as we passed. We had the windows rolled down, and the air smelled like pine and dust. The only sounds were the tires crunching over gravel and the occasional hoot of an owl. Nobody said much during that stretch. It was like we all felt the weight of where we were headed. Finally, we parked at the end of the dirt road. There wasn't really a place to pull off, so we just left the truck at the edge of a clearing. From there we had to walk. The house was another half-mile or so through the woods. I grabbed the flashlight from the glove box, and Mark grabbed his too. The girls stuck close as we made our way along the old path. The moon was out, but not enough to see clearly. Every now and then, a branch would snag my shirt or I'd trip over a root hidden in the grass. We laughed about it at first, trying to act like it was no big deal, but as we got closer, it got quieter. Even the bugs seemed to go silent the deeper we went. When we finally stepped out of the trees, there it was. The house looked worse than I remembered. I'd been out there once before during the day with some other friends, but at night it looked meaner, almost like it was waiting for us. The roof sagged in places, and the windows were dark holes staring back at us. The porch leaned to one side, and some of the boards had fallen away, leaving gaps big enough to see the ground beneath. Out back, barely visible in the moonlight, was the old shed. It was little more than a shack, but it added to the whole creepy picture. We walked up to the house, the boards of the porch creaking under our weight. I tried the door, and after a little shove, it opened with a loud groan. The inside smelled like old wood and mold. Our flashlights cut through the dark, showing broken furniture, peeling wallpaper, and a thick layer of dust on everything. We stepped inside, our footsteps loud on the warped floorboards. The girls stayed close, and I could feel their nervous energy. It made me feel braver somehow, like I had to be the one to keep it together. We moved from room to room, shining our lights around, pointing out old pictures still hanging crooked on the walls, and a rusted-out stove in the kitchen. Everything felt frozen in time, like the people who had lived there just up and left one day. I tried not to think about the stories I'd heard, about the bodies found there back in the 70s. I didn't know if any of that was true, but my mind kept going back to it. After a while, Mark suggested we check out the shed out back. We made our way through what used to be the back door, now just a frame with splinters where the door had rotted away. The shed sat at the edge of the yard, surrounded by tall grass and weeds. It was even more run down than the house. The door was hanging by one hinge, and the roof had caved in on one side. We walked up to it, and Mark grabbed the door to pull it open the rest of the way. That's when we heard it. A scream, high-pitched, sharp, and full of panic. It came from the direction of the house. It was definitely a woman's scream, and it cut through the night like a knife. We all froze. For a second, none of us moved or said a word. My first thought was that some of our buddies had followed us out there, trying to scare us. It wouldn't have been the first time someone pulled a prank like that. But I looked around, and we were all there. Just the four of us. Mark let go of the shed door, and we turned back toward the house. The scream had sounded like it came from inside. Our flashlights bobbed as we ran across the yard and up onto the porch. We went back inside, calling out, shining our lights into the corners, up the stairs, anywhere someone could be hiding. But there was no one. The house was as empty as before. The only sound was our breathing and the creak of the floorboards under our feet. We didn't stay long. We exchanged looks, and without a word we all turned for the door. But as soon as we stepped out onto the porch, the screaming started again. This time it wasn't just from one place. It came from all around us. From the trees, from the house, from somewhere close and somewhere far at the same time. It echoed through the night, and I felt my skin crawl. There was no mistaking it. It was a woman's voice, or maybe several, but it was all wrong. The panic in it, the sheer terror, made my stomach knot up. That was it for us. We bolted. We ran through the yard, through the trees, branches slapping at our faces and arms. I kept expecting to see someone, anyone, but there was nothing. Just that awful screaming, following us, filling the woods. It felt like it went on forever, but we finally reached the truck. We piled in, slammed the doors, and Mark fired it up. The tires spit dirt and gravel as we tore out of there, not caring about the ruts or the branches scraping the sides of the truck. The screaming faded as we sped down the dirt road, but I swear I could still hear it in my head. We didn't stop until we were back on the highway, the lights of town finally coming into view. We didn't say much on the drive back. We were all trying to make sense of it, but none of it added up. When we got back to Mark's place, we told his older brother about it. He was a few years out of high school and had grown up hearing the same stories we had. He nodded like he understood and told us about the bodies they found there back in the early 70s. Said it was a bad scene, that the house had a dark history, but that didn't explain what we heard. We asked around, thinking maybe someone we knew had followed us out there. Maybe it was a prank after all, but nobody admitted to it. And as much as I wanted to believe it was just someone messing with us, deep down I knew it wasn't. The sound of those screams wasn't something you could fake. The terror in them was too real. And the way they came from everywhere at once, how they echoed through the night, it just didn't make sense. After that night, I never went back to that house. None of us did. Even during the day, I didn't want to be anywhere near it. Something happened out there, something we couldn't explain. And even now, years later, I still think about it sometimes. About how that night started as a dumb plan to impress some girls and ended with us running for our lives from something we couldn't see or understand. I don't know what caused those screams. Maybe it was an animal, though I've never heard one that sounded like that. Maybe it was just the wind playing tricks on us. Or maybe, like my buddy's brother said, some places just hold on to bad memories in ways we don't understand. Whatever it was, I know what I heard, and I'll never forget it. When I was about 12 years old, summer nights always felt like they lasted forever. The heat of the day would fade, leaving the air warm but bearable, and the crickets would fill the yard with that steady hum that seemed to come from everywhere at once. My brother and I, along with our neighborhood friends Zach and Levi, would stay out as long as we could, stretching the daylight into the night, convincing ourselves that we weren't tired and that there was always time for one more game of hide and seek. Our yard wasn't huge, but it felt like an entire world to us back then. The front yard was the main stage, with a big oak tree right in the center that we always used for counting. Our house sat on the corner of two roads, our own street and the road that ran through the neighborhood. There weren't many cars that passed by at night, and the few that did were usually neighbors heading home or someone lost trying to find the right turn. That night was like most others. The sun had set, but there was still a faint glow on the horizon, just enough to make out shapes if you squinted. The streetlights had come on, casting circles of pale orange light that didn't quite reach the middle of the yard. The shadows between the lights felt thicker somehow, darker than they did during the day. We didn't care. We had played in that yard 100 times after dark, and we knew every tree, every bush, every hiding spot by heart. It felt safe, like our own little world where nothing bad could happen. I was it for that round. I leaned against the rough bark of the oak tree, pressing my forehead to the trunk, and started counting loud enough so they could hear me, but not so loud that I felt silly yelling into the night. The numbers came out in a steady rhythm, and I tried not to rush them, even though I could hear the soft patter of feet as they ran to find places to hide. By the time I reached 30, the yard had gone quiet. I turned around, blinking into the dim light, letting my eyes adjust. The grass felt cool under my bare feet as I stepped away from the tree, listening hard for any sound that would give them away. I knew my brother would probably be hiding somewhere along the edge of the yard. Zach was usually smart about picking a good spot, and Levi had a way of finding places that no one thought of until he was already there. I started walking toward the side of the yard near the intersection. That's when I saw the car. It wasn't anything special, just a dark-colored sedan, maybe blue or black. It was hard to tell in the low light. It came slowly out of our street, headlights casting long beams that cut across the yard and lit up the tree trunks and bushes for a second at a time. I stood still, hoping it would just keep going. Cars didn't usually stop at that corner unless they were turning, but this one did. It rolled to a slow stop right by the corner where I knew my brother and Zach were hiding. The engine was low, idling soft, but I could still hear it because everything else was so quiet. It stayed there for a few seconds, not long, but long enough that I started to feel that weird prickly feeling on the back of my neck. The one you get when you know something's off, but can't figure out exactly what it is. Then the car moved again, coasting slowly along the front of the yard, heading toward the other corner where Levi had run off to hide. I felt frozen, watching the car creep past. It didn't speed up like most people would when passing a yard full of kids playing. It slowed down again near the other corner, just for a second, before moving on, taking the curve in the road and disappearing out of sight behind the trees at the bend. For a moment, the yard was completely still. The only sounds were the crickets and the soft thump of my heart in my chest. Then, out of nowhere, my brother and Zach came running up to me from their hiding spot. I could see in the dim light that they were both breathing hard, not from running, but from something else, panic maybe. Before I could say anything, Levi came running over too, his face pale in the weak light, looking from me to them like he was trying to figure out what was going on. My brother and Zach were both talking at once, but the only thing that stuck in my head was what they said about the gun. When the car stopped near them, they said they heard it, the unmistakable sound of a gun being cocked. That sharp, metallic click that you don't forget once you've heard it. At first, I didn't know what to think. My heart was racing, but part of me didn't want to believe it. I told myself they were just spooked because the car was acting weird, and it was dark, and everything feels scarier in the dark. I tried to act calm, tried to brush it off like it was no big deal, but I couldn't stop glancing down the road where the car had gone. I didn't want to admit it, but I was scared too. And then, just as I was trying to convince myself it was nothing, we heard it. 2 gunshots, sharp and loud, cracked through the night air. They came from down the road, somewhere past the curve where the car had disappeared. The sound echoed through the quiet, bouncing off the trees and houses, leaving a ringing in my ears. For a second, none of us moved. We just stood there, eyes wide, listening, waiting to see if there would be more. When nothing else came, we all ran at once, legs pumping, feet slapping the ground, sprinting for the safety of the house. We burst through the front door, slamming it behind us, hearts racing, chests heaving. Inside, the house felt different, like the walls and windows were the only things holding back whatever danger was out there. We stood in the entryway for a moment, trying to catch our breath, listening for any sound from outside. The crickets had stopped. The night felt heavier somehow, like the darkness outside was pressing up against the windows, trying to get in. My mom and dad came in from the living room, confused, asking what was going on. We tried to explain, but the words came out in a rush, tripping over each other, and it took a while before they understood what we were trying to say. My friends didn't want to stay. They were too shaken up. We called their parents, and they came to get them not long after. The driveway felt longer than usual as the headlights of their cars lit it up one after the other, pulling away into the night. I couldn't sleep much that night. Every little sound made me jump, a branch tapping the window, the creak of the house settling, the hum of the fridge. I kept replaying the sound of those gunshots in my head, over and over. The next morning, after the sun had come up and the world felt normal again, my dad, my brother, and I decided to walk down the road to where we thought the shots had come from. The daylight made it all feel less scary, but there was still this knot in my stomach as we walked. The air was still, the kind of quiet you only get in the early morning, before the day really starts. The houses along the street looked the same as they always did, but they felt different to me now, like any one of them could be hiding something. When we got to the spot near the bend in the road, we started looking around. There was nothing at first, just the usual leaves and sticks and patches of gravel along the edge of the street. But then, near the shoulder of the road, my dad spotted them. 2 brass shells, small and shiny in the sunlight, lying in the grass like they had been dropped or tossed there. He bent down and picked them up, turning them over in his hand, and I felt that cold feeling wash over me again. It was real. We hadn't imagined it. Someone had fired a gun out there that night, and it hadn't been that far from where we had been standing. We walked back home, quieter than before. None of us said much. There wasn't really anything to say. The shells were proof enough that what we heard was real, and that was scary in a way that stuck with me for a long time. We didn't play outside after dark for a while after that. The yard didn't feel like our safe little world anymore. The oak tree in the middle of the yard didn't feel like the heart of our games. It felt like just another place where something bad could happen. Even when we finally started playing outside again, it wasn't the same. We kept looking over our shoulders, listening harder for the sound of a car engine or footsteps on the gravel. The night didn't feel like ours anymore. It belonged to someone else, the person in that car, the person with the gun. And that's something I never forgot. I was 17 when my grandfather died, back in 2007. It was one of those times that stays burned into your mind, not because of what you expect, but because of all the little things you don't. At the time, I was too sick to go with my parents when they left to try and see him one last time. It wasn't the kind of sick where you can get up and push through it either. I was laid out in bed, sweating, shaking, and too weak to do anything but exist. My parents didn't want to leave me behind, but there wasn't much choice. The way I was feeling, I wasn't much use to anyone. They figured I'd rest, and they'd be back as soon as they could. The house was quiet that day, real quiet. My sisters were at school. My parents had left before dawn, and it was just me in that house, lying in bed and trying to keep my mind off the awful way my body felt. The TV was on low, the sound kind of blending into the background, filling the space so I wouldn't feel so alone. Maury was on, one of those episodes where people were screaming about who the father was. I wasn't really watching it, just letting it play while I drifted in and out of this feverish half-sleep. At first, when I heard it, I thought it was the TV. A soft sound, almost delicate, like a baby's cry. I didn't even really think about it, just let it slide right over me like background noise. With all the shouting and drama on that show, I figured maybe some clip or a commercial. It didn't stand out enough for me to even look up. But then a few minutes later, I heard it again. Same sound, a newborn's cry. Soft, faint, like it wasn't coming from far away exactly, just like it wasn't trying to be heard. Something about it made my stomach twist a little. I reached over, grabbed the remote, and turned the volume down. The TV went quiet, but the crying didn't stop. That's when I knew it wasn't the show. The sound came again, clearer now that there was no other noise to cover it. It wasn't coming from the TV. It was coming from somewhere inside the house. For a second, I just lay there. My mind felt heavy and slow from the fever, and I couldn't figure out what to do. The sound kept coming though, little soft noises like a newborn makes, like when they're just starting to fuss before the real crying starts. My mom had this old wooden crib in her room. one she kept for when she babysat my niece. The thought hit me that maybe something was in there. Some part of me didn't want to get up. I didn't want to know. But curiosity, or maybe instinct, pushed me to swing my legs over the side of the bed and stand up. My body felt weak, legs shaking a bit, head swimming as I made my way out of my room. The hallway seemed longer than usual, like walking through syrup. The house smelled the way it always did. Clean laundry, a little bit of the air freshener my mom liked, and something else that I couldn't place. Something stale. I moved toward my mom's room, my feet bare on the cool floor, the baby sounds guiding me. Her door was open, and I stepped inside, my heart thudding harder with every step. The room was dim, curtains half drawn, so that the gray light of the cloudy afternoon made everything look dull and washed out. The crib stood in the corner, empty. I could see that right away. But the sounds were coming from it, soft coos and faint cries. I stood there, frozen, listening. My mind was trying to find a reason, something to make it make sense, but nothing came. I took a few slow steps closer, the floor creaking under my weight. My eyes flicked around the room, looking for anything. Maybe a toy that made noise, maybe a phone left on that somehow was playing something. But there was nothing, just the furniture, the unmade bed, and that crib. The sound stopped for a moment, and in that silence, I felt every hair on my arm stand up. Then, clear as anything, I heard a soft cry, followed by the sound of something falling. It was a small sound, like something light tipping over, but it snapped me out of whatever trance I was in. I turned toward the noise and saw that an old framed photo had fallen from my mom's dresser. The glass was shattered, the frame crooked on the floor. It was a picture of my mom and my grandma, taken years before I was born. I'd seen it a million times, sitting there on the dresser like it always had. For a few seconds, I just stared at it, my brain not quite keeping up with what was happening. The broken glass caught the light, little shards scattered across the floor. My heart was racing, and my hands felt cold and clammy. The room felt different now, heavier somehow, like the air had thickened. I didn't want to be in there anymore. I turned and walked out fast, almost tripping over my own feet, my breath coming short and quick. I didn't stop to think. I didn't stop to grab anything. I just went straight out the front door, the cool air hitting my face, the world outside feeling more real, more solid than that house had. I ran across the yard, over to my sister's place next door. My legs felt weak, my chest tight, but I didn't care. I just needed to not be alone anymore. I was ready to yell for her, to tell her something, anything, but when I got to the door, I saw her through the window. She was on the phone, pacing a little, her face serious. I waited, shifting from foot to foot, wiping my hands on my jeans, trying to calm down. After a minute or two, she hung up and turned toward the door. When she saw me standing there, she opened it, and right away, before I could even say anything, she said it. Grandpa just died, like 5 minutes ago. The words hit me harder than I expected. I didn't say anything right away. I just stood there, the pieces of what had happened sliding together in my head. The baby sounds, the photo falling, the broken glass, the timing of it all. My mind tried to find a reason, something logical that made it all fit, but I couldn't. There was no ghost, no spirit, just me sick and alone in that house, and all those little things that happened when he left this world. I stayed at my sister's place the rest of the day, too shaken to go back home. When my parents came back that night, I told them about it. My mom tried to explain it away, said maybe it was the fever making me hear things. Maybe the photo fell because of vibrations from me walking around or the wind rattling the house. I nodded. Maybe she was right. Maybe I was too sick to trust my senses. But deep down, I knew what I'd heard. I knew what I'd seen. The next day, when I went back over to the house, I cleaned up the broken photo frame. I picked up the pieces of glass one by one, careful not to cut myself, and I put the picture in a new frame my mom gave me. She didn't want it back on her dresser. She said it didn't feel right anymore. So I kept it, and it's been with me ever since. I don't have any answers. I don't know what it was or why it happened. All I know is that on the day my grandfather died, I heard things I can't explain and felt things I won't ever forget. And every time I look at that photo now, I remember it all, clear as the moment it happened. It was late in the semester, probably early April. The cold was starting to give way a little, but Chicago still had that sharp, biting wind that could cut through whatever jacket you thought would be warm enough. That afternoon, the four of us, me, my two roommates, and a hallmate, had decided to head out to Aldi. We were all broke college kids, and Aldi was a lifesaver with its cheap groceries. We could have gone somewhere closer, but we figured it was worth the longer trip for the prices. Plus, it felt like a bit of an adventure, something to break up the stress of finals looming over us. We left campus in the early evening, probably around 5 or so. The city was still busy, that rush hour kind of busy where people are heading home, the streets filled with cars and buses, the sidewalks crowded. We made our way to the Pink Line station, bundled up in our hoodies and coats, our backpacks empty, and ready to be filled with whatever deals we could find. When we boarded the train downtown, it was crowded but not packed. The usual mix of people, workers heading home, students like us, older folks just trying to get from one place to another. We grabbed seats near the middle of the car, the kind that face inward, so we were kind of in a little square with our knees almost touching. I remember pulling my phone out, scrolling through it without really seeing anything, just trying to pass the time. The city blurred past outside, buildings giving way to more industrial areas as we headed west. It was maybe 10 minutes into the ride when he got on. The train pulled into a station. I couldn't tell you which one exactly, and the doors slid open with that familiar sound. A few people got off, a few got on, but he stood out immediately. Tall, maybe 6 feet or so, with messy hair and a scruffy beard. He wore this huge, ratty coat that looked like it had been dragged through dirt, layers upon layers underneath, like he was wearing everything he owned. His eyes were wide, wild-looking, and his face was red, like he'd been shouting before he even stepped onto the train. He didn't sit down. Instead, as soon as the doors closed and the train lurched forward, he turned to face our half of the car. His voice filled the space, loud and ragged, like he'd been yelling for hours. The end is near. The flames will consume this city. You will all burn for your sins. That's about all I caught at first, because my brain immediately kicked into high alert. I kept my eyes on my phone, though I wasn't seeing anything on the screen. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The guy's voice echoed through the train car, bouncing off the metal and glass, making it sound like he was everywhere at once. He didn't just stand there shouting. He started pacing back and forth along the aisle, swinging his arms like he was conducting some invisible orchestra of doom. His movements were jerky, wild, and unpredictable. One moment he was standing still, his arms outstretched like he was trying to part the train itself. The next he was lunging forward a few steps, shouting even louder. His coat flapped around him, and I remember noticing the grime on his sleeves, the way the fabric was worn thin at the elbows. Nobody said anything. Nobody moved. We all just sat there, pretending not to see him, not to hear him, though every nerve in my body was screaming at me to do something. Run, hide, anything. But there was nowhere to go. The train kept speeding forward, the wheels clattering on the tracks, the city sliding by outside. He kept going, his voice rising and falling, sometimes almost whispering before exploding into another roar about fire, about judgment, about the city being destroyed. Every time he reached the end of the car, he'd spin around and start pacing the other way, getting closer to us, then further, then closer again. My hands were clenched so tight in my lap, I could feel my fingernails digging into my skin. And that was the thing, he didn't have anything in his hands. But the way he moved, the way he shouted, you just didn't know. It felt like at any second he could reach into that massive coat and pull out something, a gun, a knife, something that would turn this from terrifying to deadly in an instant. I tried to focus on my breathing, tried to stay still, tried not to let the fear show on my face. Because in my head, I kept thinking, if he sees that I'm scared, if he thinks I'm reacting, maybe he'll focus on me. Maybe I'll be the target. So I kept my eyes down like everyone else, and just hoped he'd leave us alone. It felt like forever, but it was probably only a few minutes. The train clattered along, and finally we started slowing down for the next stop. My eyes flicked up just enough to see the station coming into view. I didn't know where we were, didn't care. I just wanted him off that train. As soon as the doors opened, he turned without a word, without any sort of warning, and stepped off. He disappeared into the platform, his voice fading as the doors slid shut behind him. The train started moving again, and for a long moment, nobody said a thing. It was like we all had to collectively let out a breath we'd been holding since he got on. I looked around, and everyone had that same look. Wide eyes, tense shoulders, a sort of silent agreement passing between us all. Like, what the hell just happened? But nobody said it. Nobody needed to. We all felt it. The rest of the ride was quiet. Too quiet, almost. Even the normal train sounds, the hum of the engine, the clatter of the tracks, felt louder than usual. I think we were all waiting, half expecting something else to happen, someone else to get on and start the whole nightmare over again. But it didn't. We got to our stop, filed off the train, and made our way to Aldi in a sort of daze. Inside the store, under the harsh fluorescent lights, pushing a cart down the aisle, it felt almost unreal, like the whole thing on the train hadn't actually happened. But every time I closed my eyes that night, lying in bed, I saw him again. The wild eyes, the swinging arms, the way his voice filled the train car. And I couldn't shake the thought that we'd all gotten lucky. That whatever was going on in his head, whatever had driven him to get on that train and shout about the end of the world, it hadn't spilled over into violence. Not this time. And that thought stuck with me. The idea that in a city as big as Chicago, with so many people packed together, you just never know who's going to cross your path or what they might do. It was a reminder I didn't want, but one I wouldn't forget. The train kept moving. The city kept moving. And we kept moving with it, hoping the next ride would be quieter. It's been almost 10 years, but I can still remember every little detail like it happened yesterday. I was living alone in a small apartment on the edge of a rough neighborhood. It wasn't the best area. The rent was cheap, the building was old, and the kind of people who hung around the block weren't exactly the friendly type. I didn't care much, though. I liked my space. I liked coming home, locking the door behind me, and just being by myself. At first, it was small things. The kind of things you brush off because they don't seem like much. I'd come home from work, drop my keys on the little table by the door, and sit on the couch with a joint to take the edge off. I worked long hours at a diner on the other side of town, so by the time I got home, my brain was mush. Some nights, I'd look around and think, didn't I leave that cushion on the other side of the couch? Or wasn't that mug in the sink this morning, not on the counter? I told myself I was tired. I told myself I was stoned. I didn't think too hard about it, but it kept happening. One night I walked in, and the magnets on the fridge had been moved. I stared at them for a long time, trying to remember how I left them. I always kept them lined up along the edge of the door, neat and out of the way. Now they were in a messy clump in the center. And there were more of them. New ones I didn't remember buying. Bright colors, little ads for pizza places and locksmiths and random businesses. But from a different state. I hadn't traveled. I didn't have friends who'd bring me these. Still, I told myself I was just being paranoid. Maybe they'd fallen off, and I stuck them back without thinking. Maybe I picked them up somewhere and forgot. Then I started finding cigarette butts in the ashtray. Not mine. I smoked Camels. These were some off-brand menthols. None of my friends smoked that either. I didn't even have people over that often. I felt my stomach drop the first time I noticed. I stood there in the middle of my living room, just staring at those butts, and I felt cold all over. I knew something wasn't right. I could feel it in my bones. But when I told people, my friends, the cops, they acted like I was losing it. They said it was the weed, the stress, my imagination. But I knew better. That night, I decided I couldn't take it anymore. I had to know for sure. I borrowed my boyfriend's car so no one would see my usual piece of junk parked out front. I wanted it to look like I wasn't home. I got inside, locked the door behind me, turned off all the lights, and sat on the floor by the window where I had a view of the street. I waited. The minutes dragged by. I could hear the building creak and shift like old buildings do. I could hear the traffic outside, the sirens in the distance, people yelling on the street below. I sat there for what felt like forever. Every little sound made my heart race. I told myself I was being stupid, but I stayed put. Then all of a sudden I felt it. I don't know how to explain it, except that every part of me screamed that I had to leave. My heart was beating so fast it made my chest hurt. My skin felt hot and cold at the same time. I didn't stop to think. I grabbed my keys, unlocked the door, and ran. I didn't even pause to shut the door behind me. I bolted down the stairs, out into the street, and didn't look back until I got to my boyfriend's car. When I did, I froze. There, clear as day in the light from the street lamps, I saw this huge figure climbing up onto my balcony. It was like a black shape against the light from the city, tall and broad, moving like it knew exactly what it was doing. It didn't look around. It didn't hesitate. It just climbed over and disappeared inside. I sat there in the car, shaking so hard my teeth clattered. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I stayed there all night, too scared to move. When the sun came up, I went inside, packed a bag, and I was gone before noon. I never went back. Years later, I still think about what would have happened if I'd stayed. And then, just when I thought I'd heard the worst of it, something happened to my manager that made my own experience seem small. She was this no-nonsense kind of woman, always put together, always on top of things. She and her husband had been fighting for days over some lost keys. Neither of them would admit to losing them. It had turned into a big deal. They had to get a new car key from the dealership, change the locks on the house. It was a hassle. Everyone at work had heard about it because she came in every day venting about how mad she was. Then one afternoon, she had to leave work early. Something about picking up one of her kids from daycare because the kid wasn't feeling well. She went home in the middle of the day, something she never did. When she walked inside, she saw it right away. All their electronics, the TV, the gaming consoles, laptops, were piled up in the middle of the living room. Jewelry, small valuables, anything someone would grab if they were robbing the place. It was all there in a neat little pile. She called the cops. They came out, checked the house, and went up into the attic. That's when they found signs someone had been living up there. Trash, blankets, cans of food, a small mattress, personal stuff that didn't belong to them. The police said it looked like whoever it was had been staying there for at least 2 months. 2 months. All that time, my manager, her husband, their 2 little girls had been sleeping under the same roof as some stranger. He'd had keys. He'd been coming and going as he pleased. They moved out the next day, just like I had. I still think about that sometimes. The way you can be living your life, thinking you're safe, thinking your home is yours, and all the while, someone else is there. Watching, waiting, moving your stuff just enough to make you doubt yourself. Leaving little signs that you're not alone, but small enough that everyone else can write it off. You want to believe it's in your head because the alternative is too terrifying to face. But it happens. It happens more than people want to admit. Every time I move into a new place now, I check everything. The locks, the windows, the attic, the basement if there is one. I change the locks, even if the landlord says they already did. I never assume I'm the first or only one with keys. I don't want to be the person who finds out the hard way again. And I always trust that feeling in my gut. Because the night I didn't ignore it, the night I ran without thinking, might have been the night that saved my life. When I was about 13 years old, I had a Sunday morning paper delivery route. It wasn't something I particularly loved doing, but it gave me a little money, and it felt good to have a bit of independence. My parents trusted me with it, and I liked riding my bike early in the morning when the streets were empty. The world felt quiet, like it belonged only to me in those hours. The sun would just be coming up, and everything would be coated in that soft, golden light that made even the cracked sidewalks and old houses look peaceful. Every Sunday, I woke up before dawn, rubbed the sleep from my eyes, got dressed, and went out to collect my stack of papers. The air was always cool at that hour, and I liked the way it smelled, clean, a little damp from the dew. I'd load the papers into my bag and set off, pedaling slowly through the neighborhood. I knew my route by heart. First the row of small brick houses on my street, then the wider road with older homes that had big front yards and long driveways, and finally a few houses tucked back along a narrow lane that most people didn't use. I didn't mind the quiet. It gave me time to think, or not think at all. That morning started out like any other. The sky was turning from deep blue to gray as I pedaled along, my tires making a soft hum on the road. I remember I was thinking about what I'd do after I got home. Probably go back to bed for a while, or maybe play some video games. I didn't see any cars. The neighborhood was still asleep, and it felt like I was the only person awake. I was maybe halfway through my route when I saw the van. It was parked along the curb ahead of me, just past one of the houses where I usually tossed the paper onto the porch. I didn't think much of it at first. People parked on the street all the time, and I figured maybe it was someone visiting a neighbor or staying overnight. It was an older van, beige or tan, with a sliding door on the side. The windows were kind of fogged up, which seemed odd to me. As I got closer, I noticed that the engine was running. The exhaust made little puffs in the cool air. My stomach did a small flip, but I told myself it was nothing. Just a van. Just a person sitting inside, maybe warming up before heading out. When I reached the house, I stopped to take out the paper and toss it onto the porch. That's when the van's passenger side window rolled down. The driver leaned over and called out, "Hey, excuse me." I thought he was going to ask for directions or something. That kind of thing had happened before. So I walked my bike closer to the van, keeping one hand on the handlebar, and stopped near the window. That's when I saw it. The man was sitting there, his face kind of flushed, his eyes wide and too bright. And his hands were down in his lap. He was playing with himself. Just out in the open like that, in his van, on a quiet street, in the early morning. My mind froze for a second. I didn't know what to do. He said, "Hey, I'll give you $5 if you watch me jack off." His voice was low and weirdly calm, like he was offering me a job or something normal. I felt sick. My heart started beating faster. I wanted to run, to throw my bike down and get away from him, but all I managed to say was, "No thanks." My voice sounded small, even to me. I turned my bike and started pedaling away. Not fast at first because my legs felt heavy, like they wouldn't listen to me. I went up to the next house and got off my bike. I stood on the porch step and looked back. The van was still there. The guy was watching me. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to go to the door and wake someone up. It was still so early, and I felt embarrassed somehow, like I'd done something wrong just by being there. So I pretended to ring the doorbell. I stood there for a few seconds, acting like I was waiting for someone to answer. My heart was pounding. The van stayed where it was, engine humming softly. Finally, after what felt like forever, the van eased away from the curb and drove off down the street. I waited until it turned the corner and disappeared before I let out a shaky breath. I didn't even finish my route. I rode straight home as fast as I could, my hands gripping the handlebars so tightly that my knuckles ached. When I got home, I didn't tell my parents. I don't know why. Maybe I was afraid they'd be mad at me for going up to the van in the first place. Maybe I thought they wouldn't believe me. Or maybe I just didn't want to say the words out loud. I put my bike in the garage, went up to my room, and sat on my bed, feeling like I'd just escaped something terrible, but not sure what to do about it. For the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about it. Every time I went out on my paper route, I was on edge, looking over my shoulder, listening for the sound of that van's engine. I never saw it again, but the memory stayed with me, and it made me more cautious. I stopped talking to people who stopped me in the street. If anyone slowed down near me, I'd turn my bike around or duck into a yard until they were gone. About a year later, there was a story that went around town. A paperboy about my age had been assaulted and murdered. It was all over the local news. People were shocked, scared. I remember watching the report on TV, sitting in the living room with my parents. They were talking about how it happened during his route, early in the morning, in a neighborhood not far from mine. The police never said much about who did it, at least not that I heard. I don't think they caught the guy right away. There were descriptions floating around, rumors about a van, about a man who approached kids. My stomach twisted when I heard that. I kept thinking back to that morning, to the van, to the man with the two bright eyes and the calm voice. I wondered if it had been him. If maybe I'd been a target, but I'd gotten away because I said no and walked off. After that, the newspaper stopped letting kids have morning paper routes. They said it wasn't safe. Parents didn't want their kids out alone at that hour anymore. I gave up the job without complaint. I was relieved, honestly. I didn't want to be out there in the dark anymore, always wondering if that van would come back. As I got older, I thought about that morning from time to time. I'd try to remember details about the man's face, about the van, about the sound of his voice. But memory's a funny thing. The details got blurry. All that stayed clear was the feeling, the fear, the sick twist in my gut, the cold sweat on my neck. I never found out who did it. I don't know if they ever caught the man who killed that other boy. But sometimes, when I'm driving through the old neighborhood, or when I hear about something similar happening somewhere else, I remember that morning. I remember how close I might have come. And I think about how lucky I was that the man in the van drove away. The image of that van, idling quietly in the early light, is something I don't think I'll ever forget. It was just one moment, just a few minutes out of my life. But it left a mark. Even now, all these years later, it's still with me. I was about 15 when I was asked to babysit my nieces and nephews at my sister's house. It wasn't really the first time I'd done it, but this was one of the few times I was left alone with them at night. My sister and her husband had gone out for some event. I don't even remember what it was now. I just remember that it was dark out, and I was trying to act all responsible like I wasn't nervous. They trusted me, and I didn't want to mess anything up. The house was one of those older ones, not exactly falling apart, but the kind where you notice every creak and groan it makes. The kind where the windows don't always shut just right, and the wind whistles through the little cracks. The kind where, at night, the shadows seem longer than they should be, and every sound outside feels closer than it actually is. My sister and her family lived in a quiet neighborhood. Not a bad area at all. You'd think nothing ever happens in places like that, right? Just houses, trees, fences. The kind of place people move to, so they don't have to worry about anything happening. So there I was sitting on the couch, the kids already in their pajamas. My nieces and nephews were younger. One was about 8, the other 2 even younger than that. They were good kids, though the youngest one kept getting out of bed every few minutes asking for water or saying he was too hot or too cold or too scared. I kept reassuring him everything was fine. I turned the TV on low, trying to keep myself calm, too. I wasn't used to being in charge like that, especially at night, and especially when it felt so quiet. Too quiet. The kind of quiet where you're sure you can hear your own heartbeat if you pay attention. The kids' rooms were down the hall from the living room where I was sitting. I kept glancing down the hallway, listening to make sure they weren't out of bed again. That's when my niece came out, standing at the edge of the hall, rubbing her eyes. I remember the way she said it, so simple, so matter-of-fact. She just looked at me and said, "That man keeps watching me." I felt this cold wave pass over me, like all the air had been sucked out of the room for a second. I stared at her, trying to process what she'd said. I asked her what she meant, but she didn't really say much else, just kept standing there, like it was nothing unusual. I got up, my heart beating faster, and went into her room. I looked out the window, pulled the curtains aside. I didn't see anyone. I checked all around, even stepped out onto the front porch, trying to see if there was anyone out there. Nothing. Just the dark yard, the streetlight down at the end of the block casting that yellow glow that never quite reaches far enough. The bushes barely moving in the breeze. I told myself maybe she'd been dreaming, or maybe she'd seen something on TV earlier that stuck in her mind. I tried to shake it off. I tucked her back in, sat in her room for a few minutes, watching out the window just in case, but nothing moved. No sound, no figure. After a bit, I went back to the living room, but that uneasy feeling didn't go away. I kept glancing at the windows, feeling like maybe I'd missed something. I must have been sitting there for maybe 20 minutes when my phone rang. I grabbed it without really thinking. It was my dad. As soon as I picked up, I could hear how panicked he sounded. His voice was rushed, tense. He asked if I was okay. I said, "Yeah, why?" I didn't understand why he was asking me that out of nowhere. Then he told me. He said the neighbors had called the police. There was some guy outside, looking in through the windows. A peeping Tom, he said. My stomach dropped. That cold feeling came rushing back all at once. Only worse this time because now I knew my niece hadn't just imagined it. Someone had really been out there. Someone had been close enough to look in at us, at the kids, at me. And I hadn't seen him. I'd stood right there at the window and missed him somehow. I felt this mix of fear and anger at myself for not noticing. I got up, started double-checking that all the doors were locked, pulling the curtains tight over every window. I didn't want the kids to wake up and see me acting scared, but my hands were shaking a little as I did it. The house suddenly felt so exposed, like no matter how many locks there were, it wouldn't be enough. Not long after that, maybe 5 minutes, there was a knock at the door. My heart jumped so hard I thought it would burst out of my chest. But it was the police. I opened the door just a crack at first, then all the way when I saw the uniforms. They were calm, professional, but I could see in their eyes that they understood how shaken I was. They told me they'd caught the guy. He'd been drinking at a bar nearby, followed some girl home, and when she ran inside to get away from him, he'd gotten confused and ended up at our house instead. He'd been peering in, probably thinking it was her house. They said he was really drunk. Too drunk to even realize he was at the wrong house. They reassured me he was in custody. He wouldn't be bothering anyone else that night. I thanked them, though my voice felt small, like it wasn't really my own. They left after making sure we were okay, telling me to call if anything else happened. I stood there at the door for a long time after they left, just looking out at the street, at the dark shapes of the trees and houses, wondering how close he'd gotten, wondering how long he'd been watching before my niece saw him. I went back inside, checked on the kids again. They were all asleep. Somehow, they hadn't woken up during any of it. I sat up for hours after that, too wired to sleep. Every time a car passed outside, every time the house creaked, I felt my pulse race. I kept imagining what could have happened if that girl hadn't called the police. If he'd tried to get in, thinking our house was hers. If I hadn't locked the doors, or if I'd left a window cracked open. My mind went through all the possibilities, each one worse than the last. The next day, my sister and her husband came back, and I told them everything. They were shocked, of course, and thankful nothing worse had happened. We all talked about it for a long time. The girl next door, the one the guy had followed, she came over later to thank me for staying calm, though really, I thought she was the one who deserved the thanks. If she hadn't noticed him out there and called the police, who knows how long he would have stayed out there? Who knows what else he might have tried? I found out later that the guy had been charged with drunk driving, attempted forced entry, and some kind of spying charge. He'd stayed overnight in jail, at least, and probably faced a fine or worse after that. I didn't really care what happened to him, as long as he stayed away from us. After that night, I never babysat there again without double-checking every lock before it even got dark. I never forgot that feeling, that cold wave of fear that came over me the moment my niece spoke those words, and the realization afterward that someone really had been out there, just on the other side of the glass. I think about it sometimes when I'm alone at night, how thin the barrier really is between safety and danger. Just a pane of glass, a locked door. And how easily it could have been different if just one small thing had gone another way. It was 1998, and I had just turned 18 not too long before this happened. I was living in a small town, the kind where everybody knew everybody, and there wasn't much going on most nights. I had been dating this girl from the next town over, and she lived about 15 miles from me. Not far, but far enough that you had to get on the highway that connected the two towns. That highway was one of those stretches of road that felt like it just went on forever through nothing but woods. For about 10 miles or so, there was nothing. No gas stations, no houses, not even any streetlights. Just trees on both sides, thick and dark once the sun went down. And the only thing keeping the darkness back was your own headlights. It was the kind of place that could make you feel really alone, even if you weren't. That evening I decided to head over to her place. It was just before dark, so the sun was low on the horizon, throwing long shadows across the road and through the trees. I liked driving that stretch when it was like that, with the sky still showing some light, but the trees already black against it. The road was mostly empty that night. It usually was around that time. I saw a few cars here and there, but for the most part, it felt like I had the whole highway to myself. Or almost. There was this one truck ahead of me. Not a pickup, but one of those delivery-type trucks. The kind the UPS guy drives. Big, boxy, with no doors on the sides so the driver could just hop in and out easy. It was white, and I could see it had some sort of plumbing company logo on the side, though I didn't catch the name right then. I didn't think much of it at first. He was going slower than I was, maybe 10 miles an hour under the speed limit. Nothing crazy, but enough that I caught up to him. The road had 2 lanes going my way, so I figured I'd just go around him and be on my way. I checked my mirrors, signaled, and eased into the left lane. I passed him quick and easy, or at least that's what I thought. But as I was passing him, I glanced over out of habit, and I saw the guy in the truck looking at me. And I mean really looking. His face was twisted up, red, like he was furious. His mouth was moving, shouting something I couldn't hear, and his arm was out the open side of his truck, gesturing wildly. It wasn't the kind of annoyed look people give when they're having a bad day or they're frustrated. This was something else. He looked like he wanted to kill me. I didn't know what I'd done. I didn't cut him off. There was plenty of space. The highway was empty except for the 2 of us. But whatever the reason, this guy had snapped. The first thing he did was gun his engine and pull up alongside me. We were side by side on the highway, both going faster now. He was leaning out of his truck, screaming, his face almost purple with rage. His truck swerved toward mine, close enough that I felt the wind of it, and had to yank my will right to keep from getting hit. My heart was racing. I didn't know what the hell his problem was, but I knew I needed to get away from him. I let off the gas, figuring if I slowed down, he'd just go on ahead. Maybe he'd cool off or decide I wasn't worth the trouble. For a second, it seemed like that might happen. He pulled ahead of me, and I thought maybe that was it. But then he started slamming on his brakes. Hard. Over and over, He'd hit the brakes, trying to force me to slow down or stop. I swerved into the other lane to try to go around him, but every time I did, he'd swerve too, blocking me. It was like some insane game of chicken, except he wasn't playing. He was serious. He wanted me off the road or stopped or crashed. I didn't know, but none of the options were good. I kept trying to get around him. The lanes were wide, and there was the shoulder too, but every time I made a move, he'd match it. My hands were clenched on the steering wheel so tight they hurt. My eyes kept darting between my mirrors and the road ahead, trying to figure out how to get out of this. I couldn't just stop. If I stopped, I didn't know what he'd do, but it wasn't going to be good, and I couldn't call anyone. This was before everyone had a cell phone in their pocket. Mine was at home, sitting on my nightstand. Even if I'd had one, there was no signal out here anyway. It was just me and him, and the empty road. The trees on either side seemed to close in, the sky darker now. The last of the sun was gone, and my headlights were the only thing lighting the way. His brake lights kept flaring up in front of me, red against the night, as he tried again and again to force me to stop. I thought about hitting the shoulder and just gunning it past him, but the shoulders on that road were narrow, and the ground dropped off pretty quick. One wrong move, and I'd be in a ditch, or worse. Finally, I saw an opening. He hesitated just a second too long, and I floored it. My car wasn't anything special, but it was faster than that big delivery truck. The engine roared, and I shot past him on the left. My tires screamed a little as I pushed it harder than I should have, but I didn't care. I just wanted out. He tried to follow, but I had the jump on him, and I was pulling away. I kept the gas down, watching my speed climb, watching my mirrors. His headlights got smaller, but he didn't give up right away. He kept at it, chasing me for what felt like miles. I didn't let up until I saw the first signs of the next town. The glow of streetlights, the gas stations, the stores. Civilization. Safety. When I finally got to her house, I pulled into the driveway and just sat there for a second, catching my breath. My heart was still pounding, and my hands were shaking. I kept looking at the road, half expecting that truck to come flying around the corner after me. But it didn't. It was over. I went inside, tried to act normal, but I was rattled. All night I kept thinking about it, replaying it in my head, trying to figure out what had set him off. I hadn't done anything. I was sure of that. Later, when I'd calmed down some, I looked up the plumbing company. I found the number and called. I didn't really know what I expected to hear. Maybe that they'd had a driver out there who'd lost it, or maybe an apology. But the person who answered sounded confused. They said they didn't have any trucks out that way that night. None of their guys should have been anywhere near that highway. I described the truck as best I could, but they didn't know what to tell me. They said it wasn't theirs. I never saw that truck again. Never found out who was driving it, or why he came after me like that. But I didn't take that stretch of highway at night for a long time after that. Even now, sometimes, if I'm driving a dark road and I see a big white truck in my mirror, I get that same tight feeling in my chest. Like it's all about to happen again. And the worst part is not knowing. Not knowing who he was, or what he wanted, or what might have happened if I hadn't gotten away. I was about 13 when it happened, but even now, I can remember every small detail like it happened yesterday. My parents had gone on a trip, I don't even remember where, maybe some work thing or a weekend getaway. They left my grandmother to watch over me and my sister. She was always kind and gentle, the kind of person you felt safe with, but that night nothing felt safe. I had fallen sick, one of those sudden colds that hit you like a brick wall. My head was heavy, my body ached, and I couldn't stop shivering no matter how many blankets I had piled on top of me. I remember lying on the couch in the living room, the TV on low volume, flickering in the dark room. My grandma had helped me get settled earlier in the evening before heading to bed herself. My sister had gone to her room hours before, probably reading or already asleep. At some point, I must have drifted off because I remember waking up suddenly. It wasn't like waking from a dream or from the sound of something. It was that weird, uneasy feeling like your body knows something is off before your mind catches up. The house was dark except for the soft light from the TV, which had gone into that quiet mode where it just glows with no sound. My head felt hot and my mouth dry, and for a second I thought maybe I'd just woken up because of the fever. But as my eyes adjusted to the dark, I noticed something at the end of the hall. My sister's door was cracked open, and in the faint glow from the TV, I could see the outline of a small figure standing halfway out of the room. At first, I didn't even think twice. My mind, still foggy with sleep and sickness, just assumed it was my sister. Maybe she'd gotten up for water or was checking on me. But she didn't move. She just stood there, her body half hidden by the door frame. I could make out long hair, the kind that would fall over her shoulders, and she seemed to be wearing something light, maybe a nightgown or a big t-shirt. I felt a bit worried because it was strange for her to just stand there like that, especially in the middle of the night. I cleared my throat, my voice dry and weak, and asked if she was okay. No answer. She didn't move. I tried again, this time louder, feeling the dryness scratch at my throat. But still nothing. She just stood there like a statue. That's when I noticed something that made my heart race. The light from the TV shifted just enough to catch her face, and in that split second, I saw her eye. It reflected the light like a glass bead, and the way it caught the glow, I knew it wasn't my sister. My sister's eyes were brown and warm, always soft even when she was mad or tired. But this eye, it looked empty, hollow even, like it didn't belong on a person at all. And the shape of her face, now that I saw it clearer, was all wrong. The proportions, the way the hair fell around it, even the height seemed a little off, like someone trying to look like my sister, but failing in small, creepy ways. Before I could even think about what to do, the figure turned slowly and slipped back into the room. It didn't hurry or make any sound. It just moved so smooth and quiet, like it floated rather than walked. I wanted to get up. I wanted to run down that hall, burst into the room, and check on my sister. But my body wouldn't move. My chest felt tight and heavy, and my legs felt like they weighed 1,000 pounds. I was frozen, completely locked in place by a fear so sharp it felt like it had cut right into my bones. All I could do was stare down that dark hall, waiting for something else to happen, but nothing did. The house stayed quiet, and after what felt like forever, I must have fallen asleep again, because the next thing I remember is the morning sun pouring through the windows and my grandmother waking me up to check my fever. I didn't say anything. I told myself maybe it was just my fever playing tricks on me. Maybe it was a dream, or maybe I really did see my sister, and the weirdness of the night had made it look strange. But I couldn't shake the feeling that what I saw wasn't her. That image of that eye catching the light stayed burned into my mind for years. Time passed. I got better, my parents came home, and life went on. But that night always stayed with me, tucked into the back of my head like a memory I didn't want but couldn't throw away. My sister eventually moved into another room when she got older, and I ended up taking over her old bedroom, the same one where I saw that figure. At first, I didn't think much about it. The room was just a room. I painted the walls a different color, rearranged the furniture, made it mine. But at night, when the house was dark and quiet, I'd sometimes catch myself staring at the doorway, half expecting to see that small shape standing there again. It was about 3 years after that first night when something else happened, something that brought all those old feelings back and made them worse. I was 16 by then, no longer that sick, scared kid. I thought I was older, tougher. But fear doesn't care about age. I had gone to bed like any normal night. The house was quiet, my parents asleep, my sister in her new room at the other end of the hall. I remember I had stayed up a bit late reading, or maybe scrolling through my phone. I don't remember what exactly. But when I finally drifted off, it felt like I had barely been asleep when I woke up again. It wasn't noise that woke me. It was that same awful feeling from before, like my body knew something wasn't right. I opened my eyes and it was dark, but the moonlight was coming through the window enough that I could see the outlines of my room. The desk, the dresser, the posters on the wall. And there, at the edge of my bed, was a figure. Not small this time, not like a little girl. This was taller, hunched, like it was leaning in close to me. I couldn't see it clearly at first, just the shape. But as my eyes adjusted, I saw more. The hair was long and tangled, black as night, and hanging down in messy clumps. The skin, what little I could see of it, looked pale, almost gray, like it hadn't seen the sun in years. But the worst part, the part that made my blood run cold, were the eyes. They were wide and dark, so dark they seemed to suck the light right out of the room. And the way they stared at me, it was like they weren't just looking at me. They were inside my head, digging around, pulling at every fear I had ever had. I couldn't move. I couldn't breathe. I just lay there, frozen, my heart pounding so loud I thought it might wake the whole house. I wanted to scream, to call for my parents, for anyone, but my voice wouldn't come. All I could do was stare back at those awful eyes, trapped in that silent nightmare. I don't know how long it lasted. Maybe a few seconds, maybe minutes. But then, just as suddenly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. No sound, no movement, just gone like it had never been there at all. I lay there the rest of the night, too scared to close my eyes again, watching the shadows shift across the walls until the sun finally came up. After that night, I couldn't stay in that room alone. My sister and I ended up sharing a room again for the rest of the time we lived in that house. Neither of us liked to talk about it much, but I think she knew something was off too. Sometimes I'd catch her glancing at that doorway in the middle of the night, just like I did. The old room eventually became a kind of storage space. My parents filled it with boxes, old furniture, stuff we didn't need but couldn't throw out. They never knew why I didn't want to sleep in there anymore. I never told them because what could I say? That I saw something that wasn't there? That I woke up to find something staring at me in the dark? It all sounded too crazy, even to me. I still think about it sometimes, especially at night when the house is quiet and the dark corners of the room seem a little too dark. I don't believe in ghosts or demons or any of that stuff. I think what I saw was something my mind created in moments when I was vulnerable, when I was sick or half asleep or caught between dreaming and waking. Our minds can play tricks on us, especially in the dark when we're alone and scared. The little girl, the thing at the foot of my bed, they were just shapes in the dark, shadows turned into monsters by my own fear. That's what I tell myself, anyway. But still, even now, I keep the door to that old room shut whenever I visit, just in case. I still think about that day more often than I probably should. It creeps into my head at random times, like when I'm sitting in traffic or brushing my teeth, and I get that same sick feeling in my stomach. Like I'm back there on that island, and I can still see those men's faces, the way they stared at us. I guess writing it all down might help me get it out of my head, or at least make sense of how stupid we were. How lucky we were, too. It was supposed to be the trip of a lifetime. My best friend's parents invited me along on their family vacation to the Bahamas. They were staying at Atlantis, the huge resort that's basically a giant playground for rich people. I couldn't believe it when she asked me. Her parents were always really chill about letting her bring a friend on trips, but the Bahamas? That felt like winning the lottery. I remember packing my suitcase and thinking about how cool it would be to lay on the beach, sip something fruity, and not have to think about anything for a week. We were both 16, high school sophomores, and just excited to get out of our boring town for a while. The first few days were amazing. We swam in the pools, went down the water slides, explored the aquariums. At night, we'd sit out on the balcony of our room, looking at the lights from all the other hotels across the water, talking about whatever came to mind. But by the third day, we were starting to get a little bored of the resort itself. We wanted something different, something that felt more real than overpriced food and tourist traps. That afternoon, we wandered down to the beach outside of Atlantis. The sand was hot, the water was perfect, and there were people everywhere. Families, couples, kids building sandcastles, people riding jet skis, parasailing, all of it. And there were locals too, lots of them. Guys walking up and down the beach trying to sell everything you could think of: bracelets, conch shells, drinks, weed, snorkeling trips, jet ski rides. They were persistent, but not in a creepy way. Just trying to make a buck, you know? We'd been sitting on the sand for a while when one of these guys came up to us. He was young, probably in his mid-20s, tall, decent-looking, with braids pulled back behind his head. His English was good, and he had this smooth, easy way of talking. He smiled at us, asked if we wanted to rent a jet ski. When we hesitated, he laughed and said, "For you two pretty girls, first ride is free." We looked at each other. A free jet ski ride? Why not? It sounded fun, and we didn't have anything else to do. We climbed on behind him, the three of us squeezed onto the jet ski, and he took us out onto the water. It was fun at first. The wind in our hair, the salt spray on our faces, the thrill of speeding across the waves. We laughed and held on tight as he took sharp turns and jumped the wake. He seemed friendly enough, and honestly, we didn't think twice when he asked, "You girls like to smoke der herb?" We both perked up at that. Back home, we smoked all the time. We thought it made us look cool, made us feel relaxed. And hey, being high on a beach in the Bahamas? That sounded perfect. He told us about a party on the next island over, said there'd be weed, beer, music, the works. He pointed to the island, maybe half a mile away, not far at all. We could see the shape of it clearly, a small patch of green surrounded by blue water. I remember feeling excited. It sounded like exactly what we were looking for, a real experience, something beyond the polished tourist spots. We agreed without much hesitation, and he turned the jet ski toward the island. It was only as we started getting farther from the beach that the first sliver of unease crept in. I looked back over my shoulder and saw the crowds of tourists getting smaller, the bright umbrellas dotting the sand becoming tiny specks. The hum of voices, music from a beach bar, all of it faded away, replaced by the roar of the jet ski and the slap of water against its sides. We were alone out there, just the three of us, the endless ocean, and that small island getting closer. By the time we pulled up to the shore, I had this tight feeling in my chest that I couldn't quite explain. Something felt off. The island wasn't what I'd pictured. It wasn't some lively party spot. It was quiet, too quiet. The beach was empty except for a small group of men gathered around a barbecue pit. There were 6 of them, maybe more, I couldn't tell exactly. They were older than our jet ski guide, anywhere from 30 to 45, all of them dark-skinned, wearing tank tops or no shirts at all. They didn't look up at first, just kept talking in low voices, their language unfamiliar. When they did glance our way, their expressions weren't friendly. They didn't smile or wave. They just stared. That's when the sick realization hit me. There was no party, no music, no beer, no weed. Just us, 2 teenage girls, and these men who clearly hadn't been expecting us. But now that we were there, they were definitely interested. I felt my throat go dry. My friend looked at me, her eyes wide, her smile gone. We both knew we'd made a huge mistake. We climbed off the jet ski, our legs shaky. The guide said something to the group in their language. They replied, their voices low, their eyes never leaving us. I didn't understand the words, but the tone said enough. There was tension, like they were deciding what to do with us. I felt trapped, like we'd walked into a cage, and someone had just shut the door behind us. I could feel my heart pounding, loud and fast in my ears. I forced myself to breathe, trying to think, trying not to panic. I knew we had to get out of there, but how? We were on an island, with no way off except that jet ski. And the guy who brought us here wasn't looking like he was in any rush to leave. Then I remembered my phone. I pulled it out of my pocket, hands shaking so bad I almost dropped it. I held it to my ear and started talking, loud enough for them to hear. I made my voice sound urgent, scared, like I was trying to calm someone down. Mom, it's okay, we're fine. No, don't call the police, we're coming back right now. I promise, we're on our way. I kept going, saying whatever came to mind, praying they'd buy it. At the word police, I saw a change in them. The group by the barbecue went quiet. The jet ski guy's smile faded. He glanced at his friends, then back at us. There was a quick exchange in their language, and the tension in the air shifted. They weren't looking at us like prey anymore. Now they looked nervous. The guide said something to us, gesturing to the jet ski. I nodded like I was agreeing with him, still holding the phone to my ear, still pretending to talk to my mom. We climbed back on, this time with me in the middle, my friend behind me. The ride back felt like it took forever. I kept looking over my shoulder at the island, half expecting them to change their minds, to come after us. But they didn't. They stayed where they were, watching as we sped away. When we hit the beach, the guide barely slowed down. We jumped off into the shallows, and before we could say a word, he turned and raced off, the jet ski kicking up a spray of water. We stood there, soaked, shaken, watching him disappear. I don't think I've ever felt so relieved and so sick at the same time. We didn't see him again for the rest of the trip. We stayed away from that part of the beach, stuck close to the resort, and tried to act like everything was normal. But at night, when I lay in bed, I couldn't stop replaying it. The looks on their faces, the silence of that island, how close we came to something I don't even want to imagine. Looking back, I realize how stupid we were, how reckless. We were 16, thinking we were invincible, thinking nothing bad could ever happen to us. That day taught me otherwise. We got lucky, really lucky, and I've never forgotten it. My parents lived in a small apartment when I was born. I don't remember any of this firsthand, of course. I was just a baby, but I've heard the story so many times over the years that it feels like a memory buried deep inside me. My mom would tell it quietly, with this strange look on her face, like she was still trying to make sense of it. My dad, on the other hand, would usually just shake his head and change the subject. Even now, thinking about it as an adult, I feel this odd chill run through me. There was nothing supernatural about what happened, no ghosts or demons or anything like that. But sometimes reality is unsettling enough on its own. The apartment wasn't anything fancy. It was in an older building, one of those narrow, two-bedroom units with creaky floors and thin walls. My parents didn't have a lot of money back then, so they made do with what they could afford. I slept in my mom's room because the second bedroom was being used for storage, boxes, old clothes, baby stuff that hadn't been unpacked yet. My crib was set up right next to my mom's bed, close enough so she could reach out and check on me at night without even getting up. From what she told me, I was an active baby. I'd pull myself up on the crib rails, rock back and forth, grab at anything within reach. I was always crawling around the crib, tossing my blanket to the side, knocking over my little stuffed animals. It drove her a little crazy because she'd have to constantly straighten everything out. But that's just how babies are, right? During the day, when my dad was at work, it was just me and my mom in the apartment. She'd spend time with me, play with me, but of course she had chores to do too. Laundry was one of them. The laundry room was down the hall, so she'd leave me in the crib for a few minutes at a time while she put in a load or moved clothes to the dryer. She said she'd always check on me before leaving the room, seeing me bouncing or babbling, my blanket in a ball in the corner of the crib, my toys scattered. But then, when she came back, and this is the part that started to unnerve her, she'd find me sound asleep. Not just asleep, but tucked in. The blanket smoothed down perfectly over me, the edges folded neatly under the mattress. The stuffed animals placed carefully in the corners, like someone had arranged them just so. At first, she thought maybe she was imagining things. Maybe I'd worn myself out and somehow settled myself down, though that didn't make sense given how young I was. Maybe she had tucked me in and just forgotten. But it kept happening. Every time she left the room, even if it was only for 5 minutes, she'd come back to find the same thing. Me sleeping peacefully, the crib looking as neat as if it had just been made up fresh. My mom said she even started to feel like she was losing her mind, questioning her memory, trying to catch herself in some mistake that would explain it. She told my dad about it after a few days. He didn't really take it seriously. He was the logical type, the kind of person who looks for the most straightforward explanation. Maybe she was overtired. Maybe she was so used to fixing the crib that she was doing it on autopilot and didn't remember. Maybe I was just a weirdly tidy baby, though that didn't fit what he knew of me either. My mom wasn't satisfied with those answers. It wasn't just what was happening, it was how it made her feel. She said the apartment started to feel wrong. Like it wasn't just the two of us there during the day. Like someone else was in that space with us. Someone she couldn't see or hear, but who was watching everything. That's when she bought the baby monitor. It was one of those basic models, just audio, no video. She wanted to be able to hear me when she was in another room, to make sure I was okay. She set it up next to the crib and kept the receiver with her as she went about her day. For a little while, nothing unusual happened. The crib stayed messy when she left the room. She started to think maybe things were going back to normal, that whatever was happening had stopped, or had just been her imagination all along. Then one afternoon, she was in the kitchen making lunch. She was filling a bottle with formula, slicing up some fruit, just taking a few minutes to herself while I was in the crib. The monitor crackled to life with static, which wasn't unusual. It was an old building, and sometimes the reception was spotty. But then the static shifted. The noise turned strange, high and low-pitched sounds, not quite voices, not quite music, just odd, warbling tones that didn't belong. My mom froze, listening. The sounds were uneven, like someone was fiddling with the frequency, like something was trying to come through, but couldn't quite make it. Her heart pounding, she set down the bottle and went straight to the bedroom. When she got there, she said I was on all fours in the crib, not moving, not making a sound, just staring at a spot in the corner of the room, right next to the nightstand where the lamp was. She called my name, but I didn't respond, didn't even blink, just kept looking at that empty corner. She said the air felt heavy in that room, like the moment right before a storm when the atmosphere seems charged. She walked over to the crib, trying to see what had my attention. That's when she noticed it. On the side of the nightstand, scratched into the wood, were the words, "I hate messy cribs." The carving wasn't deep, but it was clear. The letters were uneven, like they'd been done quickly, but deliberately. My mom said she felt her stomach drop, this cold wave washing over her as she realized what she was seeing. Someone had been in that room. Someone who had the time to stand there and carve those words while we were in the apartment. Someone who had been close enough to my crib, close enough to me, to do this without being seen or heard. She didn't wait. She grabbed me out of the crib, still frozen in that stare, and went straight to the phone to call my dad. When he came home, he tried to be calm about it, tried to look for explanations. Maybe it had always been there, and we just hadn't noticed. Maybe it was a prank, though that didn't make sense. There was no sign of forced entry, no sign anyone had come into the apartment. The locks were intact, the windows closed. But my mom wouldn't let it go. She was sure of what she saw, sure of what had been happening. She said she couldn't stay there another night, not with me in that crib, not knowing that someone had been in that room. They packed up our things that evening and went to stay with my grandparents. My dad still didn't believe there was any real danger, but he went along with it because he could see how shaken my mom was. They never went back to that apartment, not to stay. They broke the lease and found another place as soon as they could. The nightstand was left behind. My mom said she didn't want it in the house. She didn't even want to touch it again. Years later, when I was old enough to understand, I asked my mom why she'd been so afraid. After all, no one had been hurt. Nothing had really happened. She said it wasn't just the words carved into the wood. It was the feeling she'd had in that apartment, the sense that someone had been there all along, slipping in and out of our space without us noticing. Someone who had watched me, who had been close enough to touch me, to tuck me in, to smooth down my blanket and arrange my toys. Someone who had done it over and over again until they decided to leave a message, like they wanted to be sure she knew they'd been there. That's what scared her the most, not knowing how long it had been going on, not knowing how they'd gotten in, not knowing if they'd ever really left. Because the truth is, you don't need ghosts or monsters to make a place terrifying. Sometimes, all it takes is the knowledge that another person, a stranger, has been in your home, close enough to reach out and touch you, without you ever realizing it. And that's something that stays with you, long after you've moved on. I remember that day so clearly. It started like any other day, really. Nothing about it stood out at first. My last class of the day always ends at 4:15 p.m. It's like clockwork. My professor is one of those people who is strict about time. He's Korean, keeps to his schedule without fail, never lets us out early, never keeps us late. I guess he likes order. I respect that, and I'm used to it by now. It's kind of comforting in a way, knowing that no matter what happens in the day, I'll be out of that classroom at 4:15 p.m. That day was no different. The second the clock hit 4:15, he dismissed us like usual. I packed up my stuff, not rushing, not dragging my feet either, just the same pace I always did. It takes me about 10 minutes to get to my car from that building. I have to walk across campus, down this wide path with trees lining it on both sides, then through a parking lot that always smells faintly of oil and old asphalt. I remember the feel of the breeze that day, kind of cool for the season, but not unpleasant. The sun was still out, low in the sky but not setting yet, just casting long shadows that made the trees look stretched and thin. I wasn't thinking about much, just the usual stuff, what I had to do at work, maybe what I'd have for dinner. The normal end-of-day thoughts. I got to my car, unlocked it, threw my bag in the back seat, and started it up. The engine turned over without issue, and I glanced at the dashboard clock out of habit. It said 4:25 p.m. That made sense. I didn't think much about it. I pulled out of my spot and headed toward work. My work is about an hour away, depending on traffic. It's mostly highway, with a few spots where it can slow down. But that day I remember traffic felt normal. Not heavy, not light. Just normal. Cars all around me, flowing along at the usual speed. I didn't speed. I didn't drive recklessly. I didn't even really pass anyone. I just kept with the flow, like I always do. The drive felt the same as it always does. I remember glancing at the radio a few times, flipping through stations, not really finding anything I wanted to listen to, so I ended up leaving it on some talk station. The guy on the radio was going on about some local politics thing, and I half listened while keeping my eyes on the road. I remember changing lanes a few times, signaling like I always do, checking mirrors. I remember passing that one rest area I always pass. There was a blue truck parked in front of the building, and a couple of people standing by the vending machines. I remember because I always glance over there. It's like a marker in my drive. Everything felt completely normal. Just another day. When I got off the highway and pulled into the lot at work, I glanced at the clock on my dashboard. It said 4:52 p.m. I thought, I must have made good time. Maybe traffic was lighter than I realized. I parked, grabbed my bag, and headed inside. That's when my boss looked at me and said, "You're early." At first I didn't think anything of it. I just figured maybe I had made better time than usual, like I said. But then I glanced at the clock on the wall behind him. It said 4:50 p.m. That stopped me for a second. I felt this weird little twist in my stomach. That couldn't be right. I pulled out my phone, almost without thinking, just to check. Maybe the clock on the wall was off. But my phone said the same thing. 4:50 p.m. I stared at it for a second, like the numbers would change if I looked hard enough. But they didn't. They just stayed there, clear as day. I tried to reason through it. Maybe class had let out early. That had to be it, right? Maybe the professor, for some reason, had let us go early that day, and I just didn't notice. But that didn't sit right either. I would have noticed if we left early. I always check the time when class ends. I don't know why, it's just a habit. And I knew we had gotten out at 4:15 p.m. like always. But still, I tried to convince myself that had to be it. So later, I texted a couple people who were in that class. I didn't make a big deal out of it, just asked casually, "Hey, did we get out early last class?" Every single one of them said no. We got out at the usual time, 4:15 p.m., just like I thought. So there I was, standing in my workplace, staring at my phone, and feeling this weird chill that had nothing to do with the air temperature. Because there was no good reason I should have gotten there that early. The drive felt normal. Not rushed, not fast, not slow. Just normal. And yet, I had made it in about 25 minutes. A drive that normally takes me at least 47 minutes on a good day. Usually closer to an hour. I hadn't done anything different. I hadn't taken a shortcut. There aren't any real shortcuts on that route anyway. I hadn't sped. I hadn't skipped any part of the drive. I remembered the whole thing, every part of it, as clear as I ever do. Nothing felt out of the ordinary while it was happening. I even went back outside, just to double check. I looked at the clock on my dashboard again. 4:52 p.m. A little later now, but still lined up with my phone and the wall clock. All matching. I thought maybe, just maybe, the clock on my car had been off before. But no, it was in line with everything else now. My fuel level was normal, too. I checked that. I always fill up on the same schedule, and I know about how much I use on that drive. The needle was right where I expected it to be after an hour of driving, not after 25 minutes. It was like nothing was different except the time itself. I tried to think through every possible explanation. Maybe I misremembered the time we left class. Maybe I zoned out during the drive and didn't notice speeding up. Maybe traffic had been lighter than it looked. But none of that made sense. I'd driven that route hundreds of times. I know how long it takes. I know what it feels like. And that drive felt normal. I wasn't spaced out. I wasn't distracted. I remember it. Every part of it. And what really stuck with me, what really made the whole thing feel strange, was that everything else lined up. The time I left class, the fuel I used, the drive itself, everything felt normal. And yet somehow I ended up at work half an hour early. I didn't gain or lose any time during the drive itself, as far as I could tell. The drive felt like it took an hour. It felt like a full, regular drive. But the clock said otherwise. In the end, I didn't tell anyone about it beyond asking my classmates about the class time. I didn't want to sound crazy. What could I even say? That I somehow made an hour-long drive in 25 minutes without doing anything differently? That I felt like I'd been driving for an hour, but the clock didn't agree? No one would believe that. Hell, I wouldn't believe it if someone told me. I tried to let it go after that. There wasn't anything I could do about it anyway. I went about my shift, kept my head down, did my work. Made an extra few bucks because of the extra time, I guess. But I couldn't shake that weird feeling. That sense that something was off, that something happened that I couldn't explain. I went over it in my head 100 times, trying to figure it out, trying to find some logical reason. But I never did. Even now, thinking back on it, I don't have an answer. It's just one of those things that happened. One of those things that stays with you, that you turn over in your mind late at night, wondering if you missed something, if there was a detail you overlooked. But there wasn't. I know there wasn't. Everything was normal. Except it wasn't. And that's what makes it so hard to forget. It was about a year ago when this happened, but it still sticks in my head like it was last night. My cousin and I are pretty close, so it wasn't unusual for her to stay over at my place, sometimes for a few days at a time. I only have one bed in my small room, so whenever she stayed, we'd just sleep together in it. It never felt weird or anything, just familiar. We'd stay up late talking sometimes, watching TV or scrolling on our phones until our eyes burned from the brightness. That night started off like any other. We both got into bed after brushing our teeth. The air outside was cold, so we huddled under the blanket, and soon enough we both drifted off. I remember waking up at some point in the middle of the night, though I couldn't tell what time it was. The room was dark, except for the faint glow of the streetlight outside leaking through the edges of the curtain. At first, everything seemed normal. The soft hum of the fridge down the hall, the sound of my cousin's quiet breathing beside me. But after a few moments, I started to feel strange. It was that feeling you get when you're not alone, even when you're supposed to be. My heart started beating a little faster, like it was trying to warn me of something before I even understood what was happening. I kept my eyes closed at first, hoping that if I just ignored the feeling, it would go away. But then I felt it, the pressure. It started at the end of the bed, like someone had climbed onto it. The mattress dipped ever so slightly, just enough for me to notice. I told myself it was probably my cousin. Maybe she'd gotten up to use the bathroom and was just getting back into bed. But then it happened again. The weight shifted, moving up the bed, like someone crawling. Slow, heavy. I held my breath, waiting for the sound of my cousin's voice, or for her to settle in beside me, but nothing came. Instead, I felt the weight move up further until it was right over me. I couldn't see anything in the darkness, but I could feel it. My wrists, both of them, were pinned down by what felt like hands. Not hard enough to hurt, but firm, like whoever or whatever it was didn't want me to move. My chest felt tight, like something heavy was laying on top of me, pressing the air out of my lungs. My heart was racing now. I felt frozen, trapped between the need to fight back and the fear that if I tried, I'd only make it worse. There was this strange feeling of déjà vu too, like I'd been in this exact position before, but I couldn't place when or where. It was like my mind was trying to connect this moment to something in my past, but it couldn't quite make the link. Time felt like it had slowed down. I don't know how long I lay there like that, eyes wide open now, staring into the dark. Every second stretched out, the pressure on my chest making it harder and harder to breathe. Then, as suddenly as it started, it ended. My cousin stirred in her sleep, rolling over slightly, and just like that, the weight lifted. My wrists were free. The tightness in my chest was gone. The bed felt normal again, solid and still beneath me. I lay there, too scared to move, listening to the sound of my cousin's breathing, trying to convince myself it had been sleep paralysis. I'd had it before, though not often. I knew what it felt like, that mix of terror and helplessness when your body won't respond. I told myself that's all it was. Just my mind playing tricks on me in that space between sleep and waking. I didn't sleep much the rest of the night. I kept glancing at the clock on my phone, watching the hours crawl by until the first light of morning started to brighten the room. My cousin was still asleep beside me when I finally let my eyes close again, if only for a few minutes before my alarm went off. When she woke up later, she seemed fine at first, but then she gave me this look, like she wanted to say something, but wasn't sure if she should. Eventually, she told me she'd had a weird dream. A dream about a man with black wings standing at the foot of the bed, just staring at me. I felt the blood drain from my face when she said it. The description she gave, it wasn't exact, but it reminded me so much of someone I'd rather not think about. My ex, the one who'd made my life hell in ways I still didn't like to admit, even to myself. He'd been gone for a couple of years now, dead in an accident that I tried not to dwell on. But hearing her describe someone like him, standing there watching me, it shook me more than I wanted to admit. The rest of that day passed in a bit of a blur. I kept thinking about what had happened, trying to piece it together in my mind. I told myself again and again that it had to be sleep paralysis. That's what made the most sense. The pressure on my chest, the feeling of being held down, the fear. It all fit. And as for my cousin's dream, well, people dream strange things all the time. It was probably just a coincidence. Maybe she'd picked up on my anxiety without realizing it, and her mind had filled in the blanks with something that matched my unease. I tried to leave it at that. But the thing is, after that night, I started noticing other things too. Small things. Things that probably didn't mean anything on their own. Like how I'd wake up sometimes and feel like the bed had been disturbed, even though neither of us had moved. Or how I'd feel that same heavy, watchful feeling when I was alone in the room, the kind that made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. I started sleeping with a light on, just a small one on my nightstand, enough to push back the darkness a little. It helped, at least enough that I could get some sleep. I also took a closer look at my own life, at the things I hadn't dealt with. I realized that maybe that night had been my mind's way of forcing me to face things I'd been trying to bury. The fear, the memories, the sense of being trapped. It all came rushing back in that moment, and maybe that's why it felt so real. Our minds can be powerful, especially when it comes to the things we don't want to face. I started seeing a therapist not long after, because I didn't want to keep living with that weight on my chest, both literally and figuratively. Talking about it helped. Bit by bit, I started to feel like myself again. The sleep paralysis didn't come back, or if it did, I was able to remind myself what it was and not let it take hold of me in the same way. As for my cousin, she stayed over plenty of times after that, and nothing like that ever happened again. We never talked much more about that night, probably because neither of us wanted to give it more power than it already had. But every now and then, when the room gets quiet and the shadows stretch long across the walls, I remember it. I remember that feeling, and I remind myself that whatever it was, whether it was just my mind or something deeper, I made it through. And that's what matters.